It's cold out here, it's wet out here, but that is not going to stop the fans at Killarney Raceway. And myself and Dexter Bruce from being here today to enjoy some motorsport. My name is Ernest Page, and I would say I'm joined by Dexter Bruce, but I'm joining you this time because I missed out the last time.
Good morning. It's good to see you back in the hot seat, man. It's good to see you back in the... You were away for the last one. You missed an action-packed voice.
I did.
It was amazing.
I watched the live stream. I watched the video. I've got to say, the presenter on that morning show was good, eh?
I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
it wasn't me, though.
He was good. And the action was intense.
Wow, it was crazy. And I can kind of get the same buzz today. There's a bit of a buzz happening in the atmosphere in the pit lane. We've just seen a couple of cars go out behind us this way, and a couple of cars goes behind that way. Cars coming in. It's just crazy. Sports cars about to go out now.
The sports cars. Oh my goodness, the sports cars. Carruthers is here. The big boys are here. There is talk of a new car in the Adcock pit as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's cars with crazy numbers from the word go. It's somewhere in the region of about 600 horsepower. It's a Coyote motor, and that car is here to take 600 horsepower. It's here to take on the G57 of Craig Jarvis.
Oh my goodness me. So now we're going to the point where the big boys are starting to battle each other in Sports and GT. If you can see that on your screen at the moment, that is what's happening right now. The qualifying is starting. The guys are getting out there. The races will start later. But Dexter, let's get an update on what's happening on the bike side of things. We've got a little guest here. Well, not a little guest. She's now a big guest now.
She can stress in the fridge.
She has been a part of the team recently and will be making more of an appearance over the next coming weeks. We got Abigail Bosson joining us here. Abigail, grab the mic. Let's chat. And please grab a seat. And let's have a quick chat about what's happening on your side. I understand that you guys had a very wet qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, so from last race, with the massive incident, a lot of people are wary, and a lot of people didn't go out for qualifying because of that. Because it was raining, it was wet, most of the people had slicks on.
Let me grab that for you.
Yes, please.
Oh, careful.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go.
And so only 6 people out of all the 300s and 650s combined only went out to qualify.
Only 6?
Thankfully, we saw one of our own, Lance Jones, who was part of the crash in turn 2, who got pole position yesterday.
How do you... Okay, so the crash, for those of you guys that don't know, last race there was an incredibly big crash going to turn 2. Some fluid was dropped onto the circuit by one of the bikes, if I'm not mistaken, and a whole bunch of bikes crashed in that situation there. Can you give us an update on what's happening to some of those riders, Abby? Because I know there was some injuries involved with that accident.
So thankfully, out of the 8 riders, only 2 of them got seriously hurt. Franco Flach walked away with a broken collarbone, and then Zant had 3 fractures in her ankle.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
No surgery was needed. So she is super excited to get back on the bike as soon as possible. And she's now, you can see her walking around. She's hopping on her crutches, watching from the sidelines. I think she really wants to be on track right now.
And the thing is, like, you know, when you're that age, you made it of rubber. So you heal pretty quickly, you know. Yeah. But for the rest of the boys, I think Lance was one of the guys that got lucky. Lance's bike was pretty banged up, pretty bad. Is he, how's he doing mentally? What do you reckon? I know his bike is back on pole. I'm sure he's in the zone. But did it take some time to get there, or was it just a sort of a good question?
So I was speaking to him yesterday, and he said crashes are like a normal thing here.
Of course,
it's just overcoming that fear and just carrying on. So I think he took into that mindset of learning from what happened. He knew that it was out of his control. There was nothing wrong with his bike. There was nothing wrong with his riding style. It was just one of those accidents that happened.
You know,
so
the mental fortitude.
I think, you know, we kind of can relate a little bit to that. If you go into the rugby match thinking that I'm going to get hurt,
you always use that analogy. I love it.
You're going to come and get hurt. So, you know, Rallycross kind of works the same way as well. You go in there not expecting to fall, but you go in there giving your all, you know, and whatever that is. You know,
that's a sticker.
Come on.
That's a bumper sticker. Not expecting to fall, but I'm going to give it my all. Oh, yeah, I like that.
You know?
Now, the mental fortitude with the bikers, I've always admired that, including you, Abby, because you're racing today, isn't it?
Yes, I am. So you can watch me later at 11 and 3 o'clock. I'll be racing STC 300.
Well,
Supersport 300.
you won't just be watching Abby on the bikes. Abby will be joining us again during the course of the day, and we'll be doing some interviews that might not be on the live stream, but will be going out later on in the channel, so check that out. Abby, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for this opportunity.
No, it's been awesome to have you. While the rest of us have to sit in our cold, you can enjoy your coffee.
Thank you.
Just careful, hold to the bottom. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Abigail Bosson, our co-hostess here today.
Wow.
And hasn't she just evolved?
Yeah, no, she just stepped in there.
She just stepped in. That was a great
So
interview.
if you are in the pits, come say hi to Abigail, Project 6060 Bikes. So you just come into the pit, you're able to see her. Neanderthal getting ready. He's giving us a bit of a look there.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, the cars have stepped up a fair bit, eh?
It seems like it almost one race, and all of a sudden there's this buzz in the air. But this is, I think, maybe this is that as the championship starts to unfold.
Yeah.
It feels like there are certain people that are now stamping their stamp, for lack of a better word, on this championship, and now the other guys have to step up the game. We're experiencing that with the RX. It's that part of the season now. I feel like that's the case here. There's a couple of guys that might have had their way in the beginning of the year. There's a couple of guys that are now, guys like Dylan.
Yeah.
Dylan van Eerden has now suddenly started to take the Class C championship and take control of that Class C championship. The other guys have to up the game.
Yeah.
His brother, unfortunately, had a massive accident this week now. He wrote his car off and might be out for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
So there's all this drama that's happening in the paddock area, and we've got someone here that's going to be able to give us some insight into some of that drama that's been happening in the paddock area. Someone that knows a little bit about what's happening over here. Please join us and tell us what's going on with regard to Killarney, because if there's anybody that knows,
it's from the tower.
It's from the tower.
Morning, gents.
Morning.
Good morning.
Crisp, I'd say.
Just a little bit biting.
Just that little snap in the air. Yeah. I didn't want to get up. The alarm went off and I threw my phone against a wall.
But it's so cold, the phone doesn't even break.
That bounces back and I put it back on the table. Yeah. No, look, exciting stuff. We've got a full bowl today. We just don't have any super bikes today.
Yeah.
But we have the Clubmans breakfast run, and we have the Super Twin Cup and the 300 Super Sports. So that looks to be exciting. Obviously my favorite at the moment. It's grown on me like a sword.
Yeah.
It's called Classic Cars.
Yeah. Well,
Where all the muscle is.
I see.
Yeah. The extinguished gentleman.
But the thing is, I'm not going to lie, it is pretty good. The classic car is
nowadays,
It is.
I don't know if I'm just getting old or what, but nowadays the classic.
You got a great jacket, mention a great beard. So I'm going to say,
I got this jacket from him, by the way.
Yeah, it made me feel old.
But the classic cars, they are so exciting, and you would think that, Uncle Phil, the classic cars aren't willing to risk the biscuit, but they push it. But they push within those boundaries, which gives you that exciting racing. They don't go in there to crash, but they go in there to get close.
Look at Good of Revival, pretty much the same thing. Those guys send those cars GTI Challenge cars up here.
Yeah.
They're super close racing, and it's nice to see an Escort versus another Mark 1 Cortina, which is both very expensive cars going door to door.
Yeah.
You know,
with different speed differential. Because you get that situation where the one guy's fast here, the other guy's fast there, and now you get these titanic battles. It's exciting to watch. I love one make series. GTI Challenge is certainly one of my favorites, but I tell you what, you get your booty ready and you sit back and relax and you watch the classic boys go at it.
And the nice thing about the classic cars is it's from the top of the draw down to the bottom of the draw. So you've got the big V8 muscle in the front, and then you have a couple of the more classic renditions like your Escorts and even your Minis and stuff like that. And it's nice to see. Back in the day, a certain car was quick, and now because it's been made a race trim, the other car's quick again. So it sort of puts the cat amongst the pigeons, and you have 4 cylinders versus V8s. You have the likes of Donadio in the Escort up there with the Mustangs.
He gets the name right. He gets the name right. Donadio.
Listen, I got schooled about that. Don't you worry. Franco himself schooled me. But
shout out to Franco.
But a big shout out there to all the drivers in the classic cars. Yes, we got GTI Challenge.
GTI Challenge coming into the shop.
The boys come say good morning
to the frame.
Lovely. Photo bombing us.
I love it.
Photo bombing us full tilt here. It's lovely.
That's Faisal Jacobs. Let's touch on that. Faisal Jacobs having great success in GTI Challenge, and now finding himself with a proper tussle in Class C. The guys are really starting. Could you tell us a bit about Class C?
Class C is we want to always call it the brat pack.
The brat pack,
I love
that's
it.
the entry level at GTI Challenge, I would say. Class D sort of fiddle away. There is a Class D though, but Between Class C, B, and A, they're all the same size motors, really. They just, they just tune them up to more kilowatts. I'm not sure what the limitation on the kilowatts are.
Yeah.
But I think they're sort of like 118 or something, and then
Yeah,
the other guy's
the
124.
class C is about 100.
Yeah.
Class B is about around the 118, and then Class A is the 145, 150, somewhere around there. Don't quote me those exact numbers; they've changed over the years, but it's about
that's
about
where it
and they're
is
all
at.
running the same tires, which is quite interesting because a Class C car runs exactly the same tire width as a Class A car, and I mean, flip, that can't be easy to do.
And you know, a lot of the guys also tweak their suspensions.
Noticeable difference between the three classes, though. I mean, in the speed difference. I mean, if you actually at Killarney and you do come, and I'm sure later you're going to make a turn, you'll be able to see that when the cars come into sort of turn one, how the Class A cars are on that limiter. They're literally on the limiter. They've got no more gears left, where the Class C guys are still looking for another gear if they can, if anything, you know. And the difference in the time is absolutely amazing. Shane Justice in the building. Local stock car legend gangster.
So guys, I've got to apologize, okay, for our behavior, because this is unprofessional, guys. Is that every time there's so many people walking in the background, Gaynor standing right over there, one of the officials, and they wave at us. And we're as excited to see them as they are to see us. So then we end up doing this
in
on
hindsight,
camera. But that's why you got to be here.
Killarney's family for you. This is what we do. We
these
come
are
here.
these are my second cousins, twice removed. The first time was by the police.
We just had too much coffee.
They fell in the coffee. I avoided it. I got in the milk.
But this is the thing, though. This is why it's so lekker to be here. And I always tell the story, like when you come here the first couple of times, it does feel like you're on the outside looking in, because everybody knows each other, and you're just like, hey, I don't know you, I don't know you. But if you spend enough time here, you build your community, you get to know the guys, you get to, especially if you're racing, if you're taking part or assisting or mechanicking or something, it becomes that type of environment where you start to recognize and know everybody. You high-five the guy on your way in, you chat to this guy, you end up being late for your car because you ended up talking too much. It's that kind of environment. So we encourage people to come here, spend some time with us, come say hi to us. They know who we are now, so come say hi.
No, look, everybody's welcome. We also invite we have the likes of some of the parents said the kids, or they'll come up to me, can my son come up, can he come over? I said, by all means, please come up. It's not like it's you're not impeding upon our session or anything.
It's one of the things about Killarney Racetrack, it really makes it specific, because you can come here and you can actually walk through the pits and you can meander your way, go into the garages, chat to the guys. There's no red tape here. Everybody's very, very friendly. So feel free, don't grab a stand and stay there all day. Come check the cars, get a bit closer, look at the windows, talk to the drivers, meet the pit crew. That's what it's about. It's a very interactive sport. It's not like you're sitting on a stadium and looking at a rugby player. You can actually go into the cloakroom.
Yeah, and I like that. Go into the cloakroom. And it's not just about, if you wanted to be the guy that works in the cloakroom, you want to be a coach, you want to be a this, you want to be a commentator, a presenter, a mechanic, anything. The guys are here to come chat to. From your perspective, if a guy wants to get started in commentary, what do you reckon?
Look, if you've sat at home and you've watched your F1 or your MotoGP and you reckon you've got what it takes, and you've been talking to your parents or whatever the case, or your wife or your girlfriend, and you say, it's enough, I can hear the TV, you don't have to talk about it. By all means, guys, pull in, come chat to us. It's not a closed fraternity. It's open. I mean, Ernest and Dexter have been trying their utmost to become commentators.
We don't know what we're doing.
They won't give us the mic. They won't even give you the mic. Look at him. He's holding the mic.
Yeah, I'm clutching it. It's my last 10 years. But by all means, guys, pull in. There's always a need for commentators, especially. And like Ernest rightly said, if you want to be a Mackie or a crew chief or whatever the case may be, come chat to the guys.
There's a space for you.
There's a space for everyone in the sun. I always maintain it. And we don't hold on to our positions here. I mean, we could have a young lady sitting here doing presenting if we had to.
We had Boston. She's joining us. She leveled up, eh? Did you see that?
Look,
wow.
I said to her this morning, you're getting big too fast, and I'm getting old too quick.
Well, I see we got Nafis Modak, Mr. Modak over here.
Yeah.
Can we get him closer and then have a chat with him? What I wanted to say from you, one more thing. What are you looking forward to the most up in the commentary tower?
Today, I think the bikes, it's going to be tricky. It's a little bit greasy out there after all this rain we've had. I'm glad the swimming pool has been drained.
Yeah.
We know about the swimming pool. Yeah, hectic. They're down at turn 2. But
wasn't it turn 3?
Well, turn 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Okay. It was just a dam. Yeah.
Okay.
But and they also threw all dead fish away now as well. So.
Okay, good stuff. Good stuff.
But the main thing is, I think the the cars, the classics, like I said, will be great. GTI Challenge will be great. And let's hopefully Sports and GT can keep it together and get something exciting because it's high speed. I see Jarvis is out here today.
Yep, special.
Craig Jarvis, we know he's capable of a 106 around Killarney, 294 k's an hour down the back straight.
What is out at the moment? I'm hearing the cars go by.
That's Sports and
Okay, so
GT.
we've got our timing sheet here. Finally, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much for joining
kind
us.
to let me go. I mean, the coffee is waiting.
Thanks so much.
To the viewers out there, put on your warmies like me. I've got 4 layers
2 jackets on.
Come down to Killarney, and like Ernest said, come meet the family, join the family, and let's have some fun. Gents, all the best for today.
All the best. Thank you, man.
Chat to you. Ernie,
Thank you.
Cheers.
I'll grab that from me. We got Mr. Modak here. Please join us if you don't mind. And Imad, join us over here. Grab a seat. Yeah, this is yours. For the next couple of minutes, that belongs to you. Was it your car that came past you early on with a different color scheme?
Yes, the M4.
Wow. So tell us a bit more about the car you're driving at the moment. We've spoken about your cars and your journey here at Killarney. It hasn't been a long one, although the name may ring true for many years. You certainly haven't been racing that long, but now you're starting to get there and join the big boys.
Yes, I think I started racing about 3-4 years ago.
Okay.
So I started out in the M3 E46 in Clubmans. Then enjoyed it a bit. Ended up moving on to better things. So then we got another M3 GT3.
Okay.
So that car was running the turbo with the quake gearbox.
Nice, man.
The only thing is there wasn't really place to race the car.
Yes, that's what we spoke about the last time. Yeah. So what have you done to fix that problem?
We ended up racing with J&H Extreme. There was a few Thunder Saloon races, but it ended up dying. So we sold that car now as well, and we're now racing the BMW M4.
Sure. So in your opinion, just getting back onto the Thunder Saloon, there was a short stint, it was a great idea. There are lots of cars around in the garages right here that don't know where to go. What, in your opinion, happened that it sort of collapsed, and how can we get it back up again?
I think, to be honest, the timing of the cars, there was maybe 2 or 3 cars that's maybe running much faster than other cars that's at the back, and I think the people just stopped and came back to Clubmans.
Okay. So there was a massive difference between the guys doing 110s and the guys doing sort of 115s. Is it sort of
I think the times was about 13s and 14s, and the other guys was doing about 18s, 19s, 20s and that.
So
there was a bigger.
What do you think should we do? Do we need more rules a little bit there? Is that going to help?
I would think so, but I think the first thing is we need to get numbers up.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. So this brings us back to your car now. This car is now active and racing here today. And again, which category are you in today?
We're racing the M4 in Clubmans.
In Clubmans, okay, lekker. And how's it been going so far? Have you driven the car? You spent some time with the car this week?
First time I went out with the car was now yesterday for practice. Yeah. That was the first time. It's something different I need to get used to. We went out now for qualifying, but unfortunately we had the rear brakes was binding. So
is that why the guys were so frantic in the pits earlier trying to sort it out? Okay.
So we couldn't make qualifying.
You can feel that energy where the guys are like, we need to sort this out. Are they going to sort it out though?
Hopefully. Okay. We hope so.
Here we go.
What sort of times is your car doing at the moment? Good question.
The one that I'm driving now? We never done times yet.
So you don't know this is a Class X right now. You can't do the combination.
Yeah, basically.
I see you got some people with you over there. You want to give a shout out to those guys that seem to be supporting you?
Oh yes, they always... They're a bit shy now, I see.
But you can just mention their names or just say how's it if you want to.
Elaine and Abdullah.
Turn the camera.
Look there, they are.
Okay, nice. I saw your father was here earlier on, also very proud, I'm sure. Good luck today,
thank you.
Mr. Modak. It's going to be a fantastic day's racing. Clubmans always.
I think at 10 o'clock's the first race.
10 o'clock. Here we go. We got Wayne coming in next.
Perfect.
Mr. Modak, thanks
Thank
so
you
much
guys.
for joining us. Wayne, you're going to pop in as always. We must just create a slot for Wayne.
No, you should just get out of my...
Just create a slot. I'm going to step out of this one over here. Before we get to Wayne, I just want to touch on what's happening at the moment. We got Nick Adcock in first place at the moment with 3 minutes to go in qualifying. Craig Jarvis in second. As mentioned, Nick Adcock looking good. Damage Bear, Divan Lismore. Divan running way ahead of what that car can do really on the pace. Although these guys are off the pace because of the wet weather, and they now start to come in, some of the guys. But at the moment, Nick Adcock is in the lead in the brand new car. And on that note, I'm going to hand it over to you and Wayne over here. Wayne, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Wayne, good morning. Good morning. Come a little bit closer, Greg. You grab center stage a little bit here. I wanna just kick off immediately with the incident of the last race meeting. We touched a little bit on it with Abigail.
Yes.
She did mention everybody's doing well. 2 incidents. How's it like after you know?
No, look, there was quite a bad crash. It went quite viral. The clip that was recorded of the crash.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that it happened. It was an engine blow-up that caused the oil spill in the first place.
Yeah.
And then the guys behind that, they just didn't see the oil and went down because we were so close behind. It's unfortunate. There were 1 or 2 injuries.
Yeah.
But nothing major, nothing serious. The worst injury was a couple of bones fractured in Zante's heel. And everyone else is all good.
And the mental fortitude for getting back into such a thing. What is that like?
No, look, it depends on the person itself, but I think a lot of people are just fix the bike, get on and go again. It's like one of those things that happens. When you race motorcycles, you have to accept that sooner or later you're going to be involved in an incident.
It's part of the sport.
It's part of the sport. Yeah. And we just make racing as safe as possible by putting all the protocols in place, having all the marshals, the flags, the lights, and everything that we need. So
it's not a sort of an incident that you kind of can prevent as well, because I mean it's quite hectic.
Yeah, look, it's unfortunate. It's not very often that the bike motor blows, but that one did let go. Conrad went through the casing. It's unfortunate. It happens
in the braking zone.
In the braking zone, yeah. So but we've taken steps to remedy the situation. So,
okay, all right. And today, obviously, with a sort of a new day, wet track. What's the vibe like?
Yeah, look, qualifying for the bikes took place yesterday, just when that rain came. So half the fields in both races didn't go out. So we've just completed the grids now for the Oaks that didn't go out.
Yeah.
We put them on the grid, in the back of the grid, in the championship sequence.
Yeah.
So they'll be on the grid like that. But yeah, with the track being wet, it's a bit dicey because it's not wet enough for full wets.
Yeah.
And it's too wet to dry, so it creates that intermediate zone where it becomes quite slippery.
Yeah.
And I've also just heard that there was a previous oil spill this morning, so that's throwing another.
So from a veteran, for those that's watching, going into the race meeting, what should you prepare? Tire pressure wise, anything you want to change on the bike, make it soft for the wet?
Yeah, look, for race 1, the track will probably still be a bit damp, but we only racing at past 11, so hopefully it will dry out by then. But if the track is still damp, the guys might go a bit softer on the pressure. Some guys, if it's depending on how wet the circuit is, some guys might even put the wets on.
Yeah.
But it depends on the person, and if they've got wets, and it makes a big difference if your wets are already on rims.
Yeah.
Because if you have wets but they still have to be fitted on rims, it takes so long.
It does take a while.
So it depends on the guys what the plan is.
Absolutely. Just getting quickly into the championship. I mean, how's it looking at the moment? We're around 6. We've got a couple to go. I know that Abigail is sitting second in her championship in the 300s. Superbikes on here today. And the others?
Yeah, look, the Superbikes are sitting out today. It's their turn to not race for this event. But in terms of the other championships, Abigail is up there, and Nicholas Hutchings is leading the 650 championship. So,
is he the one that blew the motor?
He's the one that blew the motor from the lead of the race at the last event.
Well, I mean, it's
so he's on a different bike today. They didn't manage to get that engine fixed or replaced. So he's on a borrowed bike.
Okay.
And he'll be out there trying to fight for the win.
Right. Well, all the best for today. Everything, all the best. We're sure it's going to be an amazing race meeting. Make sure you guys keep on the black stuff.
Yes, we'll try. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Thank you so much. Right, that's our resident bike guru. I'm going to grab my...
Can I come back?
Our 19 Shining Armor.
Can I come back and join you guys again?
I'm just having a look at the sports and GTs. I mean, it's been absolutely amazing.
Craig Jarvis leading us over the 119 on his last lap. His best time 119.253. That's on his last lap.
That is in response to Nick Adcock's 119. So you can already see even during nothing in it, literally in the qualifying.
Somebody's blowing us kisses here. Yeah. We got Frankie joining us over here. Yeah, please. We got Gaza blowing kisses. But Frankie, we're just talking about Craig Jarvis leads us off. Nick Adcock in second place. David Joubert. So those 3 guys are within a second of each other. But Craig Jarvis and Nick Adcock within 2/10 of a second of each other going into this. Craig Jarvis, the person that Nick Adcock is coming for, and that's exactly that 2/10 of a second apart.
Yeah, I just got here a short while ago, been sort of setting things up upstairs. So I've seen the guys have gone out to practice, but I qualify. But I see the GTI boys are getting ready to qualify.
Why does it look like they're doing? You know when they're doing this? Why does it look like they're doing this? They are ready to go.
No, they're ready to do battle.
There's a feeling in the pits, isn't it?
Tiny was saying to me, Ryan van Eden showed me a photo earlier, trashed the car on Thursday in practice and had a lot of work to do to get that one sorted out. So I hope the car's here.
I heard the car's written off.
Yeah, that's possible. I haven't seen anything yet, but I'm just saying that's one of those incidents.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the weather's clearing up. It rained a bit last night there by us, and looks like we're going to be in for a good day's racing.
I think so. Yeah, look, just looking at a couple of the GTI Challenge guys, there is a wow.
That's a piece of art.
That is a piece of art, and we were just chatting a little bit earlier about that particular car before we get into the GTIs. Nick Adcock is in a brand new car. He's bought a car just to challenge that car.
Yeah.
And that's a 106 car. That car can do 106s. We know he's not going to get there, but I mean,
now look, that car, yes, as you say, Stewie White did a 106, 106.4 if I'm not mistaken. And Craig has done a 108 or something, 108 odd. So that's his quickest time is a 108 in that Janetta. And I saw the photo on Facebook of Nick's car, and it's going to be game on between the two of them. Craig is going to have to lift his game, that's for sure.
I honestly think if you're at home, and if there's anything that's going to bring you here, is come have a look at Nick Adcock. Not only can Nick drive, I mean, Nick is a world-renowned driver. He drives all over the world, many endurance. But to see that car going toe-to-toe with Craig Jarvis's car, I think it's going to be a spectacle.
Yeah, it's going to be very spectacular.
You know,
I think all the other sports cars just move out the way. These guys do their own thing.
Because you're going to see legitimately fast cars battling it out. Yeah. And again, at the front end of the field, it's going to be quite exciting. We've got as you say, the GTI Challenge guys are about to go out. I saw the all clear, but they haven't left the pits yet. The revs are coming up. It looks like the guys are waving, and it's time to go qualify for GTI Challenge. Hopefully, right next to Frankie over here somewhere is the list of names and the speeds. Dexter, let's keep an eye on this and walk people through it, because I think there's going to be an exciting qualifying.
It's going to be and now already I'm seeing a couple of doors being bashed in. Already I see a brand new car, the little black car of Wayland over there. That's new Class C car.
Yes. Wait. That's a new Class C car, but it's your old car, isn't it?
But I mean,
I want to just say something about these two guys sitting here. If you missed the last Rallycross that we had, these two gentlemen, absolutely world class. They were nose to tail in those BMWs of theirs. And the 8th of July is another full day of Rallycross. We'll see these two guys go one-on-one again.
I can't wait. It was fantastic. And thanks to you, Frankie, for delivering. We actually heard the commentary was amazing, what you were saying about us. Thank you very much.
But just emptied, which means that the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge boys are out on circuit, and this is going to be entertaining stuff. Your Class A, you've got Skull Caldenace, Kai van Sale, Umpi, Dylan Jabez, Clinton Besaid, Nathan Victor, Ian Cup. That's just your Class A. Class B, anybody can win here. You've got Zaki Hendricks, Mohammed Kalfay, Mario Roo, Ryan probably won't be racing, Greg van der Skyf, Mark Thompson, Tate Bishop, man, and then there's about 15 Class C cars, if not more, out there.
So let's talk about Class A. Yuri has been untouchable in that class for years now, it seems. What are the other guys? Who's going to be able to give you a challenge?
I don't know. Last year, or should I say the year before last, Marco Busi said to me, Frankie, I've been driving my car 11-10s.
Wow.
And I cannot catch him.
That's a bold statement.
So, it's
and obviously
the guy
the Class A cars don't hold it back.
Yeah, we thought that Clinton Besaid would give him a go this year, and Clinton has, but still not able to get past.
He always finds a way.
He just finds that special way.
If you look at race 2 of the last race meeting, I think they were in the reverse grid. He started P4, P3. He worked his way to the last 2 laps. That he came and he actually took it. I mean, it was absolutely a fantastic race.
You know what, gents? It's all about setup.
Yeah.
As you guys know yourself, Tertius van Tonder, good couple of years ago, race challenge Class C.
I remember, yeah.
And he ran in the front of Class B.
Come on.
And everybody said the damn car's illegal.
Yeah.
There was nothing wrong with the car. It was 100% perfectly legal. Tertius could set the car up.
Yeah.
And I think this is what we got here in Umpi.
And so
exactly the same thing.
So often they say with race cars that you don't just get into a race car, you need to wear the car. It's a tailor-made suit for you. For the driving style, for the track, for the way that you drive the car. It's very, very specific.
Become one with the car.
There we go.
Yeah.
You know?
Another guy that's also brilliant at it who's sitting in England now.
Another guy that's brilliant is Jesse Haggett.
And that is that is a Kwesi Weyers.
Yes.
Yes.
He's taking part in the World Championships.
Yes.
I think it's next weekend in Ipswich.
As the E36 Cup guys say, our champion.
Now, okay, that car was built for him over there.
Yeah.
But
Oh, wow.
Kwesi in Cape Town builds them, sets them up, and races them. That is an art.
Yeah, that is art. Yeah. I think he's racing in Ipswich if I'm not
The
mistaken.
World Hot Rod Finals, yes. And it's a 75-lap race, so you must know. Dean Woods of them of Speedworth, they built that car for him.
So I've been watching a little bit on Facebook, seeing what's happening on
When
the
is the
East.
race actually?
I think
It's next weekend.
Next
if my
weekend,
facts are
yeah.
right,
He's
yeah.
a week ahead of time already.
Yeah, he went there. He's taken part in a local race already. 29 cars in the end at 8. And they haven't stepped into that car before. So now, once they've got that thing sorted out, trust me.
And that's without setup.
Trust me,
exactly
trust
what
me,
we're saying here. That's without setup.
But that's something else. Today, as the sun comes up, this is something we've got to
We're getting
get.
distracted by all this racing talk. But let's get back to Yuri Swat in front over there with a 129.6 so far. They've just got started. We've got Paul Lehman over there walking through the shot. How's it, Paul? And then Nathan Victor, another one. But let's talk about Class B now. Who are we going to have in Class B? That's
You can't mention Class B without mentioning Zaki. I mean, he had it pretty much his own way. For the longest time, there's a lot more competitors in Class B now, folks, than there was before. You know,
there you
2
go.
or 3.
Zaki in the lead of Class B.
Yeah. Mohamed Kalfi was there, Mark Thompson, Brett van der Schuif, Tate Bishop, of course, and of course, Mario Roos being in Class B now. Was Mario Roos not in Class C before?
Yes, he
Class
was.
C, then he was in Class A, and now he's in Class B, yes.
Yeah, okay. Then we got Dylan van Eden leading us off in Class C. I think Dylan might be the guy to beat today. He was telling me that Mark Fontini is also very, very fast. But look at that list of cars there. But I'm supporting Dylan on this one. I've been chatting to him quite a lot the last couple of months, and maybe I'm a little bit biased, but I just think he's leveled up as well. And he's got the ability to also set up his car and drive it.
Yeah.
At the last event, Dylan van Eden and Mark Fontini was bumping door handles going down the main straight into turn 1. So that's going to be awesome. Nur Abbas should be in that fight as well. So should Razik Harris. Matthew Rowe will be in there. Daniel Muna. Faisal Jacob should be in that fight. And Suleiman Effendi as well. So I
is
think,
he here? Oh, nice.
Well, his name is on the list. I'm just working according to the program. I don't know if he's out on track
I don't
or not.
see Suleiman on the timing sheet
All
at
I'm
the
saying
moment.
is if he is here, then he will be a role player.
One person we can't rule out, of course, is Razik Harris.
Is he here today?
Yeah,
He's been
Razik,
racing Polo
yes.
Cup.
I did see him there. I think he's in 2 classes. He's in Class C as well as Clubmans as well.
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
in the
Yeah.
Cool Touch Racing car over there, and Razik unfortunately had an incident in Polo Cup, but he is back here today according to the list, and hopefully he can get back on circuit. He's not making any times at the moment, but let's go through those leaders once again. The Bullion IT car in first place with Yuri Swart in Class B, in Class A, in Class B, bad performance. Mohamed Kalfi now leads us off with Zaki Hendricks in 4th place. So this is not going well for Zaki. Dylan van Eden, as it said, Dylan van Eden in the RVE digital marketing car in first with Daniel Muna, who's been racing for quite a while now. He's trying to get in front there, the API Property Group car in 2nd place.
Frankie, I just want to ask you something. In your experience, is a new guy in Class C, and you've obviously seen countless number of GTI Challenge races, and there's somebody sitting at home watching this and wants to get involved in Class C in Challenge. What would you tell the guy out there coming into a race? What should he expect? Where should he put his mind at? You know, from the tower, it's a different view from the driver's seat and from the paddock. What is it like from up there?
From up there, it's chaos.
Yeah. I mean,
You
it's good.
don't see what I see. You got 7, 8, 9, 10 cars in a row. You just see what is in front of you.
Yes.
The guy that's ahead of you, if there's anybody ahead of you. What we see is a train of cars, everybody on the same pace. If you step out of line, you won't lose a position, you lose 7.
Wow.
Because everybody's on the same pace. So, obviously you need to come to a challenge meeting, find out the spec of the car, build it, go out on the circuit and pray.
GTI Challenge, for those guys who are a bit more serious about competitive racing, it's a good stepping stone. We see the karting boys coming into GTI Challenge over the last few years. There's been so many karting prodigies, Yuri Swart being one of them, coming into Tate Bishop, another one Angry Racing, karting of course. So there's a lot of karting talent coming into GTI Challenge.
Back in the day, the Boosie brothers also came across, Mario, Marco and Dario came across from karting as well. So that seems to be the stepping stone now from
definitely. I mean,
karting, either Libras or they go straight to GTI Challenge.
We can't not mention karting and don't mention Faisal Jacobs. I mean, he owns a karting.
Century Karting and Kenilworth.
Well, guys, on that note, Frankie, we're going to let you go. Thanks so much for joining us. And feel free to pop in if the opportunity arises. We'd love to hear from you. Ladies and gentlemen, Frankie,
I see Lance Jonas of the biker section. Let's see if we can't get hold of Lance.
Yeah, we're going to try and get Lance. We're going to try and get him. But you know, he's a celebrity, so it's a bit difficult to lock him down.
I'm going to leave you to Lance. You guys can sort Lance out.
Lance Jonas, how's it going? Yes, sir. You are looking sprightly and ready to go, sir. You've had an interesting couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's been hectic, eh? I mean,
for those that don't know, tell us how your few weeks have gone. I see even your jacket is protective.
So the year started off with a crash in race 1. Race 2, I came back nice. Had a fantastic race.
Race 2? Race event 2?
No. Race 2 of event 1.
Oh my goodness! So crash race 1. Same day, back again.
Okay, and had a fantastic dive with David Enticott for race 2. Then the second race meeting of the year, I finished both races, if I can remember correctly. Then the third race meeting of the year,
which was the last one?
No, which was the one before that.
The one before, yeah.
For some reason, I don't think I rode. And then the last race meeting, everything was sorted out. I had the bike resprayed, I had my new leathers on, blah blah blah.
And got another new leathers.
And then race 1, absolute carnage. So I think of the 8 races this year, I've finished 3 and 3 crashes, and that includes the one from last year when I broke 5 ribs. So the last 6 months have been rather hectic.
Wow, and this is why you're wearing a jacket in the pits with protection on the shoulders. Got to look after the body.
You never know what's going to happen around here.
Safety first, folks.
Yeah.
But Lance, before we go on, I just want to update the viewers out there. They can see the time. Yuri Swart takes pole in Class A at this stage. Mohammed Galfi takes a pole in Class B at this stage with the favourite Zaki Hendricks. Brent van der Skype with a solid result in 3rd there at the moment. So he's going to be happy with that. Mark Fontini giving Daniel Munna in 2nd and Dylan van Eden a solid run for their money. So Mark Fontini at the moment in 1st place in Class C. GTI Challenge result should be on your screen. Qualifying happening right now. Let's get back to Lance over here. So now the crash has happened. What's going through your mind?
The whole week I just said all I want to do this race meeting is finish 2 races. That's all I want to do. I've been racing since 1986, I think, somewhere around there. I've never gone 6 months with so many crashes. And look, 2 of them were my own fault. The last one wasn't really my fault. The last one was actually quite funny because my bike wasn't handling too nicely, so I was probably about a second or 2 behind the guys that crashed. And as I came over the rise into turn 2, I just saw bikes and bodies and all sorts, and I was going, yes, today I'm going to podium. And the next thing I knew, I was on my arse.
That's the thing about oil, though. I think fluid on the circuit, the wrong type of fluid. People don't realize that, and I didn't realize it either until you hit it, and I hit it in a car. The grip just disappears.
No, it's gone. You can't say that. I laugh sometimes when you see a guy go through oil and he gets it a bit sideways on a bike, and then he makes it through, let's put it that way, and the commentators tell you how well he saved it. He saved absolutely nothing. The guards were on his side.
The grip comes back sometimes, eh? It just comes back and then you're good.
Yeah, when there's no oil. But
Yes.
I mean, as long as there's oil or fluid on the circuit, you're just going to keep on sliding. And the thing with a motorcycle, as soon as you get to a certain angle of the tire,
It's over.
It's going to go. If you're sort of upright, you might get a bit of a wobble and carry on. But when you properly leaned over and you hit the oil, there's no coming back from that.
So that's something that I'm getting my head into now. The mindset that you guys have to have going into the race is that it could happen. There could be oil on the track.
Yeah, you actually don't even think about that, eh? I mean, like yesterday, for example, for qualifying. So I came down here for the last session, which I think was at about 3 o'clock. And then we qualified at 10 past 5, and the clouds were coming in. So we obviously look at the yield, and then the yield was sort of
the copy.
Yeah, about 10 minutes before our session, it started drizzling. I got my mate in the pit next door to help me. We just swapped out rims quickly, and I went out in the wet in qualifying because I needed to be as far up the grid as possible.
Avoid some of the chaos.
Unfortunately, only 6 or 8 of us went out to qualify.
I
qualified on pole. So, so at least I'm in it.
In it to win it.
In it to win it 100%. So I think both races today are going to be tight.
And that's what Abby mentioned, is that you've come back strong. It's got to be good for the mental fortitude. It's got to be good for the mentality. Lots congratulations on the pole.
Thanks.
Paul, we look forward to seeing the race. And yeah, we look forward to you finishing both races today.
Thanks, buddy.
Let's make that happen.
Righto.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
Good luck. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Lance Jonas coming back after what was a very, very interesting last race. Adventurous. That's a good
Listen, but you know, one thing about the bikers that I like, and we've just wrapped up our interviews. We've got about 11 or 12 minutes left, so we're going to be just chatting for 12 minutes. I like about the bikers is that they are so joyful.
So joyful.
I mean, if you look
They really are.
They are, yeah. He's got pink socks on, he's got shoulder pads.
He has got pink socks on.
No, he does have pink socks on. With
I
neon
didn't even
shoes.
notice. I was focused on the wise words that he was.
All of them, they are super. They're always wearing funky hats. You know, it's really a nice vibe.
That's a nice vibe. It really is. It really is. And that is what the circuit is all about. Bringing the good vibes here, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking around the Paddock area now. The Formula Libras are about to make their way out into qualifying, and they'll be starting shortly. Not that many cars lined up yet.
Yeah.
But Formula Libra, a good stepping stone again for the karting guys, and open top racing. One of my favorites, certainly, to learn racecraft. Just
it's
wonderful.
Crazy,
it's crazy. But the guys are getting ready to go now. What else can we look forward to today? We've spoken about classics, we've spoken about sports and GT, we've spoken about Libra, GTR Challenge. What else have we got going on here
today? Of course,
today?
we cannot not talk about the Clubmans racing. I can confirm, though, there is a dry line that just sort of gone around the track now, so the track is drying up very nicely. After the sports and GT cars have left, they have left a nice solid dry line, so that's there. And I think as the day progresses, it's going to get even better. There is shards of blue everywhere. The copy is not grey. If you don't know what the copy is, there's a little mountain right next to Killarney. If that's grey, we got rain.
Yeah.
If it's clear, we're good to go racing.
And we're good to go at the moment by the looks of things.
We are.
The sun really is peeping out. The skies look blue. And I don't mind being at the track on a day like today. It's a little bit chilly, but you just got to get your nice new jacket and keep warm, and then
really
fine.
hot, then it's a bit unpleasant because you got to duck and dive for shade. When it's really cold, you're ducking for the rain. But this is perfect. I mean, it's good for the cars. Number one, turbo cars are loving this.
Oh, they are absolutely loving this.
You know, it's just the bikes. I think the bikes are a little bit sketchy. But getting back into what we can expect today, Ernie. Clubmans racing has been obviously one of the best. It's one of the biggest field out there. And one name that I've seen on the list that's nice to see back is Kwesi Swanepoel.
Oh,
in that Toyota Lexus. I mean, he was supposed to be at the last race meeting. The one that you missed. Yeah. The Kwesi Swanepoel. The actual, the son of the Kwesi Swanepoel. KSD development.
KSD.
So he's back. I mean, the Class A cars are really nice and fat.
Cody Albert's in there as well. Shane Smith.
Marco Retta. This is a brand new car that NDT Racing have put together for him. This is his second race meeting with that car.
I saw that car.
Beautiful.
Sounds so nice. I heard the diff clunking and clicking as he turned in the pit area over here. So they've obviously got like a quaif or something in the back.
It's funny because a lot of the guys I've spoken to that run these BMWs that don't have an M3 factory, they all run a lock diff, and they prefer the lock diff because, as you would know, LSD is very difficult to get hold of.
Yeah.
And they can't take the punishment of that constant pulling and tugging of the slick tires for 15 minutes at a time.
I see.
So they tend to go off and they tend to brake. So what the guys do is they just lock. And yes, it is possibly a little bit slower mid-corner speed, I would imagine, you know.
Yeah.
But
I'm never going back to lock diff, bro. My lock diff days are behind me. I tried it. don't like it.
It's fast in certain places, right? But in most other places it's not. And you really have to adjust your style of driving for a lot
100%, and I think that's what the guys have had to do.
One of the guys that have done that, sorry, Ernie, is a resident Class C car. That's Eugen Gasport with a BMW E46. Now, Eugen came from a Subaru sort of a background. Really a swivel chair guy. He doesn't really do racing, but now he's got involved with racing. He's got his full family behind it.
Nice.
Crashed the Subaru.
Not so nice.
Not so nice. Jumped into a E46, open diffed, and then went to a locked up. So he doesn't know the potential of an LSD.
Oh my goodness me.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So he's grown accustomed to the locked diff.
So he has driven the car with the locked diff, so that's fine. Once you get used to it, that's fine. As we hear the Formula Libra guys heading out at the moment there. I also saw what looks like a car. I'm just trying to see if that name is on here. I don't see the name here. And I saw a BMW earlier that was looking fantastic. It was the Dolenschenk car, I think.
Yes.
But I don't see the name on the list here.
I think that's a Class X car. I think it's a lady driver, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, no, I don't see
Mia, there we go. Mia Bench.
Okay, so she's driving Virtual 5 car. Yes. Isn't that the ex-Dolenschenk car?
That is the ex-Dolenschenk car. Now, there's a funny story with the car. You look at the car, it looks like an E90. The line is actually an E36. So what they've done, very cleverly, they've gotten the E36 chassis and bolted on somehow with a hammer and whatever at the front end of an E90.
Is that what that is?
That's exactly what that is.
I thought it was just an E90 with some...
But it's fantastic. The car goes really well. I mean, the Dolenschenk boys can pedal. Troy and I think it's Josh.
Yeah. I think Josh was driving that one.
Yeah.
Troy's been doing the single-seaters and the sim racing and getting incredible success. Even he just won the Nationals as well, so the Dolenschenk flag is flying very high these days.
I mean, if your pit is close to the WPMC Boma, you
Yeah, there's that access, that zone 1. That zone 1 access.
Yeah.
Speaking of someone that's always in the zone, we've got Frankie's Funky Photos here, just snapping some pics up. So go check him out for pictures of the day and others. And Frankie I'm posing for one of Frankie's pics at the moment. Frankie will be here today for the rest of the day and taking pictures. And somewhere that you're going to see these pictures are going to pop up on social media.
Absolutely. Kiara van Niekerk, and we cannot mention Wingfield Motors' ever-present Class C car. I mean, she's really grown leaps and bounds from stock cars, from a Mini, all the way to a Uno, then to Class E, then to Class D.
Winning the championship last year.
Winning. So she's challenging in the Class C. I think she's almost leading the Class C Clubmans racing at the moment. Gary Smith is there in the truck port. That's older Gary. And of course, the son, Shane Smith, he had a nice big off coming out of turn 4 at the last race meeting in race 1. Got it sideways, pegged it a little bit of the left wheel on the gravel. Obviously, straight into the Hop Motorsport garage. Sent the front of the car, but a chest issue, but he was fine. He's back in the game, he got the car, the car's good to go. Class A competitor of note. Cody Alberts, you mentioned him, you cannot discount Cody Alberts.
No, you cannot. Cody in the E46 BMW.
Daddy Cody, almost.
Oh, is it Papa Cody.
You know what I mean?
so the wife is expecting, if I'm not mistaken.
The wife is expecting.
Okay,
wife,
congratulations.
Crew chief, wife, mechanic.
Number one supporter. that to me is a motorsport wife like that. It's what you want. One supporter.
It's what you want. I'm blessed with one. Thank you very much. I'm older. You need one. So if anybody. We can't not say Jesse Huggett. I mean, Jesse Huggett is ever present.
Yeah.
Had gearbox issues. Ernie, he's looking actually for a limited slip diff for that Jetta so that he can actually compete and put all 91.
Wait. How's it, Uncle? How's it, Uncle? Paul Harold over there. Is he running an open diff in that car?
Man is running an open diff.
No ways that
man is running an open diff on 13-inch tires with 190 kilowatts against turbocharged BMWs in a Jetta from 1991.
He sits with him, and then when he comes through turn 4, he waves at the family. There's one race, and I'm sure I shouldn't mention it, but there's a race from a while ago where every time he comes through turn 4, it's a couple of years ago, so he waves at someone in the crowd. Every time he comes through turn 4 in the middle of the race.
He was waving at me.
Yeah, there we go. But JC Huggett, the legend of the sport, one of the most winningest champions in South African motorsport history, finds himself here in a car that's just unmatched to the competition and yet still finds a way to battle.
I think if you put someone else in that car, someone that can potentially also drive but not as quick as him, I don't think that they're going to be as quick as Uncle Jesse. He knows how to extract 191 kilowatts.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It is.
It really is amazing.
If
So
you
he
ever-
gets a locked of, Alice in there.
If ever you got the opportunity somehow on YouTube, I'm sure this video is out there, to watch Uncle Jesse drive that car with the in competition, you'll see how relaxed he is. There's no jerky. Everything is super
There's
smooth.
no fat. Yeah, that's very nice. His technique is very solid, and that's what you get when you become a champion. That's the championship mindset, the championship technique. And the thing is, one thing I've noticed about him is that he switches off the alter ego when he gets out the car.
Yeah.
Once he gets out the car, then he's super relaxed. When I met him the first time, this man lived opposite Jesse Hagen. I meet Jesse Hagen for the first time. He's like, Uncle Jesse, come over. I'm like, oh my God, that's Jesse Hagen. And he is so relaxed. But once he's in that car, it's go time.
Absolutely.
The Mag Workshop, how's it going?
Absolutely.
Mitch, how's it going, Mitch? So as you can see, we're always greeting different people over here. That's what the vibe is about. Come join us here at the circuit. As we see Darren Liebenberg leading off Class C, and then Nick van der Westhuizen in Class V, DJ Boyson, Byron Mitchell battling it out in Class S in those really fast Formula Libras, but Class V is the one to watch with Nick van der Westhuizen. 134, his best time at the moment.
Yeah.
But Donovan Ramsey did a 133, his best time. So my timing sheet over here needs to update itself. Looks like it. Let's do another bit of a tap there. But Class V getting led by Nick van der Westhuizen. Yeah. According to this, but it's quite strange. Donovan Ramsey does seem to have a better time. I'm not quite sure what that's about, but these guys are still doing qualifying, so watch out for that. You can probably see it on your screen over here, the qualifying on track right now.
One other person that we want to mention, of course, is Razik Harris, keeping the Class A guys in check in Clubmans. And he's got a super quick golf. He just rebuilt that car, I think, a couple of times over. And he's not shy to put that car door to door. I think he should come to Rallycross with
That's the kind of sport where door to door is kind of normal. Ask him, I door for banging the last.
I did a door, by the way.
It wasn't my fault. And the nice thing about Rallycross, you're like, sorry about your door, bro. I mean, my door's also broken.
Let's geek a little bit about Rallycross.
Yeah,
How good, isn't it?
I know, it's super fun. I've been loving the season so far. Been learning a lot. It's the kind of driving that I'm not good at, but we've had to learn and figure it out because you got to combine track driving with dirt driving and wheel-to-wheel racing, rally, but wheel-to-wheel rally. And it's very difficult to mix and get the formula right. You figured out the formula a while ago, and now you start to tweak your car.
I've got a word for you. I mean, I kind of figured it out that you got to look at it at adaptive racing. It's evolution racing, it's adaptive racing, because you got to constantly adapt your driving style in the different formats of different parts of the track. And that's exactly what Ernest is talking about. There's a part of the track where it's a Clubman race. There's a part of the track where it's a drag race, and obviously that's the start, where we're gunning it for that first corner. Then there's a part of it where we are drifting. It's a Formula D event. And then there's a part of it that's a rally event, you know?
Yeah.
So you got to constantly adapt your driving style, and it boils again down to that tailor-made race style for you know, because we all drive differently.
Yes.
You taught me, and I drive a little bit similar to you, but with different aspects. So you got to sort of tailor-make your car to the way that you drive. And then, of course, extracting that power.
Become one with the car.
Become one with the car, you know? And we had a good row, you and I, at the long race. If you haven't done it, go check it out. It's absolutely amazing.
We're posting the video of that event on Friday coming. You can go to my channel performances page, punt, a shameless punt, to check out the rest of the season where this man was winning every single race without fail. But now we're starting to battle each other out a little bit, and there's more guys coming into the fray. The fields are getting bigger, and we'd like to invite guys. It's one of the cheapest forms of motorsport to come try out. If you've got a car, you can join the Rallycross to the tarmac section, and if you want to jump over, then you're considering now jumping over to Sports and GT.
We want to jump back into Sports and GT, but maintain obviously the Rallycross. And where is it all going, Ernest? We're obviously going. There's a prize at the end of this. I mean, that's obviously
the world stage.
World Rallycross, man.
The world stage.
World Rallycross is coming here. We just come off the bat of a very successful Formula E event for Cape Town. Monetary-wise, has been amazing for Western Cape Motorsport and for the fraternity as a whole. So, heading into World Rallycross, I think it's going to be amazing.
Yeah,
you know,
I agree.
Rallying, literally, no pun intended, rallying behind motorsport.
Yeah, and the city of Cape Town is literally pushing motorsport, which is one of the reasons we have this wonderful facility for the next coming years, for the foreseeable future. Speaking of foreseeable future, the racing in the foreseeable future is going to be epic. We've got BMW 325IS, 2002, Datsun Triple S. That's the GX. GX. That's the GX shape. Then we got a Honda over there. We've got a Capri lined up. The classic boys, the sports and GT guys are getting ready as well. It's going to be an incredible bunch of racing. GTI Challenge. We got Clubmans. We got bikes. We've got lots and lots of action to look forward to today. Dexter, a final word from you before we hand it over to Frankie and the guys up in the tower.
If you're at home, get here, grab a ticket by the gate, go to quickbookticketmaster.com, grab a ticket. There are still tickets available, there's still prize spots available, and of course, the racing is going to be absolutely intense. We got literally each class has got 2 races to go, so we're about to start it. Get to Killarney Raceway.
Oh my goodness me, and we've got a car in the pit lane over here with what looks like a slow puncture in the front left. They're trying to frantically pump that tire up at the moment, and this is the kind of stuff that you see here. You get up close and personal.
What is nice
to
is
that
that somebody else is helping him, another driver is helping him, and that's his competitor.
Yeah, but that's what it's about. He's got the race boots on, busy pumping like crazy over there. The guys are getting ready for action. It is going to be an action-packed day today, ladies and gentlemen. And my name is Otis Page. This is Dexter Bruce, and this is the Killarney Power Series powered by Wingfield, and a special thanks to all our sponsors over there who make this event possible. We are about to go racing. We are about to hand it over to Frankie and the guys. Let's go watch some motorsport. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go racing.
More Ford Mustangs in the form of 30 Mouton, Andrew Honeywell, the front engine Porsche, the Chevy Silverhawk, of course that Jacques Mouton, excuse me. He looks a little further down the grid when they were coming down the back straight now. Hopefully he can get that car up into its correct position. King of the front wheel drives in there, Bruce Van Taplin in that Toyota with the front splitter. That's a new addition for this year. He only raced one race this year without that. But Uncle Phil, Dr. Phil himself, comes through that right-hander at Pertamina Fastron. And he will peel right before the lights go out, and away we go for the start of this race day here, the Power Series. Smile, 90.4 FM, Wingfield Motors, best price for my car. They come towards the bridge now. There are 6 lights because there's a little light on the main straight and the 5 main red lights. When those go all out simultaneously, we are ready to go for 8 racing laps here today. Let's see them go. All hell will break loose around about now. Yes, away we go. Listen to that symphony off of the grid. It's going to be Michael Hitchcock that should take the whole shot into turn 1. Watch out behind him for Donadio. Will he come up into second place? Yes, he will. The Granada of Aiton Bogart is in 3rd position, ahead there of the Eric Mouton de Ville. Then we have in what is 5th position the Porsche, but look at now the battle for second already. On the outside of Donadio is the Granada. Will he push it through? No, he goes too wide over there, and Donadio is already challenging for the lead of this race as he comes out of the turn 2 section through the kink and into the Interceptor turn 3 section now. Watch them all barrel down into that place. All right, so here we go. It's Mouton from the Porsche behind him. Then we have 30 Mouton in the Mustang ahead of Bruce Van Taplin. The battle for the lead rages on though, and he just gets cut off the Mustang, of course. He gets cut off the Mark 1 as he comes through right now, but I think there could be a little bit of a problem for that Mustang as they barrel down the back straight now. Aiton Bogart is in the slipstream as they go towards turn 5. Turn 5 on the outside, he will then run, and will he take the lead? No, he won't. So it will mean that Donadio will hold the lead for now As we look a little bit further back off of them, it is going to be Hitchcock, and then we have the DeVille of Eric Mouton as they come down to the straight. There comes the Porsche pass as well now. The Fairlane will follow suit, and the Fairlane, of course, is the 63 of Aiton Bogart as they cross the line to start second lap of the race. We go now into turn 1. There's some lock-ups over there. Oh, and a fishtail there. A little bit of out of shape for Aiton Bogart as he lets that place go into second place. So it's going to be Hitchcock that's back up into second position. Coming into turn 2 now, Donadio's got quite an advantage ahead of the Michael Hitchcock Mustang. But the battle for third place now is the one to watch, as I can see a little bit of bodywork, I think, being rubbed there by a wheel of that Chevy DeVille as they come right through into turn 3 now. Turn 3. And it's very close over there. But look at the battle behind them coming through turn 3 now. It is the Ford Fairlane as that smoking DeVille comes through now into turn 4. I think that is bodywork that is rubbing against the tyre. I speak under correction over here, but that's allowed that Porsche 944 of Andrew Honeywell to close up the gap over here, and there is going to be a pass, looks like it, into turn 5. Pertamina, Fastron, Aiton Bogart on the outside of Michael Hitchcock, but not close enough. That could allow the Eric Mouton DeVille to come closer, and of course the 944, the front engine Porsche. Look at the gap they have over there between themselves and that sole Ford Fairlane. The Fairlane is being driven there by Malcolm Aiton Bogart ahead of 30 Mouton in the Mustang. Here comes Bruce Avon Taplin now out of turn 5. He is ahead of that Anglia there as well. Bruce Avon Taplin of Wynand Nel crossing the line. 6 laps left to go. I see the Studebaker into turn 1 is going to have a move over here on Bruce Avon Taplin and take that position right away from him, and that will be up into 8th position. And the next target for him will be the number 7 position, the 68 Fairlane, Mustang of 30 Mouton. Let's get back to our leaders now. They're going through turn 4 at this time, and we'll just see the Studebaker Silverhawk going through that section first, and then Bruce Avon Taplin having a little bit of a battle there. Here comes the Fairlane, closing up to the Fairlane in turn 3 at the moment now. Coming onto the Tigerberg straight is 30 Mouton, so he's not going to be alone for long, is the Ford Fairlane. And look at the Studebaker Silverhawk right behind them as Bruce Avon Taplin fends off from Wynand Nel. And we'll see now the battle for second at the moment between the Mustang and the Granada. Look at this now. Malcolm Aiton Bogart is going to make surely a move into turn 1 on that Mustang of Michael Hitchcock. The fastest lap of the race, a 1:24.680 for the leader, Franco Donadio. But onto the inside, into turn 1 now. It's going to be Malcolm Aiton Bogart, Glenn Aiton Bogart, I should rather say, who takes second away from Michael Hitchcock.
Right, so working their way now out of turn number 1, racing down towards turn number 2. That's a fight for second, third, fourth and fifth positions heading down. Then it's a Glenn Aiton Bogart. Right behind him it's a Michael Hitchcock. Then Mouton, that big old DeVille is still smoking. Oh, it's going to lose its tail. It's wagging its tail around. I think that might be some smoke and not body work on tyre. And then he's got right in there behind him as they work their way out of turn 3, out of Interceptor corner. He has got that Porsche right in there of Andrew Honeywell as they work their way up to Tigerberg Straight, Byron, and into turn 4, the double right-hander saddle sweep.
Yeah, Honeywell actually a Class B car, mixing it with his Class A cars there, Frankie, and he's got a massive lead over the 63 of Malcolm Aiton Bogart in the Ford Fairlane. The Ford Fairlane comes into turn 4 now, saddle sweep, and he's nose to tail with that 30 Mouton Mustang. He's surely now 30 Mouton will take now a move on the back straight as they go towards turn 5. Now Pertamina Fastron. Meanwhile, coming there as well, Bruce Avon Taplin, one of the best of the front wheel drive cars. They are now making their way down the straight, and I see Wynand Nel is being passed at the moment there by what looks like one of the, I think that's the Rowe BMW coming through there, who's a Class X runner, Frankie.
Yeah, that's Robert Rowe, the BMW 2002 Turbo. that is busy working his way out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner. But it's Bruce Van Taplin, then it's Rowe in there behind him, then it's Wayne Arnell, and Dion Conradi is in there as well with the Conquest as they work their way down the home straight and into turn number 1. Brian Evans is in there as well, that with that Mark 1 Ford Cortina V's, and the quickest man out there with a 124.680 is still race leader Franco Donadio.
We've got 4 laps left to go, Frankie, here in this Lauda Classic Car race. Looking at Bruce Van Taplin now. That, of course, that's the battle all the way down when we talk about the Class C section of this race. Van Taplin's actually a Class B runner. I can see Conradi in Class C. He's joining up the battle there with Nell in the Anglia as we go. And then Brian Evans will be coming through as well. He's currently in 13th position. They go into the turn 3 section, interceptor corner. Look at a good look at the number 44 Anglia, and then Conradi onto that little Tigerberg straight as they go there between that.
And as we watch these guys making their way out of turn 4, saddle sweep, another quickest lap by Donadio, 124.484. Down the back main they go. Bruce Van Taplin. He's got Robert Rowe there with him. Wayne Arnell and Dion Conradi. There's Brian Evans, you see in shot as well, as that group of cars race down the back main towards turn 5 per Tamina Fostron.
Just crossed the line now again, Frankie. So a 124.4, the fastest lap of the race in this one over here. Look at Rowe all over the back of Van Taplin. Rowe, a Class X runner, 7/10 of a second between himself and Van Taplin the last time out. Yeah, they come down the back straight now. They will start the third last lap of their run, and he's not close enough to make any sort of a move. But I see now in turn 5, let's see them come through now. That is our leader that will be coming out of that section. No, it's going to be first the Sirocco that's under immense pressure here from Cliffy Bacon. That's Trevor Hutchings.
Now that's a massive fight as Cliffy Bacon, and then it's the Hutchings family that's in there with them as they head into turn number 1, and that is Trevor Hutchings and Lane Hutchings, and then that 5 Series BMW of Cliffy Bacon is in that fight, as well as that group of cars work their way up the Chabert Straight towards turn 2. Trevor Hutchings, Lane Hutchings, and Cliffy Bacon, and right in there behind him is Herman de Kock, and then that Beetle right in there as well as they work their way out of turn 2.
Don't forget the CRX of Mattia as well, and that car comes all the way out from Stellenbosch Drives on its own power here to Killarney every single time, as well as they all go through turn 3 now. Watch out for the Hutchings pairing, of course, father and son, father in the Sirocco, the orange Sirocco, son in the Mark II 8-valve Golf. As they come through turn 4, saddle sweep now onto the back straight. Donadio, I should rather say, has started his penultimate lap already, and I am just going to have to look out for him now. He must be going into turn 4 around about now. It's very difficult. He's going pretty quickly. Here he comes down the back straight now. Is Donadio.
Right, so sorry about that break, and thank you to Frankie for standing in. I was on a quick radio interview. I don't want to be too lorny about it, but yep. Donadio's out there, Hitchcock in second place, Aiton Bogart in that Granada sitting there down in third, Eric Baton down in fourth with that block of flats, that Chevy DeVille. Andrew Honeywell has the Porsche up in P5, and Glenn Bogart down in P6. So there's lots of tussles out there. Frankie Donadio is absolutely flying in that Escort. He just doesn't want to be opposed in any manner whatsoever. And he's got a massive gap between first and second.
It's the last lap now, Francois, and carving his way through traffic onto the Joubert Straight now. Going past Dave Rowley is our leader in the Mark 1 Escort, Donadio, in that familiar coloured Donadio, of course, the red, green and white, I should rather say, coming out of turn 2 now, clearing the traffic quite nicely. He's got Cliffy Bacon ahead of him there. And I think that's the Badine Datsun that also finds himself in that particular section at the moment. He'll be coming through turn 4 shortly onto the Tigerberg Straight. Oh, Cliffy Bacon is just going to stay on the racing line there. Blue flags will be waving frantically. He's flashing his headlights. Is Donadio just telling them, I'm coming through and you better make way.
Oh, we see Ferdy was coming out the back straight, going a little bit slow there. He gets out the way. Not sure what's wrong with that Mustang now as Donadio makes his way down in towards Ferdinand Fostron corner. Turn number 5. blue lights flashing there for the slow markers as he comes screaming past. And if I'm not mistaken, the checkered flag could be coming out. Indeed it is. The flag marshal is busy rolling out his checkers, and he will be hanging it out there for Franco Donadio. Donadio takes race number 1, heat number 1 of the day. That is the Lauda Classic Cars. And big shout out to the sponsor, Lauda Cars and Fine Investment Cars in Cape Town. My good mate Clint Lawrence, who heads up that organisation. We wait for second and third. Oh, very close here. It's Michael Hitchcock and Glenn Bogart go across the line there in the the Mustang and the Ford Granada alike.
Oh, dead heat here as well, Francois. Look at this, nose to tail, side by side. It's going to be the DeVille of Mouton that just edges out Andrew Honeywell's Golf Porsche across the line. That's 4th and 5th positions respectively. The Class B winner will be Honeywell. And then we wait now out of turn 5. I see here comes the Julia, the Alpha Julia. Then coming across the line now of also one of the Moutons.
Right, coming out of turn number 5 is Amalcamated Bogart in the Ford Thunderbird. He comes up towards us now, and he's done exceptionally well. He got push started at the beginning, but he's kept it together. He's come across in P6. Bruce Avon Taplin in that very quick Toyota Corolla, which has been known as the Frankie's Corolla. He goes through. Rowe goes through, Nell, and then we wait now coming out here. It looks like
Lane
Hutchings with Dad Trevor right up behind him, sniffing.
And it's going
to be a needle. This is a needle one up to the line. Trevor's going to try and slip him. Trevor steps out, but Lane's got the better of him. That Golf pulls the Sirocco over the line, and Lane Hutchings takes it from Trevor Hutchings.
All right, so 1-0 to son over father. And who's going to make dinner tonight? That's what we're going to find out
a little bit dinner,
later
but
on.
she might pull a bit of strings.
Yeah, she might. The dishes, especially the dishes, I can tell you that much. But that was our first race of the day. And of course, with the Lauda Classic Cars, they will start the post-lunch period as well. But that starts off our Power Series here in June at Killarney. And we'll be moving on in the program now. You'll see it on your screen shortly. Will be the Pirelli V8 Masters. Here we go. V8 Masters will be coming out next. And then buckle yourselves up over here for Thermofire's Clubmans Saloons. Spitfire Furniture, Sports and GT Cars, Calpon Formula Supercars, and the Bijou Trusty Fine Cars will join each other. The Bridgestone Super Twin Cup 650. The Bijou not the Bijou Trustees, I should rather say. The 300 motorcycles, the Super Sports. Then the South motorcycles with Clubman's Classics Breakfast Run motorcycles. There's no super bikes today. But then the Alert Engine GTI Challenge. The Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge, I'd rather say. And then, of course, the Formula Libra looking for a sponsor as we speak.
Right, so here we go with the Pirelli V8 Masters. Working their way out the track. They'll be coming out onto the circuit, I should say, pretty soon. Looking out from the commentary box window, there's a decent field of Pirelli V8 Masters that's lined up. And it's going to be stonker of V8 sounding motors that will work its way around Killarney International Raceway. Big thanks to Wingfield Motors. A big thank you to Best Price for My Car, City of Cape Town, Smile 90.4 FM, Porsche Club, Pertamina, Fostron, King Tony Tools, Interceptor, and all our other sponsors here at Killarney International Raceway, including our class sponsors as well. V8 Masters sponsored by Pirelli, and they will be working their way out onto the track pretty soon. So from the whole team to the people around the track and all the viewers that are watching at home, I know the last event was watched by overseas viewers as well, people from Indonesia, Cape Townians that are living in Indonesia was watching it, people from Cape Town that live in New Zealand was also watching the production, the UK, people in the States, and all over the world, even people in Norway, Cape Townians that live out there, was watching the last main circuit event brought to you by IMUSAT. And yeah, there was the last time I looked by, there was over 7,500 views, and that was the last event. I'm sure that's grown by now. And then you add this one to it as well. So we clearly be moving in the right direction with the live streaming.
Yeah, I think we are growing every single race event, Frankie, and it's great to have our online audience, but it's also great to have our audience that comes to the track. I see some cars on the embankments, and I see some dry fires going at the other side of the circuit as well. So we have a few diehards coming out here in this freezing cold weather.
Look, nothing beats being here. Look, it's awesome to watch it at home, but you got to smell that racing fuel here.
No, you want to hear the sounds not through your computer speakers. You want to hear them here. You want to smell everything, like you're saying, Frankie. You want to be feel the essence of motorsport.
You smell that dry place fire. You got to.
You got to be there. There we go. So we invite everybody who's watching, wherever in the world you are, save up, come down to Killarney, and see one of the most wondrous places in the world, a place we call home, and a place we're very proud of indeed.
Oh yes, for sure. Very proud of our home, and this is, as Gary always says, this is our lounge up here in the commentary box, with the view of good old Faithful over there, Table Mountain, and one of the best picturesque scenes you're going to find, or layouts, for any racetrack in this country. Right, so Pirelli V8 Masters will come out now. Fabio Tafani, Marcel Angel, Sean Moore, yeah, they're just recovering a few of the classic cars as well.
That was the Jan Blom Sierra that I was speaking of. That car stopped on the cycling lap, unfortunately, and did not take part in the Lauda Classic car. So he was there, we did see him. Unfortunately, some issues for that car, and they'll pull him back to the rightful home in the new pit complex, the Joubert pit complex.
Right, so we are about to go racing soon. As we were going through the list there, we said Fabio Tafani, Marcel Angels, Sean Moore, Alistair Brown, Jason Ibbotson, Dane Angel far down in P6, Manor Parsons, Michael Nell, Gary Thompson, Mark Vogert, Stuart Spooner, and then Brandon Dean. I think it's his second outing, Brandon Dean, in the APV Ford Mustangs.
No, there's 12 of them out there, Frankie. Of course, Fabio Tufani. I was actually thinking, we always had years ago in the early 60s, late 50s, Taffy von Trips. Of course, there's Wolfgang von Trips, who raced for Ferrari. We have Fabio Taffy Tufani here today. I think that's a nice little one there. It's my personal 2 cents or 1.5 cents worth.
No, it now starts off at 10 cents.
Starts off at 10
cents. There's no 1, 2, and 5s anymore.
They don't make them anymore, you're right.
No.
Anyway.
Not like back in the day.
That was finance for today. So yes, Fabio Tafani, the ever bright, ever challenging Fabio Tafani. Marcel Angel, a man who needs no introduction, Frankie.
Oh no.
What a character that everybody has known through the years. Started out many years ago as a karting legend in the gearbox karts.
Yes, and then the 250 Formula E Supercars, he became SA champion but that's now going back many years ago.
Along with guys like Derek Irving and them in the old days as well.
And Wade Nelson, who became world champion.
Yeah, I know, some great names out there. Alistair Brown, never count him out. Jason Ibbotson, also in the Autohouse Angel machine. Dane Angel, that's great to see. I remember Dane Angel. When I always think of him, I think of him in those Tony Kart colours back at karting years ago when I started karting here, which was about 50 years after Frankie started commentating. Okay, 25. Jeez, okay, there we go.
Gee, thanks, buddy. Really. Well, if you're not at Killarney, you need to be here, that's for sure. I want to say big thanks to all the photographers out there. They always do a stunning job. Aubrey De Bruin is out there. I think Frankie's out there as well, or Frankie Funky Photos. Colin Brown, Desmond Butler, just to name a few.
Was Patrick Vermark.
Patrick Vermark, yes. And then, of course, the IMUSAT team that is together with the commentary team. That's your media that will be bringing you this race event today.
And also as well, Gary Eagle Eye Fleming in the box with us as well.
Eye of the Tiger, baby.
Eye of the Tiger. With a voice and an eye to match, I can tell you that much. And they're roaring out of the pits now. The Joubert pit lane. onto the circuit they come. 8 racing laps lie ahead as they get as much heat into those tires as possible. Stomp on the brakes a little bit, generate the temps. Those brakes, of course, heat the wheel up, heat the tire up, and you get as much grip as you can. And there's a very cold morning here at Killarney.
Right, so as they work their way around towards turn 2, with these Fabio Tafani that leads them into turn number 2 with Marcel Angel in there behind him. There's Sean Moore. Sean's had a good outing the last couple of events in the Pirelli V8 Masters. Jason Ibbotson is in there as well. Then we've got the number 9 car that's been driven by Dane Angel. So both Dane and Marcel will be out there. Then Gary Thompson, he's in that 17. There's Menno Parsons. That's going to be pretty damn good stuff. It's going to be rolling thunder around Killarney as they work their way through turn 3, interceptor corner, up the Tigerberg Straight towards the double right-hander turn 4. That's Sarl Sweep.
Locking up a little bit over there.
Yeah, watching the monitor over here. Guys trying to get some heat into those tires, stomping on the brakes, locking up accidentally as they work their way through turn 4. Double right-hander, Sarl van der Merwe Sweep, or just Sarl Sweep as it's known as. We can see them out the back of the commentary box window as we watch them on the screen, working their way down the back straight, the Killarney Straight, towards Pertamina Fostron, turn 5, past the Wingfield Motors board, towards Fostron corner, Byron, turn 5.
Yeah, turn 5, and this will be their sighting lap. They'll do another warm-up lap because Phil Herold, the chief in his triber, will be taking them around for another lap, and then it will be time to go.
Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil. I called him Uncle Phil. He gave me a very crazy look at CHD the last time, and so I'm very careful to tread around Doc Phil.
Yeah, we're not going to call him the Dolphin anymore. We'll call him Dr. Phil.
Dr. Dolphin. Dr. Dolphin.
Dr. Dolphin.
Well, here comes Fabio Tafani now. Frankie, of course, in his familiar colours, of course, looking like the Golf colours. The Autohouse Angel cars. Ibbotson out there as well. Dane not running in the Autohouse Angel colours. That would be number 9.
Oh, that 9 car is standing out on the grid. That's Dane Angel. He sits there, he's standing there in P6. Just behind him, we've got Menno Parsons and then Michael Nell in the 64, just there on the outside of Menno Parsons. A man that flies fixed wing and helicopters. He's got a P51 Mustang that he calls Mustang Sally, that he campaigns as well with at air shows. So, helicopter pilot, fixed-wing pilot, and a racing driver.
And it's like I was saying the last time, Frankie, you know, a lot of old Air Force guys, very attracted to racing. You see it over the years as well. They've got that bravery in their hearts, and they come here and race at Killarney as well. So, Mustangs in the air, Mustangs on the tarmac. Here we go around for the warm-up lap.
Behind the safety car that is leading them now towards a turn number 2. That is Quarry Corner. And Fabio Tafani leads them towards a turn 2 with the Marcel Angel in there behind him, Sean Moore, Jason Ibbotson, Dane Angel. That's it, first group of cars working their way through turn 2. Menno Parsons, Michael Nell is in there, Gary Thompson. Then the 21, that's Mark Vogt. The 55 is Stuart Spooner. And the 53 at the back of the field, that's Brandon Dean. As they head out of turn 2, being followed there by the chase vehicle that will follow them for the opening lap.
Yeah, and you spoke about Dean. He's one of 4 silver class runners. Thompson is pole in class ahead of Vogt, Spooner, and then Dean will take 12th position as far as things are concerned. 12 cars out there, 8 of them gold class runners, 4 of them silver class runners. The pole man, Tafani, ahead of Angel, then ahead of Moore and Brown. That's row 2, Ibbotson and Angel. 5 and 6, Parsons and Nell. They come through Sarl Sweep now. Second race of the day. And they will gingerly make their way down the back straight, although they'll be trying to generate still as much heat as they can into the rubber before it is lights out.
Well, track temperature is pretty low at this point in time, so to try and generate some heat in those gumball tires, it's not going to be that easy as they work their way down that. How long do you think that Killarney straight is? About 700 meters? 800 meters?
800
I think
meters,
it's no longer than 800.
Yeah, I think Tiny and I were at one stage debating the length of the straight. It's long. There we go. That's all I can say.
So down now, they're bunching it up as they make their way out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner. There's a Fostron sign. Brought to you by Smile, 90.4 FM, Wingfield Motors. Here we go. Under the City of Cape Town Bridge, the safety car pulls off into pit lane. It's now in the hands there of Sean Moore. Byron, here they come. Take them away.
All right, lights are going to go out now, and away we go to the start of this race. Just getting the edge there as well, maybe ahead of Tafani, and a big lockup there for Marcel Angel. He'll go wide, and he'll have 2 cars go through on him, and Iverson will be up into third. Tafani will be leading the way as they go now onto the Joubert Straight, and that number 1 of Sean Moore will fall into second place as they go now into turn 2.
Yeah, and Dane Angel's trying to run around them on the outside of turn number 2. He sits there on the outside of Jason Iverson, just ahead there of Gary Thompson and Michael Nell as they work their way through the kink into turn 3, Interceptor corner. Through Interceptor they come now, working their way up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn number 4. And it in front as they dive through, it is still Tafani that sits there in P1. There you see them at the bottom of your picture. Down the back lane they go. It is Tafani, and right on his case, down the back lane is Sean Moore. Sean's going to dive up to the outside. That's not the racing line. He won't have the line when they race down towards turn 5. And right in there behind them through turn 5, Fostron in P3 is Autobus Angel machine of Marcel Angel.
Watch them as they come now out of turn 5. Across the line they then run. It is Fabio Tafani, and there's a big collision a little bit further back. I think that's the Dane Angel car that is involved over there. Across the line we go. Has there been damage on that car? No, not at all. He's going to make another move now on the number 17 of Gary Thompson.
Yeah, he's going to look up on the inside of Gary Thompson as he got the move made on him. Yes, the move sticks, and that car's battling. That car's gone off. He has gone off there in turn number 1. So that car, the number 9 car of Dane Angel, is in trouble. But as they work their way through the kink towards turn number 3, there's a massive fight there for first, second and third into Interceptor corner.
Yeah, Dane Angel's lost the rear wheel of that car. There are going to be yellow flags waving in that section now, Frankie. So unfortunately that car is broken. And here we come now into Saddle Sweep. It's Iverson that currently holds third at the moment. And look, nose to tail right behind them is Menno Parsons and Marcel Angel onto the back straight now towards turn 5.
Well, there's another fight that's working its way out of turn number 4, down the back main. That is Michael Nell, and he sits there on the case of the 21 car. Down the back main they go. That is a lovely fight there, as that is Mark Vogt as they race down towards turn number 5.
Yeah, so out of turn 5 and onto the main straight now. Fabio Tafani comes across the line. Fastest lap, a 1:18.303. 5 tenths, half a second between himself and Sean Moore as they go into turn 1. Then it's Iverson in third position. Watching behind them, coming through, it's Menno Parsons that's just been passed by Marcel Angel now. And then Michael Nell comes through, and Mark Vogt will be in 7th position as we go into turn 2.
Right, through turn number 2 they go. There's 5 cars. It's working their way out of turn number 2. It is Fabio Tafani through the kink. Goes Tafani towards turn 3. He's got Sean Moore right on his case. And then behind Sean Moore is Jason Iverson that sits there in that third place as they work their way up towards turn number 4. There they go through. There's Iverson. Right behind Iverson, it's Marcel Angel. And right behind him is Menno Parsons as the group Byron work their way down the back main towards fast strong corner, turn 5.
Watch turn 5. It's side by side as Tafani goes around on the outside and on the inside. It's Sean Moore. Sean Moore will come out of turn 5 in the lead of this race, but will he be able to hold it? They're still side by side. They're onto the main straight now, and the pass has been completed. But now grabbing the slipstream back into turn 1, it's going to be Fabio Tafani onto the inside once more, and he'll take the lead right away from Sean Moore with 5 laps left to go.
5 laps left to go, including the one they're on. They are still side by side. Oh, they know they're not. It's Tafani that has sneaked back into the lead again as they race down towards Quarry Corner, turn number 2. Right in there and getting closer to them now is Jason Ibbotson, and closing up on Ibbotson in P4 is Marcel Angel, and then behind him is Menno Parsons, and then working his way through turn 2 now is Michael Nell.
I can see now they're both Autohouse Angel cars here, Frankie. Dare I say it? I know it's not pro racing, but do we have some team orders coming over here between those cars, or is Marcel Angel going to have to fight his way through? We'll find out shortly as we go down the back straight now and barrel it down to turn 5. Here comes Sean Moore now, and he will come into the inside of Fabio Tafani and take the lead right away from the Fabio Tafani, but he goes a little bit wide over there, and then you'll see that Tafani will come right back at him underneath the City of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge, and will complete the lap ahead of Moore. But Moore in the slipstream towards turn 1 will not make a move, Frankie.
Not make the move at all. 116.212, car number 14, Marcel Angel in P4 is the fastest driver out there as the 2 leaders make their way towards turn number 2. Make it the 4 leaders, because they are basically nose to tail as they work their way out of turn number 4. And now Marcel Angel, who is the quickest man, is on the case of Jason Ibbotson. Through the kink they run towards Interceptor Corner, and that is Autobus Angel War out there for 3rd position.
He's 1.2 seconds faster than the leader at the moment, Frankie. Let's see them as they go onto the Tygerberg straight. Onto the inside goes Marcel Angel. He will take that position away. And down the back straight we then run. So the Autohouse Angel cars have swapped around. Sean Moore will barrel it down to the turn 5 section and take away the lead of this race. But for how long? No, he won't, because it looks like Tafani's just poked the nose ahead again. We'll see them from out behind the trees, Frankie.
Yeah, they come down into view now. Marcel Angel is in that 3rd place, and he's pulling away now from Ibbotson. When they cross the line, they'll have 3 more laps to go. Will he be able to catch him? And once again, Marcel Angel is the quickest man out there with a 116.212 as they exit turn number 1.
3 laps left to go, including the one they're on at the moment. And Marcel Angel, he finds himself 2.5 seconds off of Sean Moore at the moment. He's in 3rd position. Nose to tail ahead of him. They're keeping each other occupied. That's allowing Marcel Angel to close up the gap. Ibbotson will hold himself in there. Menno Parsons currently going through turn 2 is 5th at the moment. Michael now in 6th. Mark Vogt in 7th position, but Mark Vogt leads the silver class at the moment, Frankie.
Yeah, and he sits all the way down in P7, but you watch this fight heading down the back straight. There they go, nose to tail, and Moore's up on the inside. Moore's up on the inside over Tafani. Tafani on the outside as they race down towards turn number 5. And Sean Moore steals that lead away from Tafani as they work their way out of Fastron Corner.
All right, let's see them come out of turn 5. It's Sean Moore, but in the slipstream, down the main straight, underneath the bridge, it is going to be Tafani, but I don't think it's close enough. 2 laps left to go, including the one they are just starting now into that first turn they run. Marcel Angel will have closed up the gap. Look at him. He's got a 116.096. And that's the fastest lap of the race. He's now 1.2 seconds off of Fabio Tafani, who in turn was 4/10 off of Moore when they crossed the line.
Well, it's all about those 4 cars that's working their way through the kink and towards turn 3 Interceptor Corner. 116.096 for car number 14 in P3. Marcel Angel is the fastest man out there. There's a lap and a half to go as they make their way towards Saddle Sweep, the double right-hander. Oh, and he is right on his case as they work their way down the back straight. There they go, and all of a sudden, Tafani's in trouble. He's been hunted down, and he's been caught there by Marcel Angel. Angel has a look up on the inside. He pulls out the slip, and will Angel move up into that second position? Not quite yet. They're still side by side, and now he gets his nose through into that second place with one more lap to go.
I think it's going to be a bit of a tough ask for him to catch Sean Moore on this lap, but I won't bet against it. Let's see them as they come onto the main straight. Across the line we go now into turn one once again. Sean Moore, a 1:59.71, the fastest lap, but remember, he's not being battled at the moment. That's why he can extend that gap at this time at 1.9 seconds as they cross the line between the two of them. They go into turn two for the last time in this first race of the day, and Sean Moore has opened up an advantage as he goes through the kink and into turn three at Interceptor Corner.
Half a lap to go now for the four leaders as they work their way out of Interceptor Corner. Turn three up the Tigerberg straight towards the Saddle Sweep. Into Saddle Sweep they come. You just see them dive into that right-hander. Brought to you by Smile 90.4 FM, Wingfield Motors and Pirelli for the V8s. Down the back main they go. It's game over for everybody else. The man in car number one sitting up there in P1, Sean Moore, your defending 2022 champion, is working his way into Pertamina Fostron, Byron, for the final time as he works his way towards the checkered flag.
Well, it was a lovely battle from him as he comes towards the line, and the Ziegler machine comes and takes the victory in race one. Ahead then of Marcel Angel, after having fought his way back from a little bit further down again, and Fabio Tafani will take third position. Jason Ibbotson will,
He's taken the flag.
Then we have Menno Parsons, comes through in fifth position.
And then behind him, the leader of the... it is Michael Nell coming through. Mark Vogt, the 21 car, is the leader of that silver class. But I think he's having a fight there with Spooner. I think, yes, he is. He's having a fight there out of a turn 5, out of Fostron Corner with Stuart Spooner, and that is for first and second, Byron, in the silver class, but the victory will go to Michael Nell in that class from Stuart Spooner.
Yep, Mark Vogt and Stuart Spooner come across the line. That was about 7 tenths between them, and then Brandon Dean, his first appearance in this class. In 9th position. Unfortunately, Gary Thompson had a coming together with Dane Angel and will not finish his race. Dane Angel is parked minus I think a right rear at the turn 1 runoff. So hopefully they can get their car sorted before race 2. See what type of damage has all been done there, and if they can repair it, won't bet on it, won't bet against it. Brandon Dean comes across the line then to complete the 9 classified finishers. Like I said, Gary Thompson, Dane Angel out of the race. Alistair Brown, a very conspicuous absence for Alistair Brown. Always a man to look out for, unfortunately, for whatever reason, not taking the start of this race.
So that was Pirelli V8 Masters race number 1, and we now move on to the Thermofire's Clubman's regional saloon cars. Byron, you want to go do some Formula 1 simulator playing? You can.
Maybe there's some talent here yet, and get myself to the big time, eh? But yes, I'm going to just tell you all that in the Joubert pits, in the building upstairs, you can get in on the action with great simulator drives at the Killarney Power Series. And TGN Racing Simulators is back in the Joubert pits balcony at this 6th round of the Wingfield Motors Smile 90.4 FM.
Sorry, there's a replay of the contact in turn number 5. And
qualifying early on.
That might be either GTI Challenge or Clubmans qualifying, but there we go. And there is Dane Angel spinning around, and Michael Nell was taking some evasive action there. And all that happened in turn 5 in Fostron Corner. He was nudged there, was Angel, and there you see Gary Thompson right at the back. He was also a victim of that, and that's what put both the 17 and the 9 cars out of that race.
Well, just going back quickly, TGN Racing Simulators is in the Joubert Pits balcony at this time, and they got a great Formula One simulator drives for the public, and the chance to win a Master Drive skip pan and collision avoidance course, or a Master Drive defense and hijacking awareness course. And if you've ever wanted a taste of Formula One action, this is for you. And if you're into your sim racing or want to try it out for the very first time, that's your place to go. So go to the new pits, the Joubert pits, I should rather say, and the upstairs section by the lounge. And they say the Formula One 2022 Hot Lap Challenge gives you 3 laps of a famous international circuit in an F1 car. And the cost is 30 Rand per person for 3 laps. But race director Omar Khan is willing to talk discounts for group bookings or multiple sessions, with 4 simulators running full time. And there is no queuing. So the 10 fastest drivers will be shown for everyone to see on the top 10 digital leaderboard, and whoever is in the top slot at the end of the day wins the grand prize. So while second slot takes another prize, as long as they are 18 years of age or older and have a valid South African driving license. So make your way to the Joubert pits if you want some F1 simulator action.
Well, Frankie, you can give a lot of background information of that, being involved with Second Gear Productions for the last 3 years, in fact, ever since COVID started. So iRacing actually evolved, shall we say, when we were making beer from pineapples and rice and baked beans, and we realized there was a thing called iRacing as such, and wow, the way it's evolved with the top races in South Africa is actually quite amazing.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, folks at home, you need to watch this. It's basically every Wednesday evening, and then every one Monday a month. One Monday a month, we've got the Renault Clio Cup, and then we've also got the MSA-backed GT3 series. That's also one Wednesday a month, and then the club challenge, if I can call it that, also backed by MSA. That is the Porsche Cup. And then we've also got the iRacing Masters Series, which is now changing format, so we can't call it the Masters Series anymore. Luc Lequesi will obviously have to call it another name, because it's the drivers younger than 38 and those over 38. But there is a format that he's going to work out for that. And that gets brought to you by Second Gear Productions, and that is Gary Gaza Fleming of Second Gear Productions and Second Gear Talk Show, which by the way is 8 p.m. every Tuesday evening for about an hour. And Second Gear does all the live streaming for the iRacing.
So every first Wednesday, should I say, of the month, MSA Motorsport South Africa, IRSA iRacing South Africa GT3 Series, and that carries 60,000 Rand prize money. Remember last year at the Motor Show? Oh, speaking of the Motor Show, we must tell you about some of the initial things that have been organized for this year for the Motor Show, at 60,000 Rand for the sponsorship of the prize money for the GT3 IRSA MSA Second Gear Productions. It goes out every first Wednesday of the month. Then the Pro-Am Series, which is the next best after the top 40 in South Africa, and believe you me, that's a star-studded list, starting with the likes of Johan Fourie and Umpi Swart and Clinton Bezuidenhout and Nathan Victor, and all of these guys that are involved here at Killarney, and also that as well, the Pro-Am Series being the Porsche Cup, that being on the second Wednesday, and then it was season 8 that we just completed of the West Province Sports and GT Masters, Peter van der Spey and all of these guys that are involved with that one, and that's the one that Frankie was referring to now, that's evolving slightly, and that's going to be going over 38s and under 38s.
Right, here we go, folks, with the Thermofires Clubmans saloon cars as they roll out of the main pit complex. There's a few of them rolling out of the Joubert pit complex as well. And Marco Retta is leading them into turn number 2 as the rest of the field, Gaza, just worked their way out onto the track.
Yeah, Marco Retta, in fact, the fastest qualified, was very, very damp earlier on this morning when they went out, and had a chat to Cody Alberts, and he said, man, the track's very difficult. Well, I think the fastest lap time was something like a 1:29 as opposed to a 1:22.5, which is where the fastest guys are. Margareta and Nias Modak, I saw him practicing here yesterday with the new BMW. Oh, sounds awesome. Yusuf Hendricks and Jesse Huggett bedecked the second row of the grid. Jesse was also out yesterday, but he wasn't exactly flying around. I think he was betting in a new set of tyres, in fact, if you have to ask me. And, well, he's done it onto the second row of the grid. The third row, Cody Alberts with Daniel Kutsia, the fastest Class B man out there, definitely on his way to Class A, Frankie.
Yes, he is definitely on his way up to Class A. So where are the Clubmans now? They're working their way. The leading group is working its way towards, not towards turn 5, actually. That is Margareta, and then right there with him is at 76, Oliver Hintenhouse. That's a new driver-car combination. That's making its way down the back straight there behind the 5-0 BM of Margareta as they head towards Pertamina Fostron, turn number 5. So the cars are working their way out of Fostron corner, and they're making their way towards the Wingfield Motors and City of Cape Town Bridge. Of course, this whole lot is brought to us by Wingfield Motors, City of Cape Town, and the media partner Smile FM, or Smile 90.4 FM. I notice nowadays they call themselves Smile FM. Sounds a lot nicer as they're working their way towards the line. I'll just have a quick squiz out the window, have a look, see who is stopping where on the grid. Margareta will certainly put that 5-0 car there, the Precision of Progress Precision Engineering BMW and Neanderthal Racing in P1. Jesse Huggett in the Mark II Jetta, he'll be there on the second row in that 4th position. And there comes Cody Alberts as Tiny from Tiny's Pit Box likes to call him the pancake man, because they always bring the pancakes up to the commentary box. He's giving us a wave out the window. Then that 149 Golf, that's a Michael van Rooyen that is working his way there into his position. Might have just heard a car racing down the back straight. One of the guys catching up. Here comes Yusuf Hendricks. He's gone from Class X into Class C, and he will slot it into that 3rd position on the second row of the grid on the inside of Jess Huggett. Here comes Chiara van Niekerk in the Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car Golf. She's also now in Class C. She's there in that 10th position. That 14 car now inside, that's a Gary Manwaring. Then behind him is Paul Minnick. As the rest of the field work their way through, Daniel Kutsia, he'll be making his way here into P6, I presume. Yes, he will. And then there's Eugene Gaspar. Got to get that surname right. Augen Gaspar, that's right. Yes, well, I got the surname right. Augen Gaspar.
It's spelled exactly the same as Eugene. It just doesn't have the E on the end. Yes, so, according to Michelle Alberts,
got the surname right.
I got it. I eventually got it. Augen Gaspar. What a lovely guy. He was here yesterday practicing as well. He did a quick practice session, said, gotta go, and went back to the work thereafter. And he was having fun with that silver BMW. He finds himself down in 13th position, so that Frankie's the 7th row of the grid on the inside, just in front of the shopping center. I mean the block of flats.
Yeah, that's like a massive Chrysler of Andre, I think it's Andre van der Merwe that's in that Chrysler. And watch out there for Nias Modak, Class X. He sits there on the front row of the grid. Gilbert de Toy in the Ford Falcon, working his way through as well. Lee Fielding, and then the 2 chase vehicles. One is the chase vehicle, the other one is the medical car that follows the field around, as the safety vehicle is leading them into turn number 2. And Margareta and Nias Modak is on the front row of the grid. Then Joseph Hendricks is there, Jess Huggett's there, Cody Alberts is right in there, Daniel Kutsia is there. This is going to be good stuff as we watch them work their way around. Gary Manwaring, Graham van Rooyen, Chiara van Niekerk, Paul Minnick, just to name a few, as the cars make their way through the kink towards Interceptor Corner, and that is turn number 3.
Well, Frankie, we see Shane Smith and Imad Modak coming off the back end of the pack with Anton Jacobs and Lee Fielding, two of the old hands that have been out there. But I think it's going to be interesting on the front row of the grid, Marco Retta and Nias Modak on the front rows of the grid with Yusuf Hendricks, Jesse Huggett. That is your front four. Jesse Huggett, the first of the VW products out there amongst the BMWs. And that's going to be pretty interesting to check how they're going to play that one out. Cody Alberts and Daniel Kutsia, both of them pretty quick on the third row.
I just picked up, Gaza, if you look over the top of our monitors, there's a white Golf 1 that's been pushed off the circuit there by the marshals. I don't think we'll be able to pick him up with our cameras, but he is in trouble. He's that Golf. So he's not going to take part in this one. Safety vehicle is leading them down the back straight. The Killarney straight, the safety car leads them down. Lovely sight there of Clubman's cars. Oliver Hintenhouse, he's in Class E, and he sits there in P7 with that white number 76 BMW. Heading down the back straight, he is right in there with that motor car of his. Relatively new name to me, Oliver Hintenhouse.
I was going to say a very new name,
yeah.
Not even relatively. I think we've only seen him once out on circuit so far.
This is true.
So class A, B, C, D, and E, and F, and X that is out there. And nice to see old Ivan Valant out there as well.
I actually had a chat to him this morning and said, please don't get it wrong for the third time in a row in turn 1. He said to me, both times wasn't my fault. It doesn't matter. Just keep it on the tarmac this time.
Sounds like married life. It wasn't me, Ma. Right, here we go. As they come up towards the line. Classes A, B, C, D, E, F, and X. The X being new car driver combinations that have not completed 2 races to date on the same day. Start and finish. Off the line they come and down towards turn number 1. They're going to go. Who's going to be able to get the whole shot?
Well, that car you saw popping and spluttering, that is Nias Modak, and he's dropped all the way down there. I think that's a turbo that was popping off that thing. He seems to have picked up the pace again. Yes, there he goes. He sits in that 5th position as they race down towards turn number 2. And it is Kutsia that's having a look up there. We'll have a look, see who's moved up there into that P1, but up into 2nd is Cody Alberts on his outside through the kink. Here's Marco Retta. Jess Huggett says, you guys are going nowhere. I'm right in there as they work their way now into turn number 3. And right there in the fight again as they work their way out of Interceptor Corner is that BMW of Nias Modak.
Jess Huggett, Cody Alberts, and I think that is Marco Retta fighting it out there for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That's going to be one hell of a battle. They're very, very close on time as they work their way down the back main, down towards turn number 5. So, can Retta do a double-header like he did last time around? I don't think so. I think it's going to be a different ball game today.
Right, making their way out of turn number 5 through Fostron Corner. Work their way back towards us. There you see them. They are literally side by side as they work their way towards us. Lap number 1 is in the bag as they head into turn number 1. Racing down there as they work their way into turn number 1. All 5 of those cars are busy making their way out of turn 1. And it is being led there by Marco Retta. Retta sits out there in that 1st position. Daniel Kutsia is in 2nd. It doesn't show on your screen at all, but that car is there in that 2nd position. And then there's another fight, and Nias Modak's got trouble. Modak's got issues there in turn number 2, and he gets overtaken there by Jess Huggett and by Cody Alberts as they work their way towards Interceptor Corner, turn 3.
Well, through turn 3 they go, out of Interceptor. Jesse Huggett leading out that group of 3 now as they work their way up the straight. Margaretta has gone to the front end of the pack. I just see Jesse Huggett has dropped a little bit back from there. Out into the back main they go. Somebody running very wide, picking up a bit of dampness on the outside of the circuit. Down towards turn number 5 they go. It's Retta versus Modak. Modak's got a very quick motor car, so does Retta. Down into turn number 5 they go. Who's going to be able to get through there in the right format? It's all about Retta. Retta's holding Modak out. It's Jess Huggett, then Cody Alberts directly in behind that.
That is the first 4 working their way under the City of Cape Town Bridge into turn number 1, and Nias Modak slows down. Modak slows down and pulls that BMW into the pit area. That's a game over there for Nias Modak as the leaders make their way out of turn number 1. But there's lots of other little fights happening going into turn 2 now. I see that JP Share is involved in a fight there as well, and just ahead of them is that Golf of Graham van Rooyen that's working its way towards turn number 2 with a Joseph Hendricks in there, and I think that Share is having a fight in turn 2 with that number 14 car of Gary Manwaring.
Well, they're starting to spread out just a little bit now, and well, yes, our leaders coming down into turn number 4. Margaretta, the fastest man out there, 123.769. So the weather has gotten a whole heap better since early hours of this morning. The leading Class B car, oh, as always, Daniel Kutsia.
Right, Lee Fielding's going very slow into turn number 2 as well, but let's have a look at that fight going down the back straight. The leaders, that's all 4 of them, that's bunched up there into turn number 5, into a Fostron corner, and working the way out of Fostron corner. This is the leading group that's working its way towards us. That's Margaretta that sits out there in P1. Jess Huggett is in second, followed by Daniel Kutsia and by Cody Alberts as the 4 of them race down towards turn number 1.
Oh, there's a bit of smoke that's trailing off the back of Margaretta, the Progress Precision car, as he goes through turn number 1. Let's hope that it's just a bit of overfuel. Jess Huggett has just done the fastest lap out there. Up at Jabir straight as Daniel Kutsia. Oh, Cody Alberts late on the brakes. Can he turn that ton of bricks? That's 1,280 kilograms. That's including the fat boy inside there. I mean, Cody Alberts, as he works his way through the king down towards Interceptor corner. Look at the battle that's going on behind that. Behind Alberts, it's Hendricks doing a lovely job. And there we got another, well, one of the first Mark 1 Golfs.
Yeah, that group is going through turn 3 now into Interceptor corner. Joseph Hendricks, right behind him is Graham van Rooyen. Behind him is JP Share. Behind JP Share is Gary Manwaring, followed by Paul Minnick, as that group works its way up the Tigerberg Straight and races towards turn number 4, Saddle Sweep.
Well, they're spread out all over the show now. Daniel Kutsia, the leading Class B car from Graham van Rooyen, JP Share. The leading Class C car is in fact that little golfer, Joseph Hendricks. There's a new kid on the block in Class C.
Yeah, Joseph Hendricks in that BMW working his way down into turn number 5. Then Alvin Gaspar is involved in a fight as well, and I think that's with Oliver Hintenhouse. Yes, it is. He's having a fight with Hintenhouse into turn number 5, followed there by the Alfa Romeo, the GTV6 of Ewald Weiland.
Yeah, the man with a smile on his face, Ewald Weiland, as he works his way up towards us. And, well, somebody's got, that's Paul Minnick. Paul Minnick slows it right down. The gold-colored Mark 1 Golf with the semi-panel beater driver's side door. Slows it all down. Cody Alberts going through turn number 2. Works his way up onto the back end of that very quick BMW. But Jesse Huggett's on the move. Jesse Huggett at 123.277, closing down on our leader. It's Margaretta from Progress Precision Engineering that's moved away from oval track and into main circuit and making a name for himself on his second outing on this circuit.
To the double right-hander, that is a Sadel van der Merwe sweep down the back main they go. Margaretta working his way down the back main, being chased down there by Jesse Huggett. Daniel Kutsia has been hunted down here by Cody Alberts as the 4 of them work their way down the back main towards turn number 5 into Fostron corner. There's nothing behind them, and only then do we see Joseph Hendricks come into view, followed there by Graham van Rooyen, JP Share and Gary Manwaring.
Well, let's have a look at that Class C battle. That's a pretty interesting one. That's Yusuf Hendricks, that's 5th overall. Next up in Class C is in fact Alvin Gasper, and then Kiara van Niekerk, the lady from Wingfield Motors, finds herself 3rd overall in Class C with a Mark 1 Golf.
Folks at home, just give us chance. We've got problems with our monitors over here, and we've got the technicians from IMUSAT that's sorting it out. So please bear with us as we continue with the commentary.
Oliver Hintenhuis will be the next man coming through, but oh, look at this. Hintenhuis, as he works his way through, is very close there to Eugene Gasper. Gasper goes for the inside line. Hintenhuis holds the outside. Oh, he's late on the brakes. Works his way through. Ewald Weyland says, that's fine. You guys fight it out. I'll show you what I can do with the GTV6.
Right, Ewald Weyland with an Alpha GTV6 sitting behind this fight. Algon Gasper, and right behind him is Oliver Hintenhuis. And then that old stalwart with the old stalwart car, the GTV6. It has kept it clean so far, is Ewald Weyland.
Just behind that, Kiara van Niekerk as she comes out, turn number 2, going through towards the kink and intercept a corner. Nothing in front of her, nothing behind her. She can just concentrate on racing the circuit. In fact, there's a massive gap behind her, so she can concentrate on trying to close up a little bit more on the front end. Talking about the front end, coming up towards us now, the Progress Precision Engineering entry comes through of a Marco Retta. It has been noted by Emil Brunt on the radio that there is calls from the marshals saying there's smoke out of the back of that motor car. Jesse Huggett closing down. Danielle could see it just ahead of Cody Alberts. That's your front 4. And then behind that is going to be, well, Danielle could see is falling back. Daniel Coetzee is falling out. I don't know where he is. He has not come across the line. We've lost him somewhere along the line, Daniel Coetzee.
But that fight is on for 3rd position. Through the kink they go, racing towards interceptor corner. It is Daniel Coetzee right on his case as Cody Alberts. That car was wagging a hoo-hoo. And that Golf there almost getting into trouble. That is Adam Omar. And he runs out in Class F as he had to keep way of that fight of Coetzee and Alberts heading now down the back straight.
Yeah, Coetzee and Alberts on their way down the back straight, and they're going to start picking up some back markers as well. Jesse Huggett still holding sway on the back end there of Marco Retta. They're on lap number 6. It's 2 to go. Marco Retta now goes fastest, 1:23, 1:13. The circuit's getting better and better as they go through this race. Coming out in front of us now, it's Marco Retta. Marco Retta is doing a brilliant job, but Jess Huggett is closing. Is Jess Huggett going to have the fastest lap time as they come through now? No, he's not. A 23.3 is Marco Retta, 23.113, but there's still smoke draining out the back of that car, Frankie, every time he goes through turn 1.
Well, the back markers have now got there in between that fight between Daniel Coetzee and Cody Alberts. That means that Cody has now lost a lot of ground to Daniel Coetzee, John De Silva, and Lee Fielding with the 2 back markers that they picked up at just the wrong place, as the leaders have got half a lap to go before they see the checkered flag. They're working their way now out of turn 3 interceptor corner.
Yeah, going out towards the Sarl sweep. Oh, Jesse Huggett's closing. Jesse Huggett is closing. He's late on the brakes. Can you believe it? 60 plus years of age. Multiple South African champion all over the back of Retta. He's right on the back bumper. He's right on the back bumper, but the BMW outpowers him as he works his way down the back main.
There's just a lot more kilowatts under that bonnet of that red Marco Retta BMW into turn 5 for the final time. Into Pertamina Fostron corner they go. The race will be for the checkered flag. The flag is out. Who's going to get to the line first? The Chrysler comes through to start another lap, but the power of the BMW will outdo the Jetta, and Marco Retta comes home in P1, followed by Jesse Huggett. Then it's Daniel Coetzee, followed there by Cody Alberts.
Well, that's the front 4 that have come through. We wait for the rest of the guys to come through behind that. Yusuf Hendricks, will he be the next man to come through? Yep, yeah. And he wins out Class C as well.
Behind him, Graham van Rooyen. Behind van Rooyen, it is JP Share that crosses the line. This Golf, that's a back marker. And then the next one towards us, that is Gary Manwaring. in the 14 car that finishes his race.
Up, and that is a win in Class D for Gary Manwaring, Eugene Gaspar, and then it is Ewald Weiland that comes through as well. So Gaspar ends up a second in Class. He'll be pretty tough there. Chiara van Niekerk coming through third overall in Class C. So she's looking at some trophies for today.
Oliver Hintenhuis just got to the flag ahead of Chiara, and then we're looking for that office block coming through, that Chrysler of Andre van der Merwe, and that is it making its way through turn 5 Fostron.
So it's gone from a block of flats to the office block.
It's
an industrial.
It's an office block, that's for sure.
This is the industrial version that's coming towards us, the office block.
And it will make the checkered flag. Well done there to Andre van der Merwe.
So there we go. That was brilliant stuff. Class A, Marco Retta from Jesse Huggett up front, and then Cody Alberts. Class B, Graham van Rooyen from JP Share, and then Daniel Kutsia, because he went off the screen for a bit. So it is Daniel Kutsia with yet another Class B victory. So that's fantastic for him. Yet another Class A victory for Marco Retta. Yusuf Hendricks winning out Class C from Eugene Gaspar, and then behind that, Chiara van Niekerk. The leading Class D car, Gary Manwaring.
Yeah.
One of the old hands.
In that 14 car, well done there to Gary Manwaring.
Let's see if we can pick up Class E, because we didn't get a chance to do any camera work on Class E. Oliver Hintenhuis.
Oliver Hintenhuis in Class E, and Class F is the office block, Andre van der Merwe.
And then behind that, Evert de Toy, and that's Class F. So we'll just check who our leading Class X entries were, if it stays up on the screen long enough. The leading Class X, new car driver combinations, Mia Bench, that's the daughter of Martu Bench, and then John De Silva, Nias Modak, obviously new car driver combination, Salim Maruka, new car driver combination, Anton Jacobs as well. That wraps it up. Next up, Spitfire Furniture, Sports and GT, race number 1.
That Golf, it was pushed off there, that white Golf early on. I think that is Anton Jacobs, because he's no longer behind the wheel of the Nissan Sentra.
Right, folks, just remember, next up, Spitfire Furniture, Sports and GT, out there in the Janetta, Craig Jarvis, a very fast motor car, and a very, welcome return to a man who visits our shores all the time, Nick Adcock, and he's out in the new Nova MPO2, and I just saw the car coming out of pit lane. What a beauty. There goes the Janetta onto the circuit, car that we, quite used to knowing and seeing around Killarney. There goes the new Nova. Oh man, a beautiful modal livery, and those famous colors of Nick Adcock, that day-glow yellow together with the red and the black. That's absolutely beautiful. Out in the Steve Humbles in the pull beam, Davy Hubert's out there in his Porsche 911 Cup car, Divan Lismore in the Nissan 350Z, Martin Pugh is in the Shelby Can-Am, Philip Boyson, he's in the Lotus Exige. Emil Botha out there in the Nissan 350Z. Paul Beachy Head, nice to see him out in the Audi R8. I didn't see the R8 this morning, but there it's out on circuit. It's going down into turn number 1. Connor Kilbride is also in a 350Z together with Simeon Penev. Francis Carruthers is out also in the Pulbeam, the MP84. Clinton Thorne in the Toyota Lotus 7. And Ray Farnham in the Opel Birkin 7 2-litre machine. Man, Byron, it's actually nice to see this kind of field back in Sports and GT, especially the likes of Jarvis and Adcock, who have made a travel from far away. We know Jarvis all the way from Portugal, and Nick has just been over in Europe and the UK. He's back over in the new Nova. What a spectacular looking motor car.
It's lovely to see these motor cars out here, Francois. It's a great treat for us. They love coming to Cape Town, doesn't matter what time of the year it is, but the Ginetta and the Nova, that's going to be, it's like having a little Le Mans right here.
Well, the Ginetta is an ex-LMP2 car.
That's going to be no longer next year, actually. The LMP2s, this year was their last year at Le Mans, and an era has ended. Of course, the hypercar era is in. And Ferrari won, of course, their first Le Mans since 1964.
And
Five.
But what was the highlight? Garage 58.
With that car at Le Mans.
Oh, my man, Chevy. Like I said, I'd rather be seen pushing a Chevy than, pushing a Chevy than driving a Ford.
Yeah,
but unfortunately, we have to ride Fords here. There are not a lot of Chevys here. We do, and I must admit, another nice car that just might be gracing our shores. There apparently is a bit of a Twitter in the background. Is the Dodge SRT.
Fingers and toes crossed, everybody, that can get these cars here. There's beautiful sounds out there. It's Craig Jarvis, and there's the Pulbeam as well out there of Steve Humble. Not in the Opel Mallock today. 14 of them are supposed to be out there.
Well, the Nova's in the pits here. I think a little bit of a technical adjustment been requested here by Nick Adcock. He's back out. He's going back out.
I see a lot of water down there in the pits, in the Joubert pits, Francois. That is something for concern, if you ask me. I thought they probably would have tried to sweep that water away.
No, that's just someone's radiator that overflowed. It
looks like a swimming pool from here, I can tell you that much. Not quite the season for it.
Yeah, we have a look down in pit lane. All the pit bosses are down there with their radio apparel on, and they're talking to their respective drivers. Like we said, some beautiful cars out there, genuine sports and GTM cars. And the Nova of Nick Adcock working his way through the field to get back up there with the Ginetta. Look, the Ginetta is just one of those spectacular cars. It sounds like it's ploddering along when it comes past you, but it's doing mind-boggling speeds. Stewie White still holds the record around Killarney. It nearly got broken recently. But Stewie White in that Ginetta, I think a 106.9 or something it was. It's in that
stratospheric
times. Yeah, I think. Yeah. I remember we have had a car that's done a sub 1 minute at Killarney. That was the Mazda B383. That was the screamer, as I call it. It's ear deafening. They drove at Killarney and they heard it in Paul. That's how much noise that car makes.
That's a quadruple rotor.
Yeah, it's a quad. It's a 20B. Yeah,
20B, quadruple rotor.
And it was at Le Mans now. It did a couple of spectator runs. It is just, it's one of those spectacular cars. And I was on social media. I'm chatting to man Mike Widdett. They've now got a Mazda 3 Sport Coupe, the hatchback, that they've put a quad rotor into it. These Japanese engineers put a quad rotor. It's going to be for drifting. Stupendous. You're talking about 1,100 horsepower quad rotor motor.
And that, of course, the 787B was the only Wankel engine racing car to win Le Mans 1991.
Yep.
Well, here we go now for the start. The Ginetta on the right-hand side, and then the Nova alongside, and away we go. The Pulbeam will come into second. Not a good start for the Nova, but is that now a big lock up there from Steve Humble, and that will keep him in second position for now, Francois, as they come out of the first turn onto the Joubert Straight and into turn 2.
Well, I think the Nova, with a little bit of teething issues, didn't have the greatest of start. Sits in third place there behind the Pulbeam. In the front still Ginetta of Craig Jarvis. Jarvis will just get some heat in those tyres. Then he'll start moseying along and take it down to about the 111s, the 110s, maybe the 19s. Craig is capable of it. But we want to welcome, there's a car off down in turn number 3. It's one of the
Lotus.
Lotus 7s, yeah.
Is it Thorn? It's Thorn. It's with the
Clinton
wings.
Thorn, yeah.
Clinton Thorn. Yellow flags will be waving in that section there. Francois,
But our
down
leaders,
the straight.
Our leaders now travelling down towards Pertamina Fostron corners. They dive in. It's Jarvis right up there. Behind him is Steve Humble. Humble sits there, and Adcock's trying to find his feet in that Nova. It's got a couple of teething problems as they come towards us, and Jarvis now starting to put pedal to the metal. But Jarvis says, "I'll have a look up on the inside." And Craig's going, are you being real? Do you really want to come up the inside? You realise that this is a Janetta. This is probably about a 7.5 litre motor with a lot of grunt. I guess that Janetta rolling up towards Quarry Corner. Now the Nova is starting to find its feet, and up behind them, hang on a minute, a good old-fashioned GT Cup car, Porsche 911 there of Davio Bear, the Wild Rose Gin car. He will want to get up there. He'll put that Porsche anywhere. He'll take it to Le Mans if he could, you know. So keep an eye on the front and the leaders. Is going to be a scuffle.
Well, just going a little bit further back, we have the likes of Devon Lusmore in the 350Z Nissan. That, of course, is the leader of the C-Class runners. And then he's ahead then of the Nissan Shelby Can-Am of Martin Pugh, and then Emil Buerta, leader of Class D in his 350Z. 350Zs out there, so far as I can count. Actually, 4 of them. Correcting myself there. But here we go now. The leaders will come to the line. It is almost nose to tail between the Janetta and the Pilbeam. But I think Jarvis is toying with him as they go down the back straight into turn 1. They'll run, and he's going to have no hope of getting onto the inside of that motor car leading this race.
Well, look, we have got 2 Pilbeams out there, and I think that the one that what's his name now? People are going off the screens here. The first Pilbeam, I think, is a little bit quicker. That Nova now starting to find its feet a little bit there. Davio Bear sitting right up there behind him. Adcock. He's giving him a little bit of food for thought out there. So Steve Humble is not registering. He's actually supposed to be second. He's not registering on the screen. I just saw him disappear. Now that's what concerned me. I thought maybe something had happened, but no, it hadn't.
Notable absence as well, Philip Boyson. Don't see him out there in the Lotus Exige.
Well, I don't know if Philip came out, but he's had a lot of problems with that Lotus Exige. I don't know what the story is with that car, but hopefully he'll be able to iron that one out. Maybe give it to his wife, put it on the ironing board and get it ironed out for him, but nonetheless. So, having a look at Steve Humble, he's sitting right up behind Craig Jarvis and not letting him go.
And he's got a 1:12.596, Francois, and he is 2 off of the Janetta at the moment. They cross the line into turn 1 now, but not going to have any hope of crossing the line and taking him a 1:10.927. The fastest lap now, it is for him, the number 91.
Into Quarry Corner. And Jarvis just staving off the attentions there of Steve Humble as they roll out down into the King down the center corner. In third place is Nick Adcock in the Nova 2. He sits there just ahead of Davio Bear, who will be absolutely murdering that throttle pedal as he works his way down into Interceptor corner. Interceptor shoes, great apparel. Having a look here behind them, Devon Lasmore, who's in the 350Z Nissan, is having an absolute ball out there. He's got that car prepped to suit his driving needs. He works his way now out of Quarry Corner down to the King, down into Interceptor.
I'm glad to say that Clinton Thorne in that Toyota Lotus 7 with the front and rear wings has gotten going again, and that will round off the field in 13th, actually 14th position, because Steve Humble is still not registering on the screens. He's now number 91, side by side with Jarvis into turn 1, and while Jarvis will come across the bow on the outside onto the Joubert straight, you'll then run a puff of smoke over there as well, a slight lockup from the Janetta, but watch out for that Pilbeam on the outside as they come through a few slower cars there. That looks like the Opel Birkin of Ray Farnham.
Ray's got his hand up, so he's ceasing to race any further. He might just have to pull that off. I might just dive into the oval, but he's staying on the circuit. Is he going to go again? No, staying on there, but off the racing line. He's making the cars go around the outside. Now that's not very clever of him. I would have gone into the oval and just got out the way, but nonetheless, we're going to try and pick up our leaders as they go down the back straight now. The Janetta, putt as it goes along, but it's doing mind-blowing speeds down towards Pertamina Fostron, turn number 5. Right up behind him, Steve Humble sits there and he's ready to pounce anytime soon. The Nova of Nick Adcock goes down into turn number 5. He's followed there by Davy Hubert. And coming up over the line now is Craig Jarvis, and he goes down into turn number 1 with Steve Humble hounding him.
It was 700ths the last time around, Francois. It is now 4/10 of a second as the number 91 still hangs in there in second position. Look on the outside into turn 2 now. Not close enough as the two have broken away from the Nova of Nick Adcock, who's running onto the Joubert straight, and then it is the Wild Rose Gin Davy Joubert 911 Porsche that finds himself, well, at the moment, quite a bit of time ahead of the next man, Devon Lusmore, and try and pick up Devon Lusmore coming across the line now and fending off from Francis Carruthers, I think it is, or Martin Pugh, coming in the Shelby Nissan Can-Am into turn 1, and they have also a car right behind them. That's one of the other pull beams of Francis Carruthers.
Yeah, Carruthers there. Someone coming off into the pit lane there. It looks like it's the Birkin that's coming. That's the Opel Birkin.
That's Ray Farnham, yes.
Yes, Craig Jarvis, lights ablaze as he comes past Paul Beachy Head. He comes there, right up behind him there, Steve Humble. And they make their way into turn 1, and that Janetta just staving off the attentions there of the bull beam of Steve Humble. They work their way out of turn number 1, up the straight comes towards Quarry Corner, and still Craig Jarvis has got a slowing 350 said Nissan up ahead of him. He'll have to work his way, and that's going to give Steve time to close up on him. But the Janetta, you just add a little bit of juice and the power box just wide open, and they just will cruise past you as they go down into Scepter.
Humble 10th of a second quicker on the last lap, a 1:10.365 to the 1:10.435 of Craig Jarvis. 3/10 of a second between the two of them. 4 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on, and they are coming now through the Sarl sweep section down the back straight. They will then run. Nick Adcock still holding off Davy Joubert, 2.9 seconds between the two. Davy Joubert is the leader, looks like it now, in Class A at the moment, ahead of Nick Adcock. But look on the outside there, Francois, as they come out of turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. It's nose to tail. As they cross the line, there'll be 3 laps left to go.
Craig Jarvis doing his very well, staying at the lead, and I'm sure he's appreciating a little bit of competition coming out of Steve Humble in that pull beam. So it's good stuff because we don't, as spectators, enjoy a car leading out front. There's a little bit of competition there for Jarvis as Humble sits up behind him. A little bit further back, that Nova, whenever it goes down into turn number 1, gives a massive puff of smoke. I'm not sure if it's a bit of a wheel lockup as it bites maybe on the gearing down. It's probably got a sequential box, so it's locking up the back and then causing a puff of smoke. I will go down during the break and go and talk to the guys about the Nova. I'd like to know more about the motor car. We see Paul Beachhead with the Audi R8 out there. That car, I don't know, never really performs. I'm not sure why. It's, you know, in essence, it's a Lamborghini. We know this, but we'll have to see that it does change up. But yeah,
V10 in there.
Having lots of fun. I'm going to hand over here.
All right, so it is Craig Jarvis that still leads nose to tail, and Ernest Page alongside me here. Welcome, Ernest.
Well, great to be here. Lots of action happening over here. I'm just popping in to come say how's it, but wow. There's something happening on the exit of turn 2. Something happening at the exit of turn 2.
Turn 2, it's the Wild Rose Gin car there, Ernest, that's slowing.
Oh, sliding out of control. Oh, backwards out of turn 2. This is going to be a problem for the rest of the chasing pack coming through now. Davy squeezes the car towards the exit over there on the wide line. Gets out of the way.
Luckily over there off the racing line as the Janetta goes past, and there's a pull beam slowing down as well. It's Carruthers that is slowing down. Is it Carruthers actually? I think it's actually Humble.
Oh my goodness, and he locked up early on into that first corner. Steve Humble normally gets to the finish line and won so many races, but it does look like it is his car over there. Craig Jarvis still leads us off. And that is a second place over there. Trying to figure out who's in second place.
It will be now Nick Adcock coming up into second. And Davy Joubert, who would have come up into third position, will now be Francis Carruthers.
And there's another car slowing down. We see a 350Z slowing down over there, going to turn 3 as well. And Sports and GT really is providing some of the action today, aren't they?
I'm trying to see who that is. If it's not Emil Buerta that's going. I see Paul Beachy Head comes through turn 3 now. And, Craig Jarvis Now the 68 that is still leading the way, a 1:09.893 fastest lap, a tenth of a second faster. The last time around, of course, Humble was still in the race, but now it's going to be Nick Adcock that comes up in the Nova from Francis Carruthers. That will be leading the Class A section. Martin Pugh into what is fourth position as we have Emil Buerta coming down to the line now. There's one more lap left to go in this race, the Sports and GT car race, over 10 racing laps. We try and look out for our leaders here. The Nova goes onto the Joubert Straight now, putting some laps on a few cars. And then off into Saddle Sweep now. Here comes Craig Jarvis now for the last time in this first race of the Sports and GT car race day.
Oh, look at that car. Now Craig Jarvis getting a little bit of a cushion there to the cars behind him, finally able to separate himself from the rest of the pack. He was tipped to be one of the fastest cars here today, but he is in fact the fastest. He is leading this race, and as he makes his way around the final corner, heads towards the checkered flag, it will be Craig Jarvis in that incredibly prepared car, crosses the line. Craig Jarvis hits the checkered flag and takes the win.
Coming to the line here, and then we'll have third position lap. It's going to be Francis Carruthers just ahead of Martin Pugh by 0.7 of a second. That's classes A and B winners, Carruthers and Pugh. In the Nissan Shelby Can-Am, Divan Lasmore will come across the line. The winner of Class C, Nick Adcock, will bring the Nova home, the MP02 Nova in second position, and second in Class S as well. And then we have Emil Buerta that will come into 7th position. Paul Beachy Head will inherit a position into 8th, and then Simeon Penev will come through, having seen the checkered flag already as well. That will be 10th position for him.
Wow, wow, wow. The guys really have provided action, and with such expensive equipment driving the way they are, it really does make, this is one of the reasons I think people come here to see this type of racing. Sports car racing has, over the last couple of years, become very popular. The South African Endurance Series doing so well as well. And these guys, this field is just growing and growing, isn't it?
We'd love to see more of them come as well, Ernest, because there are cars, not only here in the Cape, but out there in the world as well. And a lot of them love to come down to South Africa and race. We've had the Wild Rose Gin 100 as well that we've had, and here is now a replay of that Porsche.
Speaking of Wild Rose.
Going, yeah, very Wild Rose indeed.
A bit thorny over there. I mean, things got a bit thorny because the rest of the field was coming through, but Davi kept his head and just let the car sort of reverse out of the way and managed to get wide there, because that could have ended in absolute disaster. Good from Davi there.
A real pro over there as well. I saw him actually coming through. And did he actually finish the race? Yes, he did, in 6th position, and second still in Class A in the 911 Porsche. But that was our first sports and GT car race for today. Divan Lasmore was, of course, the winner of Class C. Paul Beachy Head, the second in Class C, and Emil Buerta in his 350Z was the man, of course, who won Class D. And Simeon Penev in the other of the 350Zs, also finishing 10th, but also second in the class.
Adverts.
Going to be a ball bag now, please? Sorry. Sorry, the microphone.
Noise.
Hi, Cape Town. Johnny Wingfield here. Let's get ready for summer. With over 1,000 hot Wingfield vehicles to choose from, we'll assist you with all your vehicle expectations and requirements. We are the professionals. Pop in at Wingfield Motors Goodwood, Kales River, Belleville, Northgate, Friedenberg, private finance, and best price from our car for world-class service and satisfaction. Also visit our website. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP. Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Yeah, folks, big thanks to all of those people, as well as City of Cape Town. Big thanks to Pertamina Fostron. Big thank you to King Tony Tools for the subway. And of course, a big thanks to Smile 90.4 FM. Smile FM, of course, being the official media partner of the Western Province Motor Club. And of course, a big thank you as well to all our class sponsors. Right, folks, you can get into the action for the people here at the track with some great simulator drives at the Power Series. TGN Racing Simulators is back on the Jabir Pits balcony for our Power Series, presented by Wingfield Motors and Smile 90.4 FM, with great Formula One simulator drives for the public and a chance to win a Master Drive skid pan and collision advanced course, or a Master Drive defensive and hijack awareness course. If you ever wanted a taste of F1 action, this is for you. The F1 2022 Hot Lap Challenge gives you 3 laps of a famous international circuit in a F1 car. The cost is 30 Rand per person for the 3 laps, but race director Omar Khan, he says he's willing to talk discounts for group bookings or multiple sessions. And with 4 simulators running full-time, there's no queuing. The 10 fastest drivers will be shown for everybody to see on the top 10 digital leaderboard, and whoever is in the top slot at the end of the day wins the grand prize, while second slot takes the other prizes, as long as they are 18 years of age or older and have a valid South African driver's license. So if you go to the Jabir Pit Complex, the top balcony, that is for the people at the track, of course, you'll find that simulator F1 rig. There's 4 of them, and you can have a lot of fun out there. Right, so here we go with the Beta Trustees Fine Cars and the Keltron Formula Supercars together. The Formula Supercars will probably start ahead of the Fine Cars. Yes, they will. And you've got Andrew Moffat, Carl Haddock, Karel van der Merwe, Yassine Darman, Craig Hume, and Glenn Phillips. They will be the drivers for the Keltron Supercars, Byron. And then the rest of them will be the Beta Trustee Fine Cars.
Yeah, and that is Günther Appelgren in the E36 BMW. That'll be on pole position. Had a quick chat with Günther earlier on. Also is a regular campaigner at a Mark 1 Golf in Gymkhanas, and he loves his battles there with the MX-5 that is not there today, of course, of I forget the name of the MX-5, Toscano, there we go, Robert Toscano.
Robert Toscano, yeah.
There we go, it came right back to me very quickly. Unfortunately, not here today looks like a Toscano. I don't see him in the entry.
No.
So he won't be having as much fun today, but he always has fun, does Gunther Appelgren. And then the MGA twin cam of Chris Champion will be starting second, with Jaco Oosthuizen, a relative newcomer to racing here at Killarney in that Conquest, a lovely, lovely Conquest that beautifully made, or beautifully put together. And then Dave Alexander in the Morgan. I saw the Morgan, the green Morgan, downstairs as well. That's a real classic, that one. And then Roger Lewis in his trusty MGA, and then the Austin Healey Sprite, Di Dugmore in the Frog Eye Sprite.
Oh yeah, folks, we're just for the people at home. The camera work is being done by Gary Gaza Fleming of Second Gear Productions, also one of the commentators. And we do apologize. We have IMUSAT's done a whole new setup for the cameras. So for the folks at home, please don't moan. It's all teething problems. Everything has been redone so that we can give you better picture and better production in the future, Gary, because we want to update the standard.
Yeah, there's already quite a bit of improvement since the start of the morning. At least now we got a clear picture this side. Sorry about that camera down in turn number 1 that's doing circles, and somebody must be playing music near the camera because the camera's dancing around all over the show. But we're busy sorting out the finer detail. It's a massive, massive change up to be able to do everything here from the commentary box and then down from the new comm center, which is on top of garage number 1, 2, 3 and 4 down in the old pit lane. But it gets better and better every single time. So I'm sure by lunchtime we should be pretty much sorted out that we can preempt the camera shots for you as well. Right, here we go. Frank Innes and Byron Height Mike's side. Race number 1, Calton Form the Supercars und Bijo Trustees Fine Cars. Race number 1.
Right, so they get the green flag. They will leave the line. The safety car is working its way into turn number 1. And this will be a rolling start, Byron, as the Bijo Trustee Fine Cars leave the line.
They do, and Gunther Appelgren will lead them off, that bright green E36 BMW, and then alongside him there is the MGA twin cam. You'll see there's two new entries, I should rather say, and the of course the Austin Healey frog-eyed Sprite of Di Dugmore, and the Morgan, that is that British Racing Green Morgan that you'll see there. That is Dave Alexander, that is in that particular motor car. So it's great to see some different motor cars coming to Killarney, as Oosthuizen finds himself, as I say, in that Conquest, 1600 Conquest. And yeah, they make their way around turn 2 on this warm-up lap as the Renault Triber takes them around on this sighting lap.
Yeah, the Caltron Formula Supercars are working their way up the Tygerberg Straight towards a turn 4, Saddle Sweep, previously known as Malmesbury Sweep. Well, it's still Malmesbury, but the big borders there of Saddle van der Merwe, and it's now being christened the Saddle Sweep. So you will see the fine cars working their way down the back straight. That's the, or should I say, the supercars. There they go down the back straight. The fine cars in the back of your screen just working their way out of that Saddle Sweep, as the supercars now head down the Killarney Straight towards turn 5, towards Fostron Corner, past the Wingfield Motors banner, and head towards turn 5 towards Pertamina Fostron. Just in the background there, Byron, you can pick up the Bijo Trustee fine cars.
12 of them out there in total between two classes, 6 each. Frankie, yeah, they come around now. The Renault Triber will take shot right, and we'll be racing here for the Caltron Formula Supercars and Bijo Trustees fine cars.
Right, the safety car will peel off into pit lane, and it will be there in the hands of Andrew Moffat, and Carl Halleck will sit there on his outside. The light on pit lane is on. All 5 lights at the extra pit lane on. The 5 lights will go off now. They drop the hammers and away they go as they race down into turn number 1. And as they do so, Byron, here come the fine cars to start their race.
Well, ready to go here. The lights will be on once again. And now it is as we go towards turn 1 for the first time. And Jaco Oosthuizen will be challenging for the lead into turn 1 and will come around the outside. But Gunther Appelgren will get the whole shot into turn 1.
Working their way now out of turn number 2 are the Supercars, and they've been led there by nobody else than Andrew Moffat. Glenn Phillips sits there in that second position, racing down towards Interceptor Corner. Carl Halleck is there in third. Behind Halleck is Van der Merwe. That is Karel van der Merwe. And then it is that Craig Hume that sits there behind him. We'll have a look and see as they work their way through turn number 4.
Well, back to turn 3 now. We watch the fine cars coming through. Gunther Appelgren in the 3 Series BM. There's ahead of the Jaco Oosthuizen Conquest. And then in third position coming through should be the MGA twin cam of Chris Champion.
So the Supercars are working their way out of turn number 5. They exit turn 5. Pertamina Fostron coming down towards the city of Cape Town Bridge. And it is Andrew Moffat and Glenn Phillips that sits there in P1 and P2. Carl Halleck is there in that third place as they race under that city of Cape Town Bridge. Karel van der Merwe is being challenged there by Craig Hume as they work their way under the city of Cape Town Bridge, with the Supercars working their way out of turn number 1, being led there by Andrew Moffat.
Well, getting their way to the line now in the first lap being completed by Gunther Appelgren, leading from pole position. Then it is Oosthuizen, and the gap between the two of them, well, it will be a few clicks there, I can tell you that much. We're talking about 3.4 seconds. And then Chris Champion should be the man coming next. But look at this little gaggle of cars here. Chris Champion ahead then of course, Roger Lewis is not in this race, unfortunately, with the MGA. The Morgan tails it, but Di Dugmore comes up into 9th position off of Chris Champion.
Right, so the Supercars are working their way through turn number 4. The double right-hander, that is Cyril Sweep, will pick them up down the back straight. That is a Craig Hume you see there. And behind Craig Hume is a Karel van der Merwe as the leading group of Supercars are racing down towards Pertamina Fostron into turn 5. And your leader is Andrew Moffat. Moffat working his way out of 5. Not too far behind him is that red number 54 car. And that is Glenn Phillips as they make their way through the kink. And in that third position, it's a distant third position, is a 31 of Carl Halleck, followed there by Craig Hume and Karel van der Merwe.
Just want to go to turn 4 over here. That's the one I want to watch. And first towards turn 5, it will be Gunther Appelgren coming through into turn 5 now. You see the green BMW going in. And then it is going to be the Oosthuizen Conquest, still champion, ahead of Dugmore by 0.6 of a second. Alexander a further 0.6 off of him in 10th spot at the moment.
So into the kink goes your leading group of Supercars. Well, it's basically only one man working his way through Interceptor Corner, and that is Andrew Moffat. In second position is Glenn Phillips, followed there by Carl Halleck. And then working their way through the kink now towards turn number 3, Interceptor Corner, is a Craig Hume. And being left behind now is a Karel van der Merwe.
Yeah, so going into turn 1, as we look, it is going to be the gaggle of cars, the MGA, followed by the Frog Eye Sprite, and then the Morgan. That is 8th, 9th, and 10th positions. But also 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions in the Bijou Trustees Fine Cars class. Chris Champion will still hold it there just by a smidgen.
So, crossing the line to start another lap is your overall leader, Andrew Moffat. And he's done a 1:28.684. Second across the line, racing down towards turn number 1 is Glenn Phillips. Third across the line, working his way towards turn 1 now, is a 31 car of Carl Halleck. Then it's a big gap before we see Craig Hume come into view now. He sits there in that 4th position in car 21, and then the 74 car sitting in P5 crossing the line now, heading into turn 1. That will be Karel van der Merwe.
Turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. It is coming onto the main straight. Gunther Appelgren crosses the line. It will be 5 laps to go, and he started that 5th last lap. As far as it's concerned, there is a very slow moving conquest of Jaco Oosthuizen, crosses the line now, and just as we speak, Frankie, there is a car coming into the pits of the Supercars. Does look like it from this view. I don't know if I'm seeing correctly, but it's Craig Hume, I think, it might be coming in. But then going into turn 5, coming out of turn 5 now, it is Chris Champion heading Di Dugmore, going very wide there, Di Dugmore, and trying to home in on him is the Morgan of Dave Alexander. Yeah, they come now towards the line and starts another lap.
Well, the car you saw coming into pits was actually a Clubman's car. Craig Hume is still out there on track. Racing towards turn number 1 is your overall leader, and that is Andrew Moffat, still the quickest man out there, 128.519, with Glenn Phillips in that 2nd position, and Glenn is pretty far behind him, as a matter of fact. Then it is Carl Halleck that's there in that 3rd place, working his way towards turn number 1, but that fine car fight, Byron, is heading towards turn number 2, and right behind them is that supercar overall leader.
Oh, he's going to spoil the party a little bit there, Frankie, because here he pierces his way through. He makes easy work of it, but he's disturbed that battle as they come into turn 3 now. Interceptor corner, there goes Andrew Moffat ahead of Chris Champion. I see Andrew Moffat's just putting in a 28.519 as his fastest lap as they go towards Super Saddle Sweep, and I see, is that a black flag waving there somewhere? I might be seeing wrong, but yeah, they come into that section.
Right, so we're going to pick up that fine car leader, the supercar leader. There he goes, all on his own, down the back straight towards turn 5, towards Fastron corner, and that is Andrew Moffat out there. And he's still the quickest man out there with a 128.519. I don't think he's going to go much quicker than that. When he crosses the line, he'll have 3 more laps to go. Working his way out of 5, out of Fastron, towards the city of Cape Town and the Wingfield Motors Bridge. He races down towards turn number 1 as the man in 2nd position comes towards us. That is Glenn Phillips, and they've both gone past that trio of fine cars. Then 3rd place man is Carl Halleck, all on his own. There's massive gaps here in the supercars. And then heading into turn 5, into Fastron corner now, is that 21 supercar of Craig Hume. And then working his way towards Fastron is Karel van der Merwe.
Just like to go to turn 2 in that battle in the fine cars section. Here they come. And still, it's going to be supercars breaking their way through, piercing their way through. Champion gingerly makes his way into the turn now behind the supercar. Watch out there for Di Dugmore. He goes wide again, and the Morgan closes up of Dave Alexander. Through the kick they run, and towards the turn 3 interceptor section. Running through there in the MGA twin cam.
So the leading supercar, all on his own, working his way into turn number 5, racing down towards a Fastron corner. Way down the road is Andrew Moffat. He's working his way out of 5. That car you see on screen there, that's a 2nd place man, and that is Glenn Phillips. That's working his way out of Pertamina Fastron. The supercar gaps are huge, working his way into Fastron corner now is the 3rd place man, and that is Carl Halleck. That's making his way towards us as 1st and 2nd in the supercars have just worked their way out of turn number 1 as Halleck races down towards turn 1. But Byram, the only real fight out there is basically the one that's heading towards the city of Cape Town Bridge.
And then towards turn 1, watch Di Dugmore will come around on the outside of the Chris Champion MGA. He's not close enough, I think. Let's see them as they go around that first turn. They'll be side by side through there. The Dave Alexander Morgan will also keep himself in that little group. There is now going to be 2 laps left to go, including the one these guys are currently on, and they're going to be running up to turn 2 for yet another occasion.
Right, so there will be a lap and a bit to go for the Supercars as your leader is heading into turn number 5, working his way into fast-run corner. That's nobody else than Mr. Andrew Moffat, who is the quickest man. No, he's not. Glenn Phillips is the quickest man out there with a 128.293 is Glenn. But your leader coming around, class and overall leader to start his final lap, and that is Andrew Moffat. Here comes Phillips across the line, and as Moffat starts his last lap, he's the fastest man out there with a 127.898. Heading towards the city of Cape Town Bridge is the man that's 3rd overall, Carl Halleck, and he's quite some distance behind Glenn Phillips. He's a Carl Halleck as that fight still raging on into fast run corner, Byron, that fight in the fine cars.
Yeah, watch turn 5. That is the one to watch. And the Morgan is closed up. Dave Alexander, remember, he is 5th in that battle, 10th at the moment overall, and they're going to have a supercar come right past them there. And I think that's the number 21 of Craig Hume, and he will then make his way past. But still, the 3rd place man in the fine cars class, forget about Appelgate, forget about Westhuizen, they're miles ahead at the moment, and they will now start the final lap of their race.
Final lap for the Supercars, and the leaders heading into turn number 5, into fast run corner. That's your class and overall leader on the last lap. The checkered flag is out for Andrew Moffat as he makes his way out of fast run corner towards the checkered flag. I just checked out the window. Yes, the flag is waiting for your overall leader, Andrew Moffat, in the 39 car as he brings it home in P1. Under the bridge he goes, and victory goes to Andrew Moffat. 2nd crosses the line now, and that will be the 54 supercar of Glenn Phillips, and he is the quickest man out there on the final lap, a 127.791. You're waiting for Carl Halleck. That's in that 3rd position, all on his own, working his way towards the city of Cape Town Bridge, and he will finish 3rd in class and 3rd overall.
Looking at the fine cars, Gunther Appelgren on his last lap. Jaco Oosthuizen has already been lapped, so he'll finish 7th and 2nd in the Bijou Trusty fine cars class. Chris Champion is still heading that gaggle down the back straight, ahead there of the Sprite, the Austin Healey Sprite of Di Dugmore. Will Di Dugmore go onto the inside? No, I don't think he will be able to make any type of move there. Meanwhile, Frankie, I see it looks like Craig Hume coming across the line.
Hume finishes his race, but here's your fight working its way out of the Pertamina fast run corner towards the flag.
Oh, it's been a real treat, this little battle here, as it's going to be Chris Champion that will take the MGA across the line just ahead of Di Dugmore and Dave Alexander. Here comes our winner, though, on the lead lap. The only man on the lead lap in the Bijou Trusty fine cars, Gunther Appelgren, will finish 5th overall and winner of the fine car section.
And then just behind him was Karel van der Merwe that finished in P6, but 5th overall for the Supercars.
So all of them have seen the line. Unfortunately, 2 non-starters, Yassine Darman in the Opel Supercars and the MGA of Roger Lewis, the number 1. He did not start this race. So only 10 of them out there, 5 in each class, and that, of course, was our first Cultron Formula Supercars and Bijou Trustees Fine Cars race for the day. Remember, all races are 2 heats or 2 races for the day. And we're then going to be moving on shortly now, to motorcycles. It's going to be Bridgestone Super Twin Cups, 650s, and Supersport 300 motorcycles that will be coming to us. And then we also have the South motorcycles. No superbikes today, unfortunately, but we still do have those 2 bike races for all the 2-wheel racing fans that are here at Killarney and watching at home, wherever you may be in the world, that is what you're going to be witnessing shortly with us. Well, do my eyes deceive me, or do I see a Lance Jonas, a particular Lance Jonas, on pole position for this Super Twin Cup 650 and Super Sport 300 race? Yes, he is on the Suzuki SV650. Alongside him, the Kawasaki Ninja 300 of Raymond Alexander and Nicholas Hutchins on the ER6 Quacker.
Well, that's not actually an excuse me, an ER6 is riding. He'll be riding a Versus, which has been converted into a race bike. It's it's a borrowed bike. His bike, unfortunately, is in the workshop. Abigail Bosson, the young lady, the I almost want to call the rose amongst the thorns. She's out there. Braden Hutchins, Mitch Robertson, Adrian Solomon, Bones is there. Ryan Kutsia, Jamie Hall, Trevor Smith, Peter Hill. Those are all the big boys, as they say. Then Garrett Goss is out there. Nassif Smart. I see Nassif out there as well. He used to ride Breakfast Club and Superbikes. Nassif's there. Stavro Michel's there. Stavro, the singing rider, as they call him. He's got a lovely voice in him. I didn't even know that.
He plays guitar, I know, as well.
As well, yeah. I'm jealous. I mean, I've got the voice. I just don't have the strings. Wayne Orense is out there on a 650 as well. Matty van Niekerk is out there as well. And Quinton Weening. Quinton Weening did a bit of short circuit the other day. Quitted himself quite nicely. So he now realizes what riding is really about. So a full field of 17 bikes out there in the Bridgestone Super Twin Cup 650 and the Super Sport 300s. I'd like to say thank you to Bridgestone. As we know, all the riders are out on Bridgestone tyres. So that is what it's all about. The weather, conducive to speed. The cool weather, your bike or your motor performs exceptionally well in this cool weather. The track surface, well, it's dry-ish around the circuit. I don't see any water. A little bit of wet patches are sort of on the verges.
It's drier, I think.
Dry-ish.
Than it was earlier on, except if you are housed in the new pit section, the Joubert pit section, that is incredibly wet.
Well, you just don't want to take a bath. That's right.
You need a boat to go across that section.
At least.
Water skis and all kinds of things. But yeah, that's a story for another day. Meanwhile, our magnificent cleanup crews will be cleaning up our
for the bikes
circuit here for the bikes.
The brims are breaking.
Yeah, no, we just edit that part out. Beauties of live coverage.
I just want to say to our viewers at home, thank you for joining us. It's lovely to have you on board with us, to afford us the opportunity to talk a lot of nonsense in your ear about the racing, and to the folk that are here at the circuit, all around the circuit. Thank you for making the pilgrimage to Killarney today. It's great to have you all out here. Lovely to see that you've braved the elements and come out here. I looked on the embankment, all the pickups, the buckies as we call them, or the trucks as they call them in America, parked up on the embankment, that famed embankment, which will be put to full use in October this year for the World Rallycross, the first of the electric car era. And well, they're up again in 2 weeks' time. I think they're in Hungary. And I can tell you something, if you thought petrol was fast, electric might not be noisy, but man, do those cars fly. They are actually just a fraction quicker than the petrol versions, believe it or not. Four-wheel drive electric cars, and they have got them down pat. They absolutely pedal around any circuit. So yes, Andreas Baccarat, Jan Christofferson, Gerland Shishiro, you name your names. They're all out there this year, and they're all letting it hang out for WRX, and they're coming to South Africa. So when the tickets open, start buying, folks. It's going to be an absolute humdinger affair here at Killarney International Raceway in October. And I am looking forward to it. I don't know about anyone else. I reckon it's going to be a real crackerjack affair. But in the meantime, our marshals that always brave the elements are out there cleaning up the circuit, getting things ready for the two-wheel brigade. And I look out there, a couple of our Photographers are out on circuit taking some great pics for social media and for purchase for that matter. If you have a rider or driver that you support and you want to put up a picture in the pub, get hold of the photographer. They'll make it in any size you like. You can put it in a frame, hang it up in the bar or in the braai room or whatever the case may be. The braai room for international views is a room we have in our house to have a barbecue. Yeah, a barbecue is a klomp barbers by die kliniek. That's a barbecue.
A BBQ.
A BBQ, yeah.
But I just was informed by Emil Tiny Brunt of Tiny's Pit Box that we're going to have 2 warm-up laps for the bikes, and that means it will not be a 9-lapper, it will be an 8-lap race.
Yeah.
So they've decided to knock a lap off, a racing lap off, and add an extra warm-up lap.
They always punish the bikes. Why do they punish the bikes like this?
I think they just need that extra bit of time. You know, some of us need time.
No.
I need time to get up in the morning. I need time to do my washing. I need time to do all my stuff. So time is definitely on our side.
I only need time to work, that's all. I don't have enough time to work. I have to work overtime, you know? It's a hell of a thing.
Time. We can go on about time for a long time, but we're going to be waiting for the bikes to come out now, which they are, thankfully. Otherwise, we'll be still telling you about time. And, well, there's going to be about 17 of them out there. That is the entry list. Jonas, well known for many years at Killarney. He was on the breakfast show with Dexter Bruce and Ernest Page. Always one to have a good chat with, and he'll be leading them off a little bit later on. Hutchings. 2 of them out there, Nicholas and Braddon. One on the KTM 390.
Well, it's nice to see so many bikes out in the Super Touring Cup. It's becoming a very popular category. They're all evenly matched motorcycles, the 650s and the 300s alike. And it makes for good racing, so you don't really have too much advantage. It's more the rider skill that's going to come out. The rider skill is the important thing, and while they're out there, just 2 minutes time. Now, Byron, we have both done some sort of racing. Nothing spectacular in our time, but we've had our fun. I reckon the circuit, the way it looks now, is actually nice because it's rained, everything's cleaned off. Hopefully all those oils have washed off. So you're pretty, I won't say sure, but you're pretty sort of confident that you're going to maximize your grip here. It's not hot, but if you are going at a good rate, you'll have good heat in those tires. So you'll get, and of course, most of all, like I said earlier on, this cool weather just maximizes engine power.
Yeah, a number of races. So we've had some rubber put down. The wet patches are disappearing. We had more of them earlier on, but as the little breeze happens, maybe a bit of a stronger breeze would have helped. But hey, we don't complain about that. We are ready to go racing. Here they come now.
Well, looking at Lance Jonas, he's looking very a la MotoGP out there in the blue, the yellow and the silver, and a little bit of white thrown in and some yellow thrown in there for good look. The 83 bike. Raymond Alexander on the front row hasn't done that for a while. Nicholas Hutchings is there as well. Oh, I tell you what's going to be a crackerjack affair, this one. And we're waiting now. 5-second border, but the John Green saunters off to the side. Lights off. Oh, false start out of Jonas. Jonas has a false start. He does himself no good. He gets a bit of trigger happy there on the clutch. He's going to have to do a lot. He's going to get a couple of seconds penalty, so he's going to have to try and work his hardest out there. I'm trying to pick up. It looks like Nicholas Hutchings could have got the whole shot coming out of turn number 1. And making his way up. Yeah, it's Hutchings has got the whole shot as he goes up. And dives there into a quarry corner. And I reckon that it could be Boston or someone close up there as they make their way now out of quarry corner down through the kink. And Hutchings has got a whole group. And have a look at Jonas is getting a little bit of A good ride out of there, out of Interceptor corner. They make their way up with Tigerberg straight up towards Sarl Sweep. And Hutchings is trying to get away. He's on a borrowed bike, but he's giving it a good run. Excuse me, as they work their way now out of turn number 4. They work their way down the back straight and go down towards turn number 5. Hutchings leads out. I'm trying to pick up who's sitting there. Number 2. Is that Fanikak? Is Slade Fanikak out there? No, he's not. It isn't. So we're going to try and pick up who that is. I think it could be Adrian Solomon. I'm not sure. Someone goes to the front. And they work their way through turn number 5. They're going to come out of 5. They're going to work their way up towards us. We'll be able to pick up who it is. The great tussle here at the sharp end of the field. Jonas is in the mix as they come up towards us. I'm just going to try and pick up that number from the commentary box. Who's in second place? It's bike number 65.
Jamie Hall.
Jamie Hall's riding on. We know Jamie's used to riding 600, so this is right his cup of tea as they work out of turn number 1.
Lovely stuff there, Jamie Hall. Sia in third, then Jonas in fourth with a heck of a lot of work to do. I can tell you that much. And then it will be the 92 of Matthew van Niekerk. Now they're going into that second turn for the second time in this 8-lap race now. And Nicholas Hutchings has got all the pressure on him on a borrowed bike as they go through turn 3, Interceptor corner for the second time in this race.
Great stuff coming out of Jamie Hall there. And Ryan Coetzee in there as well together. Nicholas Hutchings and Lance Jonas sits there in P4 as they work their way out. There comes P5. That's Matty van Niekerk is doing well. Then that lovely tussle up behind them is Brad Hutchins, Raymond Alexander, Adrian Solomon and Abby Bosson with Nassif Smart in there too for good measure. Working their way down the back straight. There's your leaders going down towards turn number 5.
It's going to be a move, I think, Francois.
Yeah, there's a bit of a move. There's always a move going into 5. It's a lovely corner. As they roll in there, it looks like it could be Ryan Coetzee. I'm not sure. They work their way out, trying to pick up. I think it's Ryan Coetzee who's gone up towards the lead. They come up under the bridge now towards us, and Ryan Coetzee leads out over Nicholas Hutchings. Coetzee over the line. Hutchings, Jamie Hall third, Lance Jonas fourth, and then another gaggle of bikes there now. Matty van Niekerk leading them out now with Hutchings, Alexander, Solomon, and Bosson. And then right up behind them, Nassif Smart.
Matthew van Niekerk goes Nassif Smart and Adrian Solomon, who leads the 300 class, and that's in 7th overall, ahead of Braden Hutchings, 1.2 seconds between the two of them. Meanwhile, going now through turn 2 here for the second part of the field. Meanwhile, Ryan Coetzee, a 1:23.468, fastest lap of the race, 7/100ths of a second between himself and Nicholas Hutchings. Here they come through the Supercars sweep, and it's basically wheel to wheel here between Ryan Coetzee and Nicholas Hutchings, who will surely make a move down the back straights.
Well, Nicholas Hutchings hanging in there, ready to tip out, but I can tell you something that Ryan Coetzee is holding his line. He's staying on the inside. He's gone defensive. It's a good measure to take. Hutchings up around the outside. It goes around the outside of Ryan Coetzee. That is a brilliant move there coming out of Nicholas Hutchings as he works his way out of turn number 5 up towards the City of Cape Town Bridge. And Hutchings staving off the attentions of Ryan Coetzee. Ryan pulls up alongside him. He gets to the drive. He goes past Hutchings down towards turn number 1. Now they're banging down through the gears. Jamie Hall slips up on the inside of Hutchings. Hall slides up in there, shuts out Nicholas Hutchings as they go down into turn number 1. It's a great maneuver coming out of Jamie Hall now as he chases the back there with Ryan Coetzee. They make their way now into quarry corner. Coetzee slaving off the attention. Jamie Hall sitting there, but he almost touches the curb as he slides around quarry corner with Hutchings being third. Jonas just a fraction back on them, trying to reel them in, but the 3 youngsters up front are absolutely peddling their way down into Interceptor corner as Coetzee stays with Hall and Hall closes up.
These 3 keeping each other occupied as well could allow Lance Jonas to close up the gap on the Suzuki. It's a bit of a tough ask. 2 seconds between himself and the back of Nicholas Hutchings at the moment, leaving behind Matthew van Niekerk all the way back in 5th position ahead of Nassif Smart. 10 seconds between the two of them. Adrian Solomon further back in 7th position, still a 1.3 seconds ahead of Wayne Aronson at the moment, who will be 7th in class. Trevor Smith behind him.
You see on camera there, it looks like Jamie Hall's made a move up on the inside there of Ryan, and look at this, and coming through their 3 bikes, they're absolutely almost touching tires as they work their way out of turn number 5 up towards the bridge. And Jamie Hall leads out there, and Ryan Coetzee gets a good drive on Jamie Hall. He takes the lead again back down towards turn number 1. Ryan Coetzee, Jamie Hall, and Nicholas Hutchings begin to try to drag it in there. It's a fantastic tussle at the sharp end of the field, as it's still Ryan Coetzee that leads out. Jamie Hall and Nicholas Hutchings are in there. It's still a bit further back, Lance Jonas. They work their way now up the Jubez straight into Quarry Corner. Hutchings looks for a late break, tries to do a cutback on Jamie Hall, but Hall keeps that all shut in his face, and Ryan Coetzee just edges slightly forward. It's a tight struggle with the lead here now through the kick down into the Interceptor Corner.
Wonderful stuff here. Here they come into turn 3, Interceptor Corner. It's Jamie Hall and Nicholas Hutchings on the outside. Then now Nicholas Hutchings will go closer to the rumble strips on the Tigerberg straight. Then into Sarl sweep, and he's still hanging in there in 3rd position at the moment. It was 2.1 seconds between Hutchings and Lance Jonas the last time around. Has he been able to make any sort of inroads there on the Suzuki? We'll find out when they cross the line. Yeah, they go down the back straight now. It's almost going to be basically 3 abreast, as looks like it's going to be Jamie Hall on the in the middle. They're spearheading basically this whole section as Hutchings comes up into 2nd on the exit of turn 5.
Hutchings doing some sterling stuff around the outside there of Ryan Coetzee. Coetzee's got great drive as he comes out, but can he close down on the leader Jamie Hall? Hutchings looking on the inside. Will Jamie Hall keep that door closed? They're late on the brakes there on the 50-meter board as they dive into turn number 1. It's still Jamie Hall leading out from Nicholas Hutchings. Ryan Coetzee down in 3rd. Lance Jonas in 4 and Maddie van Niekerk in distant 5, but it's still Jamie Hall that leads up into Quarry Corner. Hall into Quarry Corner, Hutchings right up there. Ryan Coetzee, best seat in the house, puts Hutchings the lead in the sandwich now, leading out down through the kink, down towards Interceptor Corner. They pitch it left, then they're going to pitch it hard right, drop it here, just feather their brakes and dive in there, and Hutchings again wants to look around the outside, and Jamie Hall is hanging in there. Hutchings looks on the outside, Hall closes the door, keeps him totally honest as they work their way now into Sarl sweep as they double right hand apex turn, and they're going to work their way down the back straight. And I can tell you something for nothing, that this is a titanic struggle. Jamie Hall fending off Nicholas Hutchings. Hutchings is hanging in there. Ryan Coetzee is getting good drive, going down towards 5 per minute faster on. He splits the 2 of them. He looks up on the inside. You don't want to get jammed up in that sandwich. And Hutchings goes around the outside and he takes the lead.
Here they come out of turn 5 now. Pertamina Fastron onto the main straight. When they cross the line, it'll be 2 laps left to go. And then underneath the city of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge, Hutchings leads. See the time between them, a 1/10 of a second. It is going to be 1:23.002. They go all in turn 1, and it is going to be Jamie Hall that still holds 2nd at the present moment, ahead there of Ryan Coetzee onto the Jubez straight towards turn 2 on this penultimate lap.
I tell you what, it's a lovely tussle here. Jamie Hall's now the meat in the sandwich. They're going to Quarry. Ryan Coetzee still in 3rd. Nicholas Hutchings holding on to 1st place there. Jamie Hall trying to really, Hutchings trying to get away from them. He doesn't want to be hustled too much. They're on their penultimate lap as they work their way through Interceptor Corner. Lance Jonas falling a bit away there. Maddie van Niekerk trying to reel him in as the leaders make their way up towards Sarl sweep. Here comes the leader, Nicholas Hutchings, Jamie Hall, Ryan Coetzee. I tell you what, it's anyone's game now as they work their way through this double right-hander. Down the back straight they go now. You're going to just open up the throttle and work your way through the gearbox as you work your way down to Pertamina Fastron Corner. They go down, they'll see the 150, the 100 board mark, and now they'll start applying a little bit of brakes as they pitch it in. Tilt it over on your right-hand side. Knee down on the tarmac. It's your 3rd wheel coming into operation as you roll it around. Now suddenly you've got to pick the bike up and flick it the other way, because now you're going into a left-hander to hit the main straight, and Jamie Hall is back in the lead. Jamie Hall gets good drive coming out of the corner. Ryan Coetzee is 2nd, and Nicholas Hutchings goes back 2 places into 3rd. And I can tell you something, Byron, this is going to be a last lap battle of note.
But could that be the place to be, 3rd place on this final lap, Francois?
Well, you never know.
I think what happens is they'll come down the Jubez straight for the last time in this first race into turn 2. It's Jamie Hall from Coetzee from the familiar HSE colours of Hutchins Service Centre, and it is Nicholas Hutchins. They come through the kink now for the last time in this first race. They'll dip it down into the old damp dip, which is now Interceptor Corner.
Oh, they're going through the inside there. It looks like they've got a bit of water coming up there, but it's still Jamie Hall leading out, and Ryan Kutsia has got a great seat there behind Jamie Hall. They come out of that double right-hander saddle sweep, work their way down the back straight. And Ryan Kutsia is right there with them, but look at this, all three of them going down. We're going to be drafting each other going down towards Pertamina Fastron. Is Jamie Hall going to do the right thing?
Double wave yellows in turn 5.
No overtaking. No overtaking. Jamie Hall has the upper hand. You cannot overtake, and Ryan sits alongside Jamie Hall. He can't go past him. He will obtain a penalty. He's going to have to hold him on. Hall comes out, and Jamie Hall has got the upper hand now. I think the checkered flag is out. Indeed it is. They come up towards the line. It's going to be Jamie Hall, Ryan Kutsia. Ryan steps over. Jamie Hall takes from Ryan Kutsia, and Nicholas Hutchins. As we wait for Lance Jonas, who comes in with Manny van Niekerk. Manny van Niekerk, and Manny van Niekerk beats Lance Jonas for fourth up over the line.
Just taking a look, it's about 3/100ths of a second, 35,000ths of a second ahead then of Smart that will be coming down. Surely the 123 bike coming out of turn 5, Pertamina Fastron, and that will be ahead of Wayne Aronson. And then we'll just take a look at the positions in the 300 class. That will be Adrian Solomon. Here comes almost Wayne Aronson across the line, who finished 7th overall in 7th in class. And is this Adrian Solomon coming now on the Kawasaki Ninja 400 to take victory in the Supersport 300 class. You see the checkered flag right in front of the camera there, giving us a nice wave. And then Trevor Smith comes across the line. Trevor Smith on the Kawasaki NC07, very different bike to use for this type of racing. Abigail Mosson comes 2nd in class and 10th overall ahead of Braden Hutchings. That will finish on the KTM in 3rd place in class, 11th overall. Raymond Alexander will be 4th in class, 12th overall. Stavro Michel, 13th ahead of Mitch Robinson. Mitch Robinson will be 5th in class. And then Garrett Goss, Quinton Weening should be coming through right now. The number 85 Kawasaki Ninja 400. And unfortunately, Peter Hill did not complete this race after 5 laps. He pulled off, I think it was him pulling off down the back straight earlier on the number 6 SV650. But that was the first of the bike races today, and what a humdinger it was. So the South Motorcycles Clubmans Classic and Breakfast Run Motorcycles. And on pole position in the Clubmans class and overall, Simkelo Liwani on the Yamaha R6 with Ferdy Schmidt alongside him, and then the 1100 BMW. We have the Boxer Cup happening here, and it's Mario Ferreira alongside, well, not alongside him on the next row, it's William Morris, Wayne Gress, and then Laverne Sobotka. Now, these are mixtures of classic and Clubman's bikes. JP Shermers on the Honda Fireblade, Derek Hendricks on his R6 Yamaha, Willem Lowe on the Yamaha R6, Jason Bulterman on the F800 BMW, and Andre Symes, the R1, Piers Canuti, a name we've come used to. Canute.
It's not Canuti, it's Canute. I also made that mistake, so I just thought, I got told by Wayne Orange this morning, Piers asked us nicely, it's Piers Canute.
Oh, is that where the black guy comes from?
The black
guy. There we go.
Yes, yes, and the blood in the nose, yep, that's me. I'm
All
always one for a bit of a blood nose, you know, it's occasional.
You're a personal Rocky.
No, I am a Rocky. You think I got these good looks from being nice?
You're punched into shape.
Punched into shape, always great stuff. Right, so South Motorcycles stepping up to the plate, sponsoring this one, the Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run Motorcycles. And as we said, Samkela Lawani sits there in pole position. Ferdy Schmidt on the R6 there with him. Mario Ferreira and William Morris on the two BMW R1100S boxer bikes sit on the second row. William Morris ahead there of Wayne Gress and Laverne Sobotka on the third row. Then the fourth row is JB Shermers and Derek Hendricks. Fifth row, Willem Lowe and Shannon Thompson, Yamaha and Kawasaki's. So lots happening out there. And, well, they're just having 2 warm-up laps. They'll come up onto the line shortly and we get the race underway.
Yeah, they'll also do 2 warm-up laps and then 8 racing laps like we did in the previous bike race. And 18 of them are scheduled to be out there. A number of the breakfast run bikes, Dylan Anderson on the Yamaha, on the 600 Suzuki, we have Chad Thompson, Philip Rimmer, and Michael Reifarth out there as well. That sounds like such a cool name, Michael Reifarth. It goes there with Michael Knight and Michael...
It's got a bit of a German, you know, that we have only one click kind of approach to it. Right, so the riders coming up towards the line, they're going to start lining up. I recommend for a crackerjack 8-lapper here. And we'll have a look, see. There you see on your camera, bikes coming onto the line. 77 bike there of Piers Canute in picture. The 63 bike rolling through, that's JB Shermers. 86 bike there is Willem Lowe. So all the guys just finding their respective grid positions. You usually know by the time you leave the pit lane where you are posted.
Sometimes you draw a blank though, I think, at times, Francois.
Not when you're Samkela Lawani and you're on pole position.
Definitely not.
And Ferdy Schmidt there on the Project 60 machine sits there in number 2, and we're waiting now for John Green. He's got the 5-second board there.
Bravest man in motorsport.
A couple of bikes coming up back to the pit lane. Right, so we're at the back of the grid there, waiting for the lights. Lights off, and Ferdy Schmidt gets a crackerjack start. Makes his way down, and looks like Morris on the BMW boxer bike works his way down in there, and William Morris goes down. It's into turn number 1. They work their way up the Uber Straight, and here they come towards Quarry Corner, all trying to find their feet. Or is it Mario Ferreira? I think it's Mario Ferreira. All Mario Ferreira holds the lead there on the BMW boxer bike. That's a big 1100 machine.
Mean Mr. Mustard?
There we go, and going past him now is Samkela Lawani, but Morris says, don't be stupid. What are you trying to do? I'm also riding an 1100. You come here with your little R6. What are you up to? up the Tigerberg straight. Now, Lewani opens up the gas there, gets past the BM, works his way now into Sorrel sweep, dives in, pitches it over right. You see the rest of the bikes following suit. Working their way out now down the back straight, and Lewani holds it. Morris runs a little bit wide, and looks like it could be Ferdy Schmidt coming there as they work their way down towards turn number 5, down the back straight. It's a bit of a bend to the left now. You come down and you grab a handful on that front brake. If you've got a quick shifty, we bring it down, get a bit of a power slide in, but these guys are just regulars, so they won't be doing all that fancy stuff, and they work their way now. You see a whole gaggle of bikes working their way out of turn 5 up towards us, all trying to fend for a position. But it's Lewani that crosses the line. He's followed there by Jason Balterman, who sits now in 3rd place on the BMW F8. Jason, what a beautiful comeback from this man. Not only has he come back from a serious motorcycle crash, but he is as fit as anything, lost a lot of weight and is really looking in great shape. Sits in 3rd place, and he's a big lad as he pitches it over there now into turn number 2. There you see them ahead there. Balterman there with the white helmet works his way out, and he's followed there by Sabotka. Sabotka sitting up, Levin Sabotka, then Mario Ferreira and Wayne Gress. There they go, pitching now into the Scepter corner. They're working about it in Scepter corner up the Tigerberg straight away. You see all the bikes coming in there, and in between that whole gaggle, that green bike there of Willem Lowe getting caught up in the traffic. Everyone works their way now up towards turn number 4. That's Sorrel sweep. Lowe caught up on the inside, not able to make a move. Now the leaders work their way down towards turn number 5, and in the front still it's some Keller Lewani who's fending off the Gerard Frey. Pitch it down into turn number 5. They work their way now out of turn number 5. And coming up towards the bridge, it is still Lewani. Lewani giving it a full grunt as he comes up towards us there, and right Frey sits close up. Jason Balterman crosses the line in 3rd. He's followed there by Levin Sabotka and Frey. Followed by then that's Piers Canute, Shermers, Mario Ferreira, Wayne Gress, and Willem Lowe.
Back of the race, the 1:09.43 for Gerard Frey, and that is 4/10 of a second, actually more 3/10 of a second quicker than Lewani, and 1/10 of a second between the two of them. Here they come through the turn 2 section, and Piers Canute, JP Shermers in that little gaggle as well. 7/10 between them as they cross the line. That's all Clubmans for the first 6. Mario Ferreira leads currently the in 7th position, the classic class, ahead of Wayne Gress's classic Yamaha R1, as we have the top 5 going through Sorrel sweep, the double apex right-hander.
Right, going down the back straight of the leaders down towards Pertamina Fostron corner, and I can tell you something for nothing that Gerard Frey is right up there on the inside of some Keller Lewani. But Lewani closes the doors. They roll out of turn number 5. Lewani, it's Gerard Frey and Jason Balterman on that F800 GS is having a crackerjack race out there as they exit turn number 5 up towards the City of Cape Town bridge. Under the bridge again, and Gerard Frey goes right past some Keller Lewani and works his way down towards turn number 1. So Gerard Frey takes the lead. Lewani will want to come back at him. It's 2,600. Gerard actually on a ZX10R, and some Keller Lewani on a YZF R6 sits up there, and Jason Balterman on the F800 comes flying in there into turn number 2, followed there by Sabotka, Canute, Shermers, Lowe and Ferreira.
Yeah, Ferreira going into turn 2 now, still the leader of the class in 8th position. He's the classics. Derek Hendricks has come up into 9th position, and actually looking for that second classic bike. It was Wayne Gress, has probably had a moment, is now down in 12th position, but that is all the way bound in the turn 4 into the back straight.
Just quickly get on the back straight there. It's Gerard Frey leading, but I see Jason Balterman has moved up into 2nd place. Jason Balterman is 9 second, been chased there by some Keller Lewani. And Balterman is having an absolute field day out there. There we see them exiting out of turn number 5, Pertamina Fostron. There's Balterman in Scott. There's Frey. There's Balterman. There is Lewani as they work their way under the City of Cape Town bridge down towards turn number 1. Gerard Frey having a lovely run. But on that F800 GS, Jason Balterman is just pedaling along, and he's not allowing the ZX10R of Lewani to get past.
Well, there's 4 laps left to go. JP Shermers comes through the start finish, and Willem Lowe is 10th of a second off of Shannon Johnson, comes up into 8th position. Top 9 are all Clubmans bikes at this time. Wayne Gress finds himself in 10th position at the moment, but meanwhile back to 1st and 2nd now. Gerard Freyer 1:21.439, fastest lap, 2 seconds between himself and Jason Bolterman, with Liwani just check him in the background there as they go through.
You saw on screen Jason Bolterman right up there behind Gerard Frey. He's not letting him go, and Jason knows how to ride a bike, I'm going to tell you this much. There we go, there's Gerard Frey, Jason right up behind him. They're pulling a bit away there from Sakela Liwani, coming into shot now. You can see Gerard Frey, and Jason is going to try and draft him as they work their way down towards it, but he's not close enough. Gerard Frey is winding up that 600 Kawasaki as he goes down there into turn number 5. That's Perdamina fast round corner. Jason Bolterman quite quick through the twisty bits now as he worked their way through turn number 5. They're going to exit turn number 5 and come up towards us. There is Sabotka and Canute in there as well. That was having a great tussle coming out of 5. And your leader crosses the line. And well, I think they're got 3 laps to go. So there's your leader. And Bolterman close by there, and Sakela Lewani in shot there, works his way through turn number 1. Great stuff there now, up towards the Bear straight towards Quarry Corner. Frey goes in, but look at Bolterman just sails into Quarry Corner and closes right up there behind, and with your 4th and 5th guys coming in, Sabotka and your then 6th and 7th is Shermers, Lowe and Thompson working their way up towards Quarry Corner.
Watch that 5th and 6th place battle. They'll be making their way now towards turn 3, and that is Sabotka versus Canute. 6/10 of a second the last time out between the two of them. They now come on to the Tigerberg straight. Here they are, and going into the double apex, a right-hander at Saro sweep onto the back straight as they run. Is there going to be a move there from Piers Canute? We'll have to find out when they come towards turn 5. Pertamina fast run. I don't think it will happen.
Well, there we see Gerard Frey going in. Jason Bolterman not too far away now is Samkela Lewani. They exit turn number 5, make their way through the kink up towards the City of Cape Town Bridge. Gerard Frey giving it a good all when he crosses. 2 laps to go. And Bolterman's there with him in there. And here comes your 4th and 5th, Sabotka and Canute. Sabotka ahead of Piers Canute. And then Willem Lowe comes into screen there with ahead of Shannon Thompson, Derek Hendricks. And then we go back down to turn number 1 there with 4 and 5. There's Canute on screen. And then we wait for Lowe Shermers. There's Willem Lowe on the green Kawasaki coming into turn number 1, followed there by Shannon Thompson. Willem Lowe works his way through, and he's down in P6. Your leaders working in there is Canute still having on screen having a great tussle there with Sabotka.
Sabotka is quite wide.
Going into turn 3. Interceptor corner is once again Sabotka and Canute, your leaders going into Sarl sweep, working their way down the back straight. There's your leader now on screen, and that is Gerard Frey, being chased hard there by Jason Bolterman. He's been followed there by Samkela Lewani, and years 4 and 5 it's Laverne Sabotka and Piers Canute. They're going to have to work their way down the back straight as the leaders go down, but I don't think Piers Canute is close enough to mount a challenge, or is he? He sits very close. He's close. He can maybe do a switch back there on Laverne Sabotka. But there's Bolterman coming out, and there's Samkela Lewani. But I think Laverne Sabotka. Canute, there's a tight one up on the inside, and now it's pretty close to Laverne Sabotka as they work their way under the City of Cape Town Bridge. Sabotka pushing hard, and Piers Canute there going down into turn number 1. But Laverne Sabotka definitely the upper hand on that one.
A 1:29.13, the fastest lap of the race, and 2.6 seconds between Frey and Bolterman. Here is 1st and 2nd now into the turn 2 section. Out of turn 2 through the TPL run. There you'll see behind them Sabotka and Canute. They are still nose to tail with each other in 4th and 5th positions. Willem Lowe 9.6 seconds back onto the Tigerberg straight we run now. 1st and 2nd, Gerard Frey, who's got the fastest lap and has got 2.6 seconds odd over Jason Bolterman. Liwani in 3rd position now. It is the flag lap. Down the back straight they'll come for the last time in the South Motorcycles, Clubmans Classics and Breakfast Run bikes. Just looking a little further down, Chad Thompson in 10th position is the leader. of the breakfast run class, and Philip Rimmer and Dylan Anderson follow suit.
Oh, great riding there coming out of Frey. Gerard Frey doing sterling work up ahead of Jason Balterman. Jason looks over his shoulder. Yeah, they come up towards the checkered flag. It's going to be Gerard Frey who praise from the pit wall, followed there by Jason Balterman on the F800 GS. Then it's going to be some Keller Lawani, Laverne Sabatka, Piers Canute. And, well, Piers Canute got ahead there of Sabatka right at the end and actually posted the quickest lap of the day. Wow, where did that come from? Now we wait for Willem Lowe crosses the line. Up behind him will be JB Sherber, Shannon Thompson, Greg Hendricks. They will cross the line there together with Chad Thompson. And then we wait for the likes of Philip Rimmer. Dylan Anderson ahead of Philip Rimmer, then Wayne Gress, then Mario Ferreira on the other BMW. Here comes Ferdy Schmidt. Ferdy Schmidt crosses the line, and then up behind him will be Andre Symes, and then bringing up the rear will be Willem Morris.
Yeah, a bit of a tough race for Willem Morris. 17th position. We wait for him now. He's on the 1100 Beamer. Here he comes, number 13. One of the Mustard gang, and well, that's just off of Andre Symes. But Wayne Gress on the R1 Yamaha wins the classic class ahead of Mario Ferreira on his Boxer Beamer. And like Francois said, interesting on the last lap, a 1:20.124 for Piers Canute. That was 0.6 of a second faster than Gerard Frey's last lap time. So it just shows he has quite a bit of pace still in him in that battle with Laverne Sabotka. Willem Lowe, JP Shermers, as we're saying, but now we move on to the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge. Now, here we're going to go and be seeing some action.
Right, folks, here we go with the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge race number 1.
Yeah, this is the one a lot of people have been waiting for. Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge race number 1. And the reason why he says race number 1 is because he's already looking forward to race number 2. And that's going to be later on this afternoon.
That will be the second last race of the program.
With a slight possibility of aqua coming from above down south.
Well, let's hope not.
Alright, so as we sort out some of the technical difficulties that we've had during the course of today, it's slowly but surely getting better.
Well, here we go with the Alert Engine Parts VW GTI Challenge as they work their way down the back lane. The bad news is that Tate Bishop has had problems out there this morning, so that unfortunately we won't see the Angry Racing Academy VW Jetta out on the circuit. And also in the week, Ryan van Eden had a problem out there, accident out there for Ryan van Eden, and that has put him out. So we only got about 5 Class B cars out for this one.
Keeping in mind that Class B, Roo, Thompson, Galfay, Hendricks and Van Escape. Zaki Hendricks, ex-class champion, the man from Wheelworks down in the friendly city of Cape Town, just outside Cape Town, opposite the centre. He finds himself 20 points in the lead. He looked pretty nervous this morning when we had a chat with him and said, all you got to do is, first of all, finish. Thereafter, everything else can happen. And he said, yeah, I know, but yeah, this is going to be very tight. So he's kind of wound up for the opportunity to try and hold on to that 20-point gap he's got in Class B. Class A is going to be brilliant. It's going to be Umpi Swart, Nathan Victor, Frankie, even on iRacing level, is becoming a force to be reckoned with. And I believe Tim Bezuidenhout has got some new shocks on board. And he's been helped, in fact, by Umpi Swart from Impini Motors. He said, well, I might as well help the guy, make him a little bit quicker, and then just make it a bit more exciting for myself. So expect Clinton Bezuidenhout to be very much up there and running. Dylan Jabir, a lot of work being done on that car, replacement of the gearbox. Geldenhuis van Sail and Cup, rounding out Class A.
Yeah, that's going to be some awesome stuff out there. And then Mario Rube has also decided to move to Class B. He was a Class A runner. He's now in Class B. And joining him, we will have the likes of Mohamed Kalfi will be in there as well. But have a look at these Class C cars. They're right up front here. Here is the 31 car and the 15 car.
Mark Fontini.
Yes, and the 15 car is near a bus. They are right there in the front of Class C and directly behind, B, and directly behind the Class A cars.
So Zaki Hendricks starts a long way down, 13th position. Ahead of him is, in fact, Mohamed Kalfay, who is blindingly quick. Thompson and Roo there as well. Van Escape in the 69, 7th row on the outside in 14th. But frankly, that Class C is going to be great as well.
Daniel Muna in the 33 car, the man that brought us some Red Bulls here. He will be starting this one, sadly, from a pit lane in the API Property Group VW Jet Golf 1.
So for the folks at home, Fontini, Class B, up in 8th position, Noura Bas in 10th position, then a whole lot of the Class B cars, and then going down to Van Eden Road, Jacobs, Levy, Harris a long way down in 19th.
Right, the lights are on, and off they go, all at once, one huge start as they barrel down into turn number 1. Let's have a look at this. The Class B cars, there's some of them are 4 abreast, racing down into turn number 1. This is A, B, and C all in one as they work their way out of turn number 1. At the sharp end of the field, we have got Umpi Swart that leads them, racing up towards turn number 2. Behind him is Clinton Bezuidenhout. Right behind Bezuidenhout is Nathan Victor. As they work their way down, Dylan Jabir is in that fight as well. He's fighting as hard as he can as they work their way all out of turn 2 through the kink towards turn 3 interceptor corner.
Contact in the middle of turn number 2. We'll try and pick up as much of that contact as we can on the replays for you. Leading out is doing what he does best, but he's being followed by his biggest competition as well, Umpi Swart, and he leads out there from a Killarney. The Class B battle still looking very, very tight. Through the saddle sweep they go, out into the back main, and now it's hammer down the back main. It's Umpi Swart from Killarney. Nathan Victor in that third position.
Leading Class C going down the back main. That's a golf you see there. That is Mark Fontini, and he's right in there with the front runners of Class B. They're coming out of turn number 5, out of fast strong corner. Umpi Swart from Killarney in that second position.
Zuck is off.
And then Nathan Victor as Zaki Hendricks loses the circuit, and he will be joined further down now in Class B.
Oh, the costly session for Zaki Hendricks at that stage of the fight as he went off. Leading out there, the brilliant IT car of Umpi Swart. He was the fastest man. Nathan Victor's looking good. Nathan Victor is coming of age. He's all over the back of Mercedes. Dylan Jabir having one of his best to date as well.
Right, so as the Class A cars work their way through the kink and race down towards turn number 3, we've got a group of 3, a gap, and a group of another 3 heading towards interceptor corner. It is Umpi Swart from Clinton Mercedes and Nathan Victor that you have a look racing down towards turn number 4. Saddle sweep directly behind them is a bit of a gap before we see the next group racing down towards turn 4. And as they work their way down the back straight, that group working its way through there, that is led by Kai van Sail. Behind him is Dylan Jabir, followed by Skalkie Geldenhuys. Down the back main they go. Then Ian Cup, he's the last man in that class. And then you got the leader of Class B that's working his way down into turn 5 into Pertamina Vastron.
One hell of a fight there for that second position in Class A as they come out towards the city of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge and down towards turn number 1. There's 2 battles, that second and third place battle, and then the 4th, 5th and 6th place battle as well. It's Umpi Swart that leads out. He's got a bit of a gap, but it's all happening behind him.
And there's a group of cars that's working its way into turn number 1, and that is Mohammed Kalfay. Then the leader of Class B with the Mark Fontini, Zaki Hendricks, Nur Abbas, Mark Thompson. The Class B and C cars is very much between each other. That group working its way through turn number 2. He's been led there by Van Sail coming towards us now. That's Ian Cup. He's the last man out there. Then we've got the leader of Class B. That's Mohammed Kalfi. And then Zaki Hendricks going through there. And right there with Zaki Hendricks is Mark Fontini. And he's the man that leads Class C.
So leading our Class A is Umpi Swart. Then it's Mercedes and Victor that have changed positions. Behind that is Dylan Jabir, Geldenhuys and Van Sail. Down the back main they go. The Class A doing a brilliant job. Don't forget about Mark Fontini. He was the fastest man in qualifying Class B. He still leads out, and he's got Roo between himself and Nur Abbas. That is a second in class.
Right, so leading Class B is Kalfi from Roo. And Zaki Hendricks, they working their way now into turn number 5. There's Kalfi coming through right behind Mohammed Kalfi. He's Roo, and right behind Roo, that yellow car you see on your screen there, that is Zaki Hendricks. But that is in turn 1. This group is working its way under the bridge now towards turn number 1. Then directly behind them is the Class C leader, and that is Mark Fontini.
Mark Fontini ahead of Roo, then Thompson, Kalfay. There come Hendricks as well. That's the yellow car. Then it's Van Escape that leads out, and then that the balance of that Class C battle: Van Eerden, Rowe, Jacobs and Levy, all of them right together. In fact, Harris with that group as well. As we go back to our leader, and he's already on his way up to turn number 4.
Working his way out of turn number 4 now, down the back main.
Oh, they touched! It was Nathan Victor that rubbed there up against, sorry Frankie, that rubbed up against the Clinton Mercedes. That could have turned to tears. 4th, 5th and 6th all together down the back main.
While this is all happening, they are losing the leader because he's making his way down into turn 5 all on his own. and that is working his way through fast strong corner. That's Yuri Umpiswart, and then Victor is having a hell of a fight there with beside a note. That's the two of them, yeah, right behind them. That's a lovely fight there. That is Kai van Zyl is in that fight, and right there with Kai van Zyl is Dylan Jabeur, and right on his heels as they cross the line is a Skalky Geldenhuys, and not too far behind of them, working his way to turn number 1 is the last car in Class A, and that is Ian Cup.
Yeah, going back to the entrance to Class A, we see the first of the Class B cars coming down that side. Unfortunately, that camera not working very well for us as we go back to Class A for the folks at home.
Right, Class A, never mind the man that sits up front. He's all on his own, and that's working his way to turn 3 interceptor corner. That is a Yuri Umpiswart. He's getting away now through turn 3 from Nathan Victor. Nathan Victor is now trying to get away from Clinton Besaidenout, and then that's that three-way fight that's been led there by Kai van Zyl. Right behind him is Dylan Jabeur. Right on his case is Skalky Geldenhuys, followed there by Ian Cup. And it's a lovely, lovely fight. That is Ian Cup all on his own, working his way towards turn 4.
And behind there, here comes Fontini. He's leading out the class. He's got Mario Roux directly behind him. Then it is Noura Bas, but let's go back to turn number 5. Look at that battle going down to turn number 5. All the Class A guys so close to one another. Besaidenout's now being closed down. Van Zyl, Jabeur and Geldenhuys all together. Jabeur's going to have to be very, very wake up because Geldenhuys is on the move.
Right, Geldenhuys, yeah, he's definitely beginning to close up on this lot as they race down towards turn number 1. But we've got to go a bit further down because there's lovely fights in Class C. We cannot just stay with Class A all the time. Class C is well being led there by Fontini. Oh, we've got a problem in turn 4. That's Mark Thompson on the exit of turn 4, right up on the inside. You might not dare he stands. That's Mark Thompson trying to get himself out the way. And Thompson, who is in Class B, recovers the circuit once again.
Wow, well spotted there by the rest of the crew. We go back to this fight which works its way into turn number 1. The Class C battle is on. There's no doubt about it. These guys are not going to give way for one another. It's very, very close. A tenth of a second in general between all 4 of them.
Yeah, that's a massive fight. That's a matter of fact, they're going into turn number 2. They're behind Brett van der Schuyf. Have a look at that fight. That's working its way out of turn number 2. There they go, those 3 golfies right in there behind van der Schuyf. That's Van Eden, Abbas and Matthew Rowe. Racing now towards interceptor corner, working their way out of turn number 4. That one is not done now. Out of turn 3, I should say, heading towards turn 4 is that massive fight there. And that is basically for 2nd, 3rd and 4th in Class C.
Oh, I think they're that times within a tenth of a second. Oh, using the curbstone and more. It's a brilliant drive up front, I must say, by Umpiswart. Don't forget about him. He's up, dusted and disappeared away from the front end of the field. And, well, he's just doing such a brilliant job. How do you explain what this man does? It's just all right, meeting for meeting, race for race. He just gets it so smooth and clean and neat as we watch him coming through down towards interceptor corner. He's got oodles of ground behind him through to Nathan Victor.
Yeah, looking at that fight, going through the kink and towards a turn number 3 interceptor corner now. That is the one that's way behind Nathan Victor. And as a matter of fact, we see the 3 of them work their way now towards a turn number 4. Class A is beginning to open up ever so slightly, but there's a fight coming out of turn number 2, Gary, for 2nd and 3rd in a Class B, and that one is between Zaki Hendricks and Mario Roux, working their way now through interceptor corner. There the 2 of them go. Just ahead of them is your Class B leader, that's Mohammed Kalfi, as they work their way into turn 4. Sadel van der Merwe sweep, the double right-hander.
Well, it sounds like we've got action happening all around the circuit. Having a look down the back main, Umpiswart, the fastest man out there, 124.795.
Right, there's yes, 124.795. Umpiswart is the man that is the fastest out there. We'll pick him up. There he works his way towards turn number 2. And he's going to pick up Mark Thompson, the man that got it all wrong earlier on. And Thompson is back on track, but he is way down making his way through the kink now towards a turn 3 interceptor corner. He's your overall leader, Yuri Umpiswat from Bullion IT Racing.
There you saw second. Here comes third, fourth, and fifth. That's Keldernace. That's holding out very, very strong there. With Skull Keldernace, Dylan Jabir, very, very close to one another. Clinton Mazadno actually leading that one out. Dylan Jabir once through. Dylan Jabir once through on the last lap, all over the curbstone. And while he somehow held that one together, Umpiswat's up, dusted, and disappeared. It's Victor in that second. You're watching third, fourth, and fifth for the folks at home. You're missing out big time. Killarney International Raceway, this is where it's all happening.
Right, the leader will be making his way towards a checkered flag soon. He's working his way out of a turn number 5. And that is the man of Bullion IT Racing. Here he comes, heading towards the City of Cape Town Bridge. That is your overall and class winner, Yuri Umpiswat. Brings it home in P1. Second for Summit Racing will be Nathan Victor across the line. Then we've got this lovely fight coming down towards us, and that's going to be Clinton Versailles, and right on his case is Dylan Jabir. Let's have a look and see what is the difference. Here is Cup coming towards us, and then behind that we're going to wait for that fight for the lead. That fight for Class B, that is being led there by Mohammed Kalfay, and just behind Kalfay is that fight that is working his way towards us, and that is Zaki Hendricks that gets home just ahead there of Mario Roux. Class C is won by Mark Fontini. He will end ahead there of Van der Skyf, and then it's a side-by-side action across the line. Side-by-side across the line in that class. I'll let you know now what that is. And that is Faisal Jacobs, I think it might be. Yeah, it's difficult to pick it all up there. There's just a lot of action as the rest of the cars work their way to the checkered flag. Right, now we're waiting for the final race before lunch, and we were just talking about the Extreme Festival that we had at Aldous Krabanti last weekend. And I want to say a big heads up and thumbs up to Charles Visser that won the Comcare Polar Cup Byron overall. He disappeared in both races. The second race was a 40-minute mini enduro, and he actually won both of them. And also to Troy Dolacek, that won overall in the Investchem Formula 1600s with Jason Kutsia finishing overall second. So the Cape Town boys did extremely well at the Extreme Festival last week. And of course the overall winner for the motorcycles was Trevor Westman. So the Cape Town guys did pretty well there in Port Elizabeth.
Oh, it's magnificent to see as well, Frankie. They do well here at Killarney, then they travel to other parts of the country and they do such great things as well. It doesn't matter whether it's on the coast or on the, of course, the escarpment. When they go to various parts of the country. Here's a bit of replays happening here. Look at that Polo Classic. The back end stepping out there.
Oh, that was Mark Thompson that lost that 10. This is for the folks at home, people. We're just doing a replay here.
He was stuck there for a short while.
Mark Thompson that lost the tail into that Polo Classic on the exit of turn 4 saddle sweep. And then you watch.
Talking about sweeps, we have some of the cleanup crew out there. Of course, after a GTI challenge or a Clubmans race, we usually have a bit of cleanup to do. And then, like Frankie said, there's going to be the final race before lunch, which is the Formula Libra race. 11 of them scheduled to be out there. Byron Mitchell on pole position. We've come used to that over the last couple of years, and I was speaking to Gordon Mitchell earlier on. That car had to be converted, of course, from Neisner Hill Climb settings to, of course, Killarney spec. And they had to take a bit of time yesterday to do that. So limited running for the Reynard, but they are on pole position. And alongside them will be DJ Boyson. Darren Liebenberg will be first on row 3 in the Formula M. Of course, that's a motorcycle engine, Kawasaki ER6 motorcycle engine machine, revving to 14,000 RPM, as he has told me, capable of 15, revs it to 14. And then Hayden Elwood, well, first Andre Lariche in the V-Lantis will share that row with him. Hayden Elwood, I saw Hayden Elwood in qualifying earlier on today without an engine cover on that Formula Swift, so I don't know if he's going to be running it like that. It looks like he is running it like that. And then Donovan Ramsey, Rayno Pence, Kelly Fletcher, all of them in a gaggle of Formula Vs that will see them. And that's also one of the great races to watch within this Formula Libra race. Ricky Anderson out there spoke briefly to Wynand de Ridder. New shocks in the rear of that Formula V Lantis. Had only about 5 laps of practice yesterday, so his main running came in qualifying this morning, a 10-minute session. But yeah, our various forms of single-seater, Reynard VWs, Formula Vs, Stings and Lantises, Forzas, you name them, even that Formula M that sounds so lovely as well, and they'll be getting heated to the tires so they can do their first race of the day. They will also end off today's race event. So everybody will be going to lunch shortly, and then we'll be ready to go for the second half of the program. But first, Byron Mitchell, pole position. We've become used to him this year doing so. He also races in the Endurance Series with the Juno. And there's Wynand de Ridder having a little bit of a tough time now in that Lantis. Has to get around. I see a few of them pulling in. Andre Lariche, number 18, Formula V Lantis. Right behind him will be Kelly Fletcher. Real talent there, Kelly Fletcher, in the Forza, the Formula Forza. 11 of them out there all together, and the majority of them are the Libra V class. Here comes DJ Boyson now. Started years ago on the short circuit with the Formula M's, and then found his way onto the main circuit. A real talent there as well. Basically also Class S, along with Byron Mitchell. Darren Liebenberg will be Class C, number 26. There he comes into position now. Andre Lariche will be alongside him. Hayden Elwood pushing through now in that 7-Up Jordan homage that he races, of course, this Formula Swift. And we are ready to go racing here for 10 laps as we now watch the lights. 5 of them will go out all together, and then it'll be gunning it for turn 1. The left-hander on a clockwise circuit. The revs are rising. We wait for them now to go for this first Formula of Libra race of the day. Byron Mitchell will take the lead into turn 1. DJ Boyson from Liebenberg as they make their way around. The gaggle behind them, though, watch out for them. Andre Lariche will be in 4th position, but for how long? Because Kelly Fletcher is also in that section. I do not see Zayna Munson in this race. That is a conspicuous absence, I can tell you that much, as the Formula Swift also gets a bit of a tricky start off the line. They all go into turn... Oh, there's Kelly Fletcher. No, it's not Kelly Fletcher there. Kelly Fletcher has escaped that. I think that could easily be Ricky Anderson that is on the curb and is not going to be going anywhere fast, I can tell you that much.
Right, so going through turn number 4 there, Byron Mitchell, followed there by DJ Boyson. Then it's going to be Darren Liebenberg. He's in that Formula M that's got a nice Hayabusa motor in it, giving it a good run there. Andre Lariche coming through. They work their way down the back straight down into Pertamina Fostron corner, turn number 5. See the cars diving in there. All the guys making their way down the back straight, being led out there by Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson in 2nd place. All the cars work their way down into turn number 5. There you have Darren Liebenberg in screen there as he works his way through. They make their way now out turn number 5. Coming into turn number 1, there's Byron Mitchell, your leader. Pitches it in. A little further back there's DJ Boyson. He's in the VW Reynard. He goes into turn number 1. Now we wait for the 3rd place man, Darren Liebenberg. Liebenberg coming in, and there you see up behind him Andre Lalish, Kelly Fletcher, Reino Pence, Hayden Elwood, Donovan Ramsey, and then Nick van der Westhuizen. There in screen you see Hayden Elwood working his way through. The leaders have gone up out of turn number 2, making their way down into the Interceptor corner. On screen some of the 4, 5 and 6 working their way through. And there's Elwood, right up behind him is Donovan Ramsey and Nick van der Westhuizen working their way out. Your leaders making their way now up towards turn number 4 already. Down the back straight goes Byron Mitchell down into turn 5. He is giving it an absolute clout at the moment.
Yeah, he's actually coming around quite nicely. And here we have now the battle, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. That's split between 2 classes. Andre Lariche, Kelly Fletcher, Reino Pence in that battle as well. Reino Pence is fending off from Hayden Elwood. That will be for 2nd and 3rd in the Libra C class. Down the straight they go towards turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. It is going to be Elwood on the inside of Pence. And no, Pence will just home in on Kelly Fletcher ahead of him. Kelly Fletcher, 9/10 of a second between herself and Andre Lariche. They go now towards the start-finish and start yet another lap. 8 laps left to go as Reino Pence also makes a challenge there on Kelly Fletcher into turn 1 once again.
Reino Pence getting the upper hand on Kelly Fletcher, so Pence moves up behind Lariche. And Reino Pence now going to be chasing down Andre Lariche now as they work their way through. There's Darren Liebenberg going into turn number 3. Up behind him there's Andre Lariche. Lariche has got company, and Kelly Fletcher looks up on the inside, late in the brakes, but there's no place there for her to make a move. She sits behind Elwood. Elwood dropped back. Fletcher did get through. Kelly Fletcher goes up another one. So there is Andre Lariche. We follow them by Reino Pence, Kelly Fletcher, and then Hayden Elwood. There's Darren Liebenberg going into turn number 4. Here's your 4, 5 and 6 battle, still being led up by Andre Lariche. And then behind him, Reino Pence, Kelly Fletcher, Hayden Elwood coming out of that second sweep down the back straight.
No surprise, of course, the 21, 120, 112, 182 of Byron Mitchell. Fastest lap of the race, 15.6 seconds between himself and DJ Boyson. Darren Liebenberg will be crossing the line shortly. He'll be quite a while back there. And now into turn 5, Kelly Fletcher goes on the inside on the exit. Will be side by side with Reino Pence. Just coming around the back end there is going to be Hayden Elwood. They've left Donovan Ramsey and Nick van der Westhuizen behind. Only 0.4 of a second between the two of them. Hayden Elwood will make a move onto the inside of Kelly Fletcher now into turn 1, but won't make it work. Here comes now a slipstream from Donovan Ramsey and Nick van der Westhuizen. Nick van der Westhuizen wants to make a move onto the inside. Not close enough, I'm afraid to say, and that's almost rounding it off. But Ricky Anderson, who spun at turn 2 on lap 1, is still running in this race.
Andre Lariche going out of 2 has got a great battle there, but Kelly Fletcher looks up on the inside of Reino Pence. Kelly Fletcher dragging Reino Pence through the king down into intercept the corner, and Fletcher gets the upper hand on Pence. She sits up behind Lariche. Lariche is staying ahead in that 18 car, trying to hold on to that position. He's 4th overall at leading out in his class, and Fletcher trying to reel him in. Young Kelly Fletcher, the lady in the race, is doing a sterling job here. She tries to reel in Lariche, and now Elwood having a look there, having a look there at Reino Pence as they go down the back straight down towards Pertamina Fastron corner.
Charging down to turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. Watch that green Swift. And the leader goes down the back straight now, and is going to be lapping this group coming up ahead of him. That's how quickly he's come around. And the likes of Nick van der Westhuizen, Donovan Ramsey, Hayden Elwood, and Kelly Fletcher, eventually Reino Pence and Andre Lariche, they'll get past him. He gets past. First, it's going to be Nick van der Westhuizen. Then it's going to be Donovan Ramsey that will come next. And then he will set his sights on Hayden Elwood, who is battling it out with his girlfriend, of course, Byron Mitchell's girlfriend, Kelly Fletcher. That's in the Formula V class, and that will be 6th overall at the present moment with 5 laps left to go.
Coming out of turn number 5 there, DJ Boyson, a considerable distance of about 20 odd seconds behind Byron Mitchell, and diving down here, you see once again into turn number 1, DJ Boyson. He's in the VW Reynard. He's been trying as hard as he may, but he cannot catch the likes of Byron Mitchell. Right, so coming through one of the Kelly Fletcher over the line.
It's Darren Liebenberg we're waiting for.
Yeah, Liebenberg still making his way down.
Spinner in turn 2, and that is quite a spin. I think that is Nick van der Westhuizen that has spun out of the race. Now, unfortunately, we can't see much from this point. That car is being pushed out the way, and thankfully the marshal's doing quick, easy work there. Yellow flags will be waving in that section, and unfortunately, Nick van der Westhuizen out of the race as we have Andre Lariche crosses the line in 4th position now. Into turn 1, they'll run once again Reino Pence from Kelly Fletcher and Hayden Elwood, all in that gaggle, and they have been lapped by the leader coming into turn 2 now, Byron Mitchell, who's well on his way to his first win of the day.
Andre Lariche still ahead there of Reino Pence, Kelly Fletcher and Hayden Elwood. They're having a titanic struggle. There's a slow marker in the way. Looks like Ramsey as they work their way through. And coming through the kink, it's still going to be Andre Lariche that leads out that. Reino Pence trying to reel him in. Lariche leads out there. He goes through. There's Reino Pence in picture, been followed there by Kelly Fletcher and Hayden Elwood.
That's the Ritter they're getting past over there in the Formula V. Lantis, a cricket coach by profession. Of course, the cricket season has finished for now, so there's plenty of time left for racing. And well, Hayden Elwood is going to try and make a move there on what looks like Donovan Ramsey. If they go down the back straight now, actually Kelly Fletcher, I apologize, as blue flags are currently waving at the moment. I think DJ Boyson might be cutting his way through at this time, but they cross the line. 3 laps left to go as Byron Mitchell had crossed the line.
Right, so on screen there you still see that titanic struggle there between Lariche, Pence, Fletcher and Elwood as they work their way up the line, going down towards turn number 1. Coming into turn 1 now, Lariche has got Reino Pence. Pence is closing up on Andre Lariche, so Lariche can't rest on his laurels at the moment. Kelly Fletcher, well, she might have taken the wrong line somewhere along the way. She's lost touch there. Here comes DJ Boyson working his way into turn number 4, ahead there of Donovan Ramsey, laps him. He works his way down the back straight, down towards turn number 5. Down the back straight goes your leader, Byron Mitchell, into turn 5. That's put him in a Fostron corner. And, well, they're all coming through here. Here's DJ Boyson, your second man into the Deceptor corner. Gives you an idea of the large lead that Byron Mitchell has. And then that's still that titanic struggle between Andre Louis, Reno Pence, Kelly Fletcher, Hayden Elwood. This is where it's all been at the moment. And, well, great stuff going down there.
Yeah, Boyson has actually yet to put a lap himself on the group ahead of him, the Formula V and the Libra C battle. Andre Larichtel leads the Formula Vs in 4th position overall, ahead of Reno Pence, who's the Class C leader. Kelly Fletcher, 2nd in class, but in that group she's 6th, and she's got Hayden Elwood all over the back of her. They come onto the main straight now, underneath the bridge. The Hayden Elwood switch is side by side, a Formula Ford versus a Formula V, and then they come into the turn 1 section. But look at Boyson, will go on the outside, 2nd place man, of course, and he's quite...
Oh, and a spinning...
Lariche.
Oh, no, that's...
that is Lariche.
Elwood. On the,
Elwood as well, and Lariche.
Yeah, so that is now put Reno Pence ahead with Kelly Fletcher in, and DJ Boyson will have to try and get past them.
Tricky lapping times, I can tell you that much. As far as things are concerned, DJ Boyson comes out unscathed, as now there should be about a lap and a bit to go. Actually, there's just a lap to go as Byron Mitchell crosses the line with a 1:09.948, the fastest lap of the race. And look at the times. If you look at the difference on the last lap, a 1:16.169 from DJ Boyson going through our screen right now. Onto the back straight we run. It is going to be the 3rd place, or new 4th place man will be Reno Pence, along with Kelly Fletcher, as blue flags wave, and DJ Boyson carves his way through. Darren Liebenberg all the way back in 3rd position. Haven't spoken much about him this race, but there he comes past the opposition into turn 1 right now.
Oh, lovely tussle there between Pence and Fletcher. And, well, over DJ Boyson over the line, and here's Reno Pence and Kelly Fletcher added hammer and tongs. So the race is more or less coming to the close now. The man with the checkered flag is standing out there waiting for the likes of Byron Mitchell. Here comes Byron Mitchell towards the flag. Mitchell's going to take heat number 1 out of the Formula Libra. Has posted the fastest time of the day, a 1:09.948, quicker than Sports and GT, believe it or not. So brilliant stuff coming out of Byron Mitchell. DJ Boyson still working his way around the circuit. He's still got a long way to go to bring it home.
Donovan Ramsey comes across the line in 7th, a lap down ahead of Hayden Elwood, who got it going again. Here comes the number 2 in the race, of course. It's DJ Boyson onto the back straight now, out of Sardo's sweep. Down the back straight he'll then run, and he's actually almost caught 3rd place man, Darren Liebenberg. Darren Liebenberg will actually just finish on the lead lap of this race. We watch them as he comes out now onto the main straight. And then here comes a bit of a tussle as well.
Right, going down into turn number, cutting cover out turn number 5, Kelly Fletcher and Reno Pence. It looks like Fletcher's got the upper hand on Reno Pence. The lady's going to have 4th overall. Kelly Fletcher's got ahead of Reno Pence going into 5, and they're coming up towards the line. Reno Pence comes up alongside her. Reno Pence whips her at the line. Can you Adam and Eve that one?
That's 9 hundredths of a second, 90 thousandths of a second. Andre Lariche actually does complete the race, Francois, and he'll do so in 6th position, still ahead of Hayden Elwood after doing pirouettes in turn 1 just a little earlier on.
Well, besides Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson and Darren Liebenberg, 1st, 2nd and 3rd, they sort of streaked away. I thought that little battle there between the Vs was a fantastic little battle. I mean, Andre Lariche making a mistake, going off. Kelly getting Reno Pence in turn 5. Reno just using that little bit of drivability and a bit of drafting up towards the line, managed to get past it on the line. I think that is where all the excitement lay, was with the Vs today.
It was, and it always is as well when you come to the Formula Libras, Francois. Reno Pence, remember, also another man who started on the Formula M circuit a number of years ago as well. He's taken that Omega up into 4th position, him and Kelly Fletcher, very level-headed out there. and both of them putting in some fine drives ahead there of Andre Lariche, who had that spin. Donovan Ramsey taking advantage there and coming up into 7th position in this race.
Very, very good.
we are back and we've got signal finally, Abigail. Hopefully everybody out there can hear us. But yeah, the Mustang has gone well. We've got Emil over here. He's done and dusted, and we're going to get the next person in. Here come the family now taking pictures. And this is what it's all about, Craig. We can just pan the camera over there to Emil's dad. Getting the moment as he hops out of the Mustang. It's his 15th birthday today. And this is what this part of the show is about. It's about getting guys involved, getting the families involved, getting some winners, some competition winners, some guests to go around the circuit in the Mustang. Have you been around in a Mustang yet?
I actually have not, and it's pretty cool. I want to try it.
Yeah, it's a cool looking car. It's a very nice looking car.
How do you get into something like this, to ride into that Mustang?
Well, there are competitions that are run with Smile FM. That's one way. And then, of course, there's the Killarney competitions that run. Stay tuned to the socials on Killarney for the Mustang competitions, where you too could be a winner here. But there is one little caveat, though. You got to come to the races. You got to book with Ticketmaster. You got to come to the circuit. You got to come enjoy the day with us. And that's what it's all about. So when you come racing here, who normally comes to join you and support you, Abigail?
So it's normally my mom. Of course, she's always there, my #1 star. And then I have some of my friends, some family as well. And then now and then a boyfriend or two.
Hopefully just one. Hopefully just one. But you are obviously racing. You've got a live season going at the moment. It's quite interesting. We've got the next person going in now. Oh, he's a bit tall. He's a bit tall. Yeah, now the Mustang, you need to make sure you adjust those seats properly. But how do you balance the racing and the commentary like this on a day like today?
So normally there's like big gaps between each race. Like I raced at 11, now I only race quarter to 4. So in that gap, you're normally just walking around, socializing, or you sit in the clubhouse and like speak and like talk to people. So this is an amazing way to get involved. I don't know much about cars, so I learn about that. I learn how to speak on TV. And I enjoy it.
Yeah, well, you're supposed to be... Exactly, and I can see you enjoy it, but you're supposed to be our motorbike expert. So you don't worry about the cars for now. You can leave that to me and Dexter for now. But you are our the only reason we got you, it's not because of your pretty face, which is obvious, but it's because of the bike guys that you know. Okay, we're trying to get inside with the bike guys, and Abigail knows all the bike crowd and knows the ins and outs, because there are certain things that happen in the pits that just everybody else doesn't know about.
Yes, that's so true. And also because the car community and the bike community, they aren't like one.
Yeah,
they're separate.
They are separate.
And I love that I can join you guys and speak about what's going on in the racing community, especially with the bike.
Yeah, and the bike guys seem to have a lot of fun. I mean, if you just look at the Oaks chilling over here, just standing around. If I walk past here, what am I looking at? What is this over here? Craig, we can just pan the camera there. What are we looking at in this pit garage #1 over here?
So we definitely have someone talking about how they bombed someone else, so how they overtook someone else, how they managed to pass, how they managed to win.
But whose bikes are these parked over here? And it's like a little display area going on inside there.
This is the Missile Motorcycles bikes. They are run by Bulldog Racing.
Okay.
And then we have Kewan Sneyman that works on all the bikes.
I know the name.
Yes.
Kewan Sneyman, I know that name.
He's very good.
Is it?
Very good.
Okay, nice.
So we have him sitting there on the bike, number 52.
Okay.
The mechanic, but he also races.
Okay. And then further back over there, Motorflex guys are further back. That next pit garage there, Craig, if we could just zoom in there. What's happening where that #5 is parked? What's happening over there?
So that's more the 650s, Clubmans 300. So in the first pit there by #5, we have all the Clubman bikes, and then there are some super bikes there, like Brad Bodsworth is there.
Yes.
And then
Brad Bodsworth is a crowd favorite, by the way.
Yeah, he's definitely my favorite racer. So, and then the other pit, we have 300s there, and then we have 650s. One of them, Mitch Robertson, Peter Hill, who's been racing for as long as I can remember. He was probably like racing since the 85 or something. He's there, he's amazing. All these people are like so good, and they welcome you and everything like that.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. It's amazing stuff. Well, we are about to welcome back the Master Drive Mustang. Abby, thanks so much for joining us so far. Abby will be back. Folks, she will be back. And we've been doing some interviews for offline video for content that's landing later in the week. But Abby will be back for our live shows. And Abby, we'll see you next time. Thanks so much.
See you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, there you go, folks. That was Abigail Bosson, and she'll be joining us for various shows as things move on. We're waiting for the Mustang to arrive back. If you just joined us, my name is Ernest Page, and this is the Power Series here at Killarney Raceway, where we are now having our lunch break. And the energy is a little bit down at the moment because everybody's kind of just waiting for the second half of the day to start. We've got Zaki Hendricks standing over here. You might as well join us for an interview. You can't walk into the shot like that. Just grab a mic there, please. You can't just walk into the shot like that and not come say anything. I mean, that's rude, man.
I was just walking by. How are you? How are you?
Look, man, look.
I was just walking by saying, I didn't mind what you were saying and talking about, you know.
No, I'm always looking for someone to join me.
I should have walked the other way.
But you are here now, Mr. Hendricks. How's things going? Your name's always near the top of the list nowadays. But today it seemed the guys are giving you a run for your money today.
Yeah, the guys are stepping the game up.
I think so.
Seriously.
I think so. But that's what happens, eh? That always happens. One guy starts to run away with it, then the other guys go, whoa, we need to do something here. Maybe flatten the tires a bit. I don't know what they did to your car.
The other issue I'm having is a teammate of mine. So he's riding me.
Team orders going on here.
He rode very well.
Yeah.
I must have mentioned his name, Khalfi, Mohammed Toy Khalfi. He rode very well today.
I spoke to him the other day. They'll be a workshop, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
He got away from the start. We had a one light start today, which is awesome. And the guy got away. He drove around everybody, turn one, and he made a gap. I unfortunately was in third place, trying to get even past the Class C cars.
Yeah.
And then I eventually got past the Class C, managed to catch Mario Roo, new driver, came back after many years of sabbaticals. But yeah.
Mario Roo's back as well. I saw he's doing now Class B with you guys. He used to do Class C and Class A.
Correct. Yeah, he didn't have so much fun in Class A, so now he's had a lot of fun in Class B.
But Class B really is growing very nicely, eh?
No, I'm just glad I beat him.
Okay, nice. Many more of that to come, I'm sure. Good luck with the rest of the championship, and thanks for joining us. Any shout-outs you want to give to any of your sponsors, friends, family?
Wheelworks, I want to say shout-out
Who's
to them.
Wheelworks? I don't know this place,
They're a company in town, and they do mag repairs and body repairs.
I know. They buy, where they near?
Opposite the grip center.
Side, opposite the grip center, yeah.
Someone shot him with my
Modak,
stomach in here.
There's always that. But
and then foremost about my wife. She's always encouraging me, always supporting me. I'd like to say thank you to her.
Awesome.
Cool.
There you go,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, man, pleasure. We'll see you later. Cheers,
bye-bye.
There we go, Zaki Hendricks from Wheelworks. And cheers, guys. We got Emil and the guys saying goodbye there in the background. Sorry about the wave. I wish you guys could see what I'm seeing here. The Mustang just pulling out now. That's it for the Mustang runs. I'm going to say goodbye because I'm trying to organize you guys an interview with the two sports and GT cars. And that's supposed to happen. It's happening only in 15 minutes time. So we are good for time for now. In the meantime, we've got a car going around. That's the Modak car being tested at the moment on the circuit during lunchtime. There is special dispensation for that. And we are going to be wrapping up shortly. I'm just waiting for our producer to let me know how much time we still have. But there goes the BMW. Yes, that BMW is looking good. That car is running in Clubmans at the moment. We interviewed him this morning. And he's at the moment testing the car out. That is the Modak Clubman's car, a car that is exceptionally fast. And now they're busy testing that car out on circuit at the moment. So you heard about the bikes. We heard about some of the teams and cars down the way here. But also, as I mentioned, I'm trying to organize you guys an interview with the two fastest cars in sports and GT, and that looks like I just got the nod from my producer. We're going to be going there shortly to go chat to those two drivers, one of them being Nick Adcock in the brand new sports and GT car, which has been getting tongues wagging. There are rumors going around that this thing costs ridiculous amounts of money. We're going to try and get to the truth about that. But lots more action to come, folks. As mentioned, my name is Ernest Page. This is the Power Series at Killarney. And we're going to throw it back to the studio for now. And then try and find that interview for you guys. And keep you guys posted on what's happening here. Chat to you soon.
the triumph and tragedy of motorsport. I'm standing here with Alistair Brown, third in the championship at the moment. But Alistair, something happened this morning and now we're standing here with the car parked.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate. We had a really good qualifying yesterday. I got quite deep into the 15s. My favorite time and the best time I've had. But as I was pulling into the garage yesterday, I saw a bit of smoke in the car. And it turns out it was the clutch seal that let go. So when I tried to pull out of here this morning, the clutch let go, it went soft. That was my race done.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do. You were talking about earlier on, you spoke about the feeling of this year and improving from last year. It's been a good season so far. This is a bump in the road. I see your attitude is quite positive.
Yeah, well, you have to. That's motorsport. You've got to take the good with the bad. And that's what makes winning so much better. It's much harder when it does this stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Achievement and satisfaction is what someone once told me. And I'm sure Mr. Brown over here will be feeling that later in the season. We wish you luck with the rebuild and getting the car ready. Do you think you're going to make race 2?
Oh, definitely. We'll be on the grid for race 2. We'll be starting at the back, but my tyres are a bit fresher, so we'll see what we can do.
Well, here we go. This is the Master Series.
Fabio from Master Series. So tell me, Fabio, how was race 1?
Race 1 wasn't too good for me. I came third. I managed to start on pole, but everything went a bit wrong for me. I went too hard in the first few laps, and I overheated my tyres. And once the tyres are hot, you don't have any more good traction. And I basically handed the race to my competitors. So not the best first race. I'll try and make it up in the second race.
Oh, okay. So that's quite unfortunate, but hopefully you can get it back for race 2. So what's your plan? What's your tactics for race 2?
Oh, my tactics for race 2 are simple. I'm going to win.
This time, don't overheat your tires. But anyway, thank you all for listening. Thank you for talking with me. This is Master Series. Thank you. So today we're here with Lance Jones from racing the 615. Okay, sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to what looks like it could be a UFC battle that's taking circuit today. I've got Craig Jarvis, Nick Adcock with me today, and we just got to move this way into the signal, guys. Think about that. Unfortunately, we're getting a bit of signal issues here. Let me start again, and it looks like a titanic battle, and it has been. The people are standing. Many people have come here today to come see you guys. Craig, I'll start with you. Your car has been kind of in a league of its own last couple of months and competitive moments. It's been a fantastic car. Now, though, you've got someone that
100%, yeah. Mostly when mostly when race here, you know, there's not competition side that Nick could to me, and if I had a really was on the pace this morning. So it's not an easy day for me. Like they're giving me a bit of a run for my money today.
I know that you guys, Nick, are in the testing phase, so you're not putting too much weight on this process. But how's the car going so far? I know there've been some tyre discussions. I'll leave that to you, just in case, because we got Mr. Jones over here.
Yeah, I'm not giving away any secrets. No, this is a brand new car, so it's never been driven in South Africa. So we've got a setup on it that we've used in Europe. But with the cold temperatures today, we've just not managed to get any tyre temperature in the car at all. So I've been talking to the French engineers, and we've made some adjustments now, which should put us a little bit closer to him, if it works. But let's see. So the car's got real good potential. I should be able to keep onto his coattails and try and force him into a mistake. But his car's a weapon. Steve Humble's car is a very, very fast motor car. So we'll see. We've got to do some testing. We've got a bit of time. No, it's never good to change a car radically between races, but we have to do something because the tyres were colder when we came in than they were when we left the pits.
Well, I know that you guys are getting ready for the Port Elizabeth event that's happening later on in the year. But Craig, from your perspective, quick rundown before we let you guys go. Spec sheet on your car, if you don't mind, what you can tell us, the power figures, etc.
So I'll try and remember then. Power is at about 580 horsepower. I think that torque is over 1,000. I'm not 100% sure, but and I think our top speed at the end of the straight is about 275. So, but you know, I made most of that after that Nick would be.
I'm not expecting 100% truth here because I know there's a bit of tactics going on here. For those of you guys that don't know, the Craig Jarvis car is the current lap record holder, if I'm not mistaken, here at the circuit. It is an incredible car. It looks like a bit of an LMP3, slightly fast, if I'm not mistaken. About
2.5, LMP 2.5.
LMP 2.5. Fantastic, beautiful car. And then the car behind us is the new Nick Adcock car. The first time the car's been at the circuit. Nick, could you give us the spec sheet, the super trump sheet of this car, if you will?
Well, I've been top trumped.
Oh!
I lose. So the joy of this car is the fact that it is very, very simple. So it's not overly complex. Some people bring in cars to South Africa and they haven't got the knowledge to run them. So with the Nova Proto, it's got a stock standard Ford Mustang 5-litre engine in the back.
Which you know can run forever.
Absolutely, which is what I want to do, because a lot of these LMP engines, 1,000 kilometres built in Europe, it's hugely.
Series issues you had last year, I mean, let's talk about.
Yeah, so this engine's under stress. We've got several maps on the car, the biggest map being 450 brake horsepower. So I'm weight, because I'm at probably 950. So torque, I don't know. But the car's very because it's lighter. It's absolute joy to drive. I've been racing for 24 consecutive seasons, and this car behind me I've ever driven. It puts a face every time I drive it. It's everything well. It goes well, it stops well, it turns well.
what an exciting prospect. You've got the supremely balanced car over here. You've got the lap record car over here. These two titans going back to battle shortly in the sports and GT category. I'm going to hand it back to the studio for a couple of moments. Thanks so much for joining us, guys. We'll see you guys on track.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome you back from the lunch break, we want to take this opportunity to bid farewell to a number of very special people that we've had to say goodbye to in the last few days, few weeks. So I'm going to start with, of course, one of our marshals, last Chibondo. And it is with sadness that we learnt of the passing of one of our WPMC marshals, and after suffering from an illness. More than a month he suffered with this illness, and the last 2 weeks of which he was in hospital. Sadly, he passed away on the morning of 14th of June, which was Wednesday, the 14th of June. He will be greatly missed as a truly nice person, and for his marshalling ability and his willingness to always help when needed. And he was part of a vital part of the marshals team, always friendly, always helpful, respectful, a true gentleman, and with a smile like no other, and a great sense of humor. And we send our deepest condolences to his family and friends in this difficult time for last Chibondo. And then as well from the rallying world as well, and through the Witzenberg Motor Club, we also want to bid farewell to Dave Crossley. And that's David John Crossley. He passed away on Tuesday, the 22nd of June, and he was a founder member of the Somerset West Motor Club and served on the committee for a number of years. And a real true gentleman, and a rally driver of vast experience. He was best known for his exploits in a succession of Volkswagen Golfs with Andre Stander in the navigator's seat. And he was also the father of rally champion navigator Cindy Harding. And we extend our deepest condolences to her and all of the Crossley family.
Yet another major loss to motorsport and more to the oval track side of things. Stalwart in his own right, Glenn de Jong, known by hundreds of thousands of people for his input into oval track racing through the years. Another legend has fallen as we bid farewell to oval track racing stalwart Glenn de Jong. Passed away on Friday the 23rd of June, championship winning midget racer and a stalwart of the class for many years. He was instrumental in the founding of the Paarl Oval Club, which ran oval track racing for many years on the site where the Boland Cricket Oval now stands, and later the Tygerberg Raceway in Kraaifontein. Our hearts go out to his wife Estelle, daughters Teresa, Lilani and Melandi. I was proud to be the very first person that stood outside the gates of Tygerberg Raceway before the very first time they opened. I chose the best pit spot because I was the first person to get into the pits, not knowing that for the full duration that Glenn de Jong was at Tygerberg Raceway, I would not only race there for 5 years, but 10 years back to back as a committee member with Glenn. Believe you me, his input was massive. His influence was amazing. Very few would be able to do what the likes of Glenn de Jong has done and achieved in his time. And it's just so sad now that he's taken a bit of a sabbatical that he's not around to enjoy the fruits of what he put together. A major, major, major loss in motorsport and oval track racing in South Africa, not just in the Western Cape. Folks, I'd like you all to stand, remove your headgear, and in honor of our own that have fallen, may they rest in peace. May they enjoy the sport that they love from up there. May their loved ones be cared for by the rest of us. God bless all three of them. A moment's silence in respect. Folks, a massive big thank you to you, one and all. And if you look at the marshals around Killarney International Raceway, the way they line their corners, it just shows the respect for one another and for these people that we've lost. A lot of the stalwarts of people that make it possible for us to enjoy the sport that we love. Thank you to one and all. Dedicate this meeting to these three people that we've lost out on untimely.
Well, we have now the second half of the program. Second half of the program now. We start once again with the Lauda Classic cars for their second race of the day. Franco Donadio in the Mark 1 Escort takes them around on the sighting lap ahead of Michael Hitchcock's Mustang. Anton Rolino there in the Morris Minor. The Granada of Glenn Ayton Bogart, the 944 Turbo of Andrew Honeywell. They are leading everyone out, and earlier on we originally saw the Texaco Sierra go out. He's back out there again. I spoke to Jan Blom earlier on. It's an alternator problem that he had, and he has now charged up the battery and seeing if it will maybe last 6 laps or so.
Yeah, it's one of those problems that just alternates during the day.
So yeah, it's great to see him back out there. Let's see how long he lasts. And they'll all be weaving now to get the heat into the rubber. There is Wynand Nel, Dave Rowley, and also
I said him, are you still enjoying this Capri? He says, obviously.
Yeah, just whilst we get that technical glitch sorted, as Francois was saying, speaking about Dave Rowley in the Beetle, the Golf Beetle, flat 4 racing. There's Dion Conradi coming down the straight there as well in the Conquest, and Martin Bench out there in his Ford Capri. One Ford Capri we are missing at the moment is Trevor Momberg, a usual visitor to Killarney, of course. Well, I can't call him a visitor, he's home here, but race days he is not here. And I see this is Lane Hutchings coming down the straight now in the Mark II Golf, and somebody else, yeah, that's right behind him, or ahead of him I should rather say, is the Trevor Hutchings Sirocco.
Well, just checking the mic. It sounds like the mic's working, so got this one to work. And yeah, it's going to be hopefully the same as it was in heat number 1. We're going to have lots of exciting racing out there. You see Brian Evans in screen in that Escort. And yeah, it's really good stuff. Dion Conradi's Conquest is there. There's Robert Rowe's little BMW 2002. Dave Riley parks the Beetle there on screen. Ferdy Maton's quite a way back. Remember, he had a bit of a problem in the first heat. I don't think he finished, if I remember correctly. So hopefully he's sorted that gremlin out, which I think they do, when Pete knows how to get those Mustangs rolling.
Robert Rowe's actually in the 325, actually a little further back. That actually did not compete in the first heat, that Martini BMW. And then the other Rowe, of course, in that 2002 Beamer.
That's his son.
That's his son, yes. Yep. The first name escapes me at this point. Bradley, there we go. Bradley Rowe. Pete Mathieu in the 928 Porsche, V8 Porsche, ahead of, or with Anton Rolino. And we're going to get ready now, surely, for the start. 27 of them out there in all. Looks like at this time out as Brian Evans just needs to do a little bit of musical chairs here to get that 441 Class C Escort Mark 1 into position.
Once again, 27 cars on the grid, and we're looking forward to some real Titanic struggles out there. Franco Donadio in the first heat, well, he romped away with it, to say the least. Got that Escort working well.
There's a hand waving out of the BMW there. That's of Robert Rowe.
Again.
And that looks like it could have a DNS for the second race in a row. Hopefully they can get that car push started this time. But we'll have to see as they come off the grid now. It's the Renault Triber, driven by Phil Herald, that will take them off the line for the warm-up lap.
Once again, Franco Donadio there, Michael Hitchcock, Glenn Ayton Bogart, Eric Baton, Andrew Honeywell, Glenn Ayton Bogart, as they all roll down there into turn number 1. You can see all the cars there. Bruce Evan Taplin and Bradley Rowe roll in there. There's Brian Evans together with Lane Hutchings, then Trevor Hutchings in there, Hammond de Kock. They're all making their way through, and they will roll around up behind the pace car. And having a look there, coming off the grid,
It looks like Rob Rose got his BM going again.
Boxy shaped Beamer gets off the line, hopefully can keep going to take the start as Donadio leads them through the turn 2 section ahead of a Mustang and a Granada. The 944 Porsche, there's Bruce Avan Taplin as well in that mighty front wheel drive Toyota Corolla, and then we have Bradley Rowe in there with him as well in the 2002 turbocharged BMW.
Well, I had a chat there to Bruce Avan Taplin during the break as well, down in pit lane. It's difficult to get that smile on his face. You can't even chip it off with a hammer, I promise you. He's always got a smile on his face.
A lot of head tops fall off when they come into the pits after a good race. I'm telling you, it's wonderful to see, you know, you out there just to enjoy yourself. If you're not enjoying yourself, I was talking to Gunther Appelgrein earlier on. He races in fine cars. He said that if his wife ever had to see him coming off the circuit without a smile on his face, they pack everything up, they go home, and I said, yeah, may as well go and play golf, I guess. Eh?
Yeah, something.
That funny game.
Some funny little game out there. Right, so they've been slowed up nicely there by Phil Herald in the pace car, bunching them all up together nicely. When they come out of turn 5, Phil will peel off to the right to the old pits, and then Franco Donadio will have the pace. He'll wait for the light to go off, and he drops the hammer before he gets to the second line, and then all hell breaks loose, to say the rest. So, on the go, lovely to hold them up like this. It's nice to see all the cars rolling up behind them. I promise you, I've had the privilege of sitting in a pace car, watching some very quick cars up behind me, and I've also had the privilege of sitting behind the pace car, which is also nice. So, yeah. It's a great feeling. Butterflies are things that anyone that really explains it well, and obviously your adrenaline starts pumping. So
and the jelly legs as well. I can tell you that much.
Legs. The quivering clutch.
The quivering clutch. Well, let's see them as they come now down the back straight into Pertamina Fastron, turn 5, Cape Town corner if you want to call it by its traditional name, Pertamina Fastron if you want to call it by its current name. Here we are now. And it is going to be off into the pits for Phil Herald in the Renault Triber. Regulating the pace will be the Mark 1 escort of Donadio. They'll watch all of those lights, and when they go all out simultaneously, we will be racing for 8 laps in this second half of the program. Here we go. As it goes, lights out now.
Going down, and it's Michael Hitchcock that gets on the hammer early. Hitchcock takes it down into turn number 1. He gets a whole shot ahead of Donadio. Aiton Bogart sits there in 3rd with Honeywell in 4th in the Golf Porsche. Have a look at young Rowe, Bradley Rowe. Oh, and getting out of shape there's Michael Hitchcock. He's put it all over the show.
No.
Oh my word, I don't know what happened there, but he just went totally sideways and lost it, went off there. And I don't know if he's going to come back. He's stuck there. He comes back now. I don't know what happened, but oh my word, something just dragged him totally sideways. I hope he doesn't have a brake bias issue.
Oh, everybody behind him gets a promotion. Look at Wynand now in 4th position in the Anglia, going through turn 3 now, and an angry mob right behind him as Bruce Avan Taplin leads the front-wheel drive section of this event, if you could put it that way, ahead of that BMW, and then the Conradi Conquest that will follow suit. Onto the back straight we then run Lane Hutchings ahead of his old man there in the Sirocco. And now down the back straight we go towards the end of lap 1. Donadio gets himself already a great advantage on this first racing lap, and they cross the line shortly.
Well, I'm going to keep a little beady eye on the likes of Michael Hitchcock, who's at the back of the field with that Mustang. He's got a lot of work to do. I don't know if there's a problem with it. But like you say, getting out of shape there, Trevor. And Riley goes off. Riley's going to be stuck in the mud. I don't know if that beetle will get out there because it's a very low slung beetle. Well, that's a bit unfortunate. Going in there is your 4th place man there, Andrew Honeywell. He's followed there by the likes of Nell, Nell in the Anglia. Then there's Rowe going, Bradley Rowe, followed there by Bruce Avan Taplin and Dion Conradi in the red and white Conquest. They come out of turn number 1. They're up the Uber straight. Van Nell bringing that little Anglia. That Anglia's got something in it. I'm sure there's something strange in there because that little Anglia really pedals around the circuit.
It's a mighty race, Francois. Now you're coming here as it is the leader coming through onto the Tygerberg straight into Sarl Sweep. and he's got a considerable margin between himself and Glenn Ayton Bogart. Third position is Andrew Honeywell, but that is also the Class B leader, and Wynand Nel, whose fourth position in this race, is currently Class C leader as well.
Correct. And then Rowe goes through there. He's followed there by the likes of Bruce Tablin, Bradley Rowe, Dion Conradi, Lane and Andrew Hutchings, Brian Evans, Hammond de Kock. Then it's the two Matons that go through. Then it's Cliffy Bacon in the block of flats, followed by the Capri there of Martin Bench as the drivers make their way down into Bertamina Fostrom corner.
Well, we'll see now as Conradi in 7th position is ahead of Hutchings, Lane Hutchings 74, and the Trevor Hutchings Sirocco. That is the battle in Class C. Nell still leads that in 4, but we're going to turn 1 now. Ayton Bogart goes through that section in 2nd position with the Honeywell in 3rd, leading class a 1:23.335, the fastest lap for Franco Donadio, and his Brad Rowe. Is he closing up the gap there to Wynand Nel? He's 1.3 seconds as they cross the line in that Class X car.
Going into turn 1, Michael Hitchcock already alongside Hammond the Cock, doing fantastically well, carving his way through the field. So leader Franco Donadio going up into turn number 4. Up behind him, Glenn Ayton Bogart. They work their way through turn number 4, and then we wait for 3rd place man, which is Andrew Honeywell. Oh, and he gets a bit of a tank slap out there, manages to keep it together. Yeah, in turn 3. We have got Wynand Nel going through there. And a spinner, it's Rowe. Rowe's not having a good day of it, and he's lying right in the middle of turn number 2. Can he get it out the way? He's going to have to turn out the way there. Oh, he manages to get it going, but Rob Rowe, the chairman of Classic Cars, not having the greatest of outings today, and he's there on screen getting it all together.
Glad to see Dave Rowley got out of the mud and is going into turn 3, right behind the Alpha Julia there of Mouton. So in this race still, thankfully, and the leader goes now into the turn 1 section. Ayton Bogart, between them 4 seconds.
Yeah, coming up there, 3rd place man, there's Andrew Honeywell. He's in the Porsche 924, the golf coloured Porsche, working his way through. There you see us standing at the top of the tower, walking away to you folk online. That's us there. So all drivers going through, and it's Wynand Nel. He's leading out there on Bradley Rowe. Then up behind him, it's Evan Taplin. Then Eric Baton, and works his way through, and Michael Hitchcock's up to 9th position. There comes the Mustang into picture, coming out of turn number 1 up towards turn number 2 up to your best straight. Hitchcock lights ablaze, coming up behind Ferdy Maton. So Hitchcock is on a fly, Ferdy just up ahead of him. Oh, and that
Jacques Baton with bodywork rubbing against the tyre.
Yeah, but he's giving it a bit of horns there, that's for sure.
It's Brad Rowe in turn 3. Bruce Avon Taplin holding in there at the moment, Francois. Look at how much smoke he's generating from that left rear going against the bodywork of that Studebaker.
That tyre's not going to hold there. Not to that kind of weight. We're looking at about 2 tons lying on that back wheel. So that's going to cause an issue. But Ferdy Maton and Michael Hitchcock decided to light up the 267 Mustang Coupes, and they're coming in all anger down towards turn number 5. So keep an eye on that. It's going to be happening.
You'll see Wynand Nel is in that battle with the Studebaker, and Wynand Nel will try and get away, but that Studebaker is still going hammer and tongs here as the Brad Rowe BMW drops back just a bit here, getting past by those Mustangs. Those Mustangs, of course, are coming through the field now, and well, because they had that moment earlier on. That's Ferdy Mouton and Michael Hitchcock right ahead of him into turn 1 now. They are both ahead of Bruce Avon Taplin, who currently finds himself 3rd in class. Hitchcock 3rd in class, 7th overall at the moment, and only about a second between himself and Wynand Nel. I lie, he's got past Wynand Nel in turn 2 now, whilst that smoking Silverhawk goes wide.
Silverhawk goes wide, but keep an eye there. Michael Hitchcock taking Ferdy Maton along with for the ride. Those 2 Mustangs are now starting to light up the circuit. They're up behind Maton in that Silverhawk. They make their way now up towards turn number 4, which is the Sorrel sweep, and here comes Michael Hitchcock. He's just hanging back. He doesn't want to cause any calamities going into the double right-hander, but I'm sure going down the back straight he's going to light up that V8 and make his way down towards Pertamina Fosjon corner, that is, he gets past him and off he goes. Blue flags waving as him and Ferdy Maton come through, lighting up the back straight and climbing onto the pedal there, the braking pedal, and working their way around out of turn number 5. It's Michael Hitchcock in the Cape Forklift V8 Mustang, and he is going to be doing fantastically well now. I reckon he should be going up to about P4.
Yes, he should be. P4 it is. Andrew Honeywell is the next man that will be on radar lock, missile lock I should rather say, going into turn 2 now. The Porsche 944 Turbo in Gulf colours. Meanwhile, Bruce Taplin in turn 1 ahead of the BMW of Rowe, and then ahead of this tasty little battle here, Dion Conradi and the Golf on his outside of Lane Hutchings. Now remember, this is all a battle within Class C, and for 2nd and 3rd and 4th in that particular class, as they will try around the outside. Lane Hutchings will swap lines. Will he be able to push onto the inside? No, he won't, but he's got backup right behind him, does young Lane Hutchings. He's got Trevor Hutchings, his dad, right with him, as here comes over the line now Donadio. Past the lapping the BMW there of Robert Rowe. Into turn 1 he will run.
Franco Donadio doing fantastically well. Yeah, you saw some of the slower cars coming up here towards us. There's Dave Riley's little Beetle, but Franco Donadio's Escort lights ablaze as he wants to work his way through the field there past Rowe. Second place man Glenn Bogart in that Ford Granada comes up towards Quarry Corner, takes a wide line and cuts back, sort of squares the corner off as he works his way through. You see him come back up towards the inside, he'll work his way back to the outside and he gets good drive going down through the kick down towards turn number 3. So keep an eye there. There's Glenn staying sort of middle of the road, getting all the posse drive he can. And then you'll see him come back here sort of towards the outside, stays off the curbstones and keeps that Granada nicely pointed forward.
I'm sorry to say it, that the Sierra has unfortunately run out of juice, and that was inevitable as Jan Blom looks to have ground to a halt somewhere in Class E, and that would have been 24th position there on the outside of turn 5, just as I say it. That's how good Gary is. He just found Jan Blom for me there.
Yeah, turn 5, which means he's standing in a precarious position, so there'll be no overtaking in turn 5. Your leader, Donadio, going up over the start-finishing line now and has got a considerable lead over Glenn Bogart. Andrew Honeywell, yes, Bogart coming with a Granada up over the line. Passes Rob Rowe in a very ailing old 325 IS. And doing fantastically well. Hitchcock making his way down towards turn number 5, followed there by Ferdy Maton. They're in 4th and 5th respectively, but Hitchcock almost 16-20 seconds behind the leader Franco Donadio, who's absolutely cleaning up the circuit, and Honeywell goes over followed by Hitchcock, not too far behind. Now Hitchcock won't mind to catch Honeywell. It'll put him then 3rd overall on the track and 3rd in class, which is not too shabby. Ferdy Maton has got much the same idea.
I see Neil Maton has just been lapped in the Alpha Julia Super into turn 1. Bruce Taplin will be in that section as well, going into turn 1 now. But we're looking for our leader going down the back straight. It is Franco Donadio that comes around towards turn 5 past Jacques Blom. Stricken Sierra. It was Jacques Blom, not Jan Blom. Meanwhile, here comes Donadio now towards the line. He will run underneath the City of Cape Town Bridge and take a 2nd victory for the day in the Lauda Classic cars.
Franco Donadio crosses the line. He does fantastically well ahead there of Cliffy Bacon. Little way back now, we'll see Glenn Bogart. He comes over there in the Ford Granada, the coupe. He works his way over. Next should be Andrew Honeywell. That's not the Dave Riley Beetle. That's also in golf colours, but Andrew Honeywell will be coming out of turn number 5 pretty shortly. And and Honeywell's made a mistake, and Michael Hitchcock's got past him. Here comes Hitchcock. He's going to take 3rd. He'll be pretty happy with that one. Honeywell making a mistake down in turn 5. Big splashes and puddles. So Hitchcock crosses the line. Here comes Honeywell, and then Ferdy Maton will work his way up towards the line. Ferdy also had a good drive in this race.
Yeah, let me tell you, Honeywell will be very miffed about that one. He was surely in it for 4th position, but the pressure applied from Michael Hitchcock got him into that top 3 Ferdy Maton comes through the number 68 car. The Mustang will finish 5th.
And a great drive there by Bruce Evan Taplin. Man, does he get that little Toyota running around this circuit.
Top front two-wheel drive car. Here comes to the line, and it is going to be Lane Hutchings that heads Trevor. And then Dion Conradi just gets Brian Evans on the line by a 1/10 of a second ahead of De Kock in the Mark 1 Escort bench in his Capri. And then here comes Bradley Rowe in the Class X BMW 2002 Ti Turbo. So Cliffy Bacon came through, yes, he was a lap down. Matthias, Piet Mathieu, and James Mathieu, yes, that's the Porsche 928 and the Honda CRX that drives all the way from Stellenbosch. They finished up the race in this lovely Lauda classic car, race 2, and some of them are saluting the crowds, and they deserve every moment of the adoration they get from the people that have come to Killarney today. Thank you for joining us as well on the live stream. And on their slowing down lap now, James and Piet Mathieu. A lot of father and son combinations in racing here at Killarney. Cousins, brothers, you name it. We have big families here at Killarney, and a lot of them are involved in motorsport. So here's a bit of a replay of that first start. That is the back end of that Mustang going into a fishtail there, massive tank slapper, and then gets it onto the grass slightly. And the fact that he was not hit by anyone is a miracle, I can tell you that much. A whole horde of angry cars going past him there. And this is now a replay of the Sirocco of Trevor Hutchings coming out of turn 5, just holding it there, and then Dave Rowley getting slightly stuck in the mud there, but not too stuck because he got out. So a number of thrills and spills.
Right, I'm standing here with Faisal Jacobs of Century Karting and also Kenilworth Karting as well. GTI Challenge Class C driver of note. I think he ran Class A as well once upon a time in the Classic, yeah. Faisal, tell us a bit more about Century Karting, and I think you're also involved with the spinning side of it, am I correct?
Not spinning so much, so myself and Junaid over here from Raceway. Hello? Yeah, so myself and Junaid been a long time friends, and we saw a gap in the market that nobody else is doing to offer novice drifting lessons. We acquired two 350Z, Nissan 350Zs, and we're currently offering the services on the spin pitch during the week.
But Junaid, I saw you last Saturday with the Golfie in Rallycross. You were running Class D.
Correct.
And I must say, pretty impressive, bud.
Thank you. But the car is just very capable, and I really had a ball of a time. And both of us are going to be entering Class D next time for the next Rallycross on the 8th. So we're very much looking forward to that.
Yeah, and that will be a whole day.
Correct.
Rallycross, the short circuit will be on the kart circuit the whole day, so we'll be in action the whole day on the Rallycross side of it.
Yeah.
Gary, hope they're going to make a seat available for us sometime along the line.
Just swapping the mics around a little bit quickly. We'll get it sorted out during the course of the afternoon, and hopefully by the end of this afternoon we'll have it all right. We actually mentioned it on Second Gear Talk Show at 8 o'clock on a Tuesday night about the fact that there's some drifting and how you get an opportunity to actually get behind the steering wheel of a car And then I sort of like dropped a little hint, Frankie, that maybe we should try and experience this. But before we talk about that, how do people get hold of you? What exactly does it entail? And when is the timing structures that people can actually come down and then do a course? And how exactly does it work?
So we do it during the week. The best way to contact us is at the moment via raceweb.co.za. There is a new website coming which is called traction.racing. But contact us via the Raceway website. We do it in the week, like I said. We have 2 Nissan 350Zs, and the course entails basically teaching you how to understand throttle modulation, steering technique, how to initiate, how to maintain, and how to exit a high-speed second gear drift. So it's a good experience all around, and we've seen many people sort of from all backgrounds of life coming to experience it with us.
We also have a Polo 1.6 and a Golf GTI that we do advanced driver training with, also on the spin pitch. So when we're not doing the drifting, we're on the spin pitch doing advanced driver training, which I think is something that most people today need in their lives.
Monday through Friday, from what time to what time?
So it all depends on bookings. So the best thing is to contact us, and we don't do too many people at one go. We like the one-on-one sort of interactive, coaching. So the best way is to contact us, and we'll arrange a booking accordingly.
And you'll maybe let me and Frankie know when you have a little gap. I'm actually sorry, Frankie, that we mentioned this. Everybody knows about it, because now everything's going to be booked out. But whenever there's a gap, please keep us in mind. Let's get down there. Let's do some footage in car and outside, so that the folks can get a better idea of it. And then, guys, if you can put up an ad for us on West Province Commentators Association with times, contact details, and whatever. You also on Second Gear Talk Show, and then also on Tiny's Pit Box. That will cover most people that are involved. Going back to Century Karting, been going for quite a long time, still very popular, very busy. I see a couple of competitions going down there with some well-known drivers as well.
Yeah, it's quite funny because it just picked up. It skyrocketed after COVID. Obviously, we don't have the Kenilworth branch anymore. That closed when the hard lockdown initially started. Our lease also ended at the same time, and we only decided to keep Canal Walk. We've got new karts at Canal Walk at the moment. So the SR5 karts, adjustable pedals, few with adjustable seats, and 270cc motors.
Adjustable seats in terms of the width, or just the distance from the I'm just asking for Frankie, you know.
No, but we have the way we can move the pedals for Frankie. We can move the pedals closer for him.
Yeah, when you move the pedals for Frankie, you move them further apart. When you move the seat for me, make the seat wider. That's the difference between the two. Century Karting, hours and times and days that people can get down there?
Yeah, we are open 7 days a week from 9 a.m. till 9 p.m. Obviously extended hours during the holidays, so we're looking at probably 10, 11 o'clock in the evenings now during the school holidays.
Awesome stuff. You out of your racing gear, but you're going to come back into it for the balance of this afternoon?
Yeah, looking forward to it. I just had one of my first uneventful races this morning.
What, you didn't have an accident?
Didn't have an accident.
What a pleasure.
So looking forward to the second race. Cars lacking a kilowatt or two here and there, or a couple of newtons here and there, but we're just looking to finish today in one piece.
Class C, very tight as always.
Most exciting class to race in and to spectate. It's very, very tight. I believe Dylan van Eerden has a slight problem, so he might not make it to the grid for the second race, and he is currently in the lead of the championship at the moment. And then we've also got obviously Mark Fantini and Noor Abbas, who's really battling it out in front over there. So I'm hoping to be in that little battle with them to upset things a little bit between them.
Mark Fontini, ex-South African oval track champion, fastest qualifier going into today, and in fact in front of some of the Class B cars on the initial grid.
Yeah, qualifying was a bit crazy. The track was very, very slippery, and obviously with his stock car background, he could apply all those things that he does there on this track in the slippery conditions, and he managed to out-qualify some Class B cars, which was really, really awesome to see.
Awesome stuff. All I can say is, folks, in terms of Century Karting, try not to go down as a group of racing drivers. It's new karts. They want to keep them all together. Fazer will tell you that too many racing drivers on the same circuit together is worse than a bunch of novices, because it gets very, very competitive. Good luck for your Class C GTI Challenge later in the day. Waiting to see those ads. As soon as you send it, we'll post that. Folks, support those that support us in motorsport. And then once we've got that footage of exactly how the spinning goes on the drifting goes on the spinning pitch ourselves, we'll get that all together for you, and we'll post it probably in the next 2-3 weeks on a Second Gear Talk Show. Coming to you 8 o'clock on a Tuesday night, bringing you lots of information on motorsport throughout South Africa. Closing word from your side as the nerves start to get tighter before race number 2.
I think I'm past that stage where the nerves get a bit tighter, but always good to have some butterflies to keep you on your toes. Thank you guys very much for your time, and we look forward to hosting you at the drifting session.
Yeah, Faisal and Junaid, thanks, yeah, and we're looking forward to see you guys on the 8th of July for the next Rallycross. Thanks, gentlemen, and Faisal, all the best for a bit later on. Thanks. Right, that was a chat with Junaid Amit and with Faisal Jacobs. They are two of our top race drivers here, and we are about to go racing once again with the second race of the second half of the program, and it is in the Pirelli V8 Masters. Now remember, there was a lovely fight up front early on between Sean Moore and Fabio Tafani. Marcel Angel dropped down to P4 at one stage of the game, and he fought all the way up, and it was a lovely fight for that second and third position before the checkered flag came out. So we hope that we're going to see that one again. The Pirelli V8 Master drivers are out on track. They're heading into turn 4 right now. As a matter of fact, they're working their way down the back straight. Sean Moore, Fabio Tafani, there is Marcel Angel. Not too many of the V8s out there. I'm having a look to see if the 9 car is back out on track. Yes, it is out there on track. That's Dane Angel, after having problems out there in race 1. His problems initially started in turn 5 in Fostron corner, and then from there it ended in turn 1 minus a wheel. So they worked their way into turn number 5 through Fostron towards us, and soon we'll get this one underway as the start line officials are waiting for these Pirelli V8 Master APV Ford Mustangs to make their way to the start-finish line.
Yeah, race 2, 8-lap race. As we see them coming to the grid now, you'll see a inside screen and then the outside one, looking from 2 different views. And number 69 of Parsons getting into position. That's 5th position. Nell into 6th, the number 64 car. We didn't have Alistair Brown in race 1. We do have him though in race 2. The number 22 APV is out there, the red and black APV that will be starting on the last row, the only car on the last row, and that's directly behind the 53 of Dean, and then alongside him on that row will be the number 9 of Dane Angel. So all mixed up here, 4 silver class cars and then a whole lot of gold class as we are about to get off the grid. Sean Moore, pole position, Marcel Angel, and a bit of a fight back in race 1. He'll want to make amends for that tricky start in race 1, I'll tell you that much, as Fabio Tafani, Jason Iverson, also in the Auto House Angel APV, a pair of them out there. Menno Parsons, Vogt is the leader or the pole man in class silver class, and then Spooner and Dean, Brandon Dean, will be with him there. And we had Gary Thompson the last time out. I don't think Gary Thompson is currently out there.
No, he's not. That 17 car is not out on track. I don't see that 17 car from here. I'll just scan through the field. His name is on the leaderboard, but the car's not out on track. So, or should I sit on the timekeeping device? But the car's not out on circuit. So we are minus him. But yet, Alistair Brown, that missed race 1, as Byron was saying, is back out there again for race number 2.
Coming past our position, the 46 of Jason Ibbotson on the screen there. Yeah, they'll be weaving to get the heat into the rubber. Of course, the weather has been interesting to say the least today. Fingers crossed, no real rain or anything having come. There has been threats of possible showers later in the day, but we'll cross all of our fingers and toes just to make sure that that does not happen. But yeah, they come down the back straight now. Moore, number 1, on the front row with Marcel Angel, Fabio Tafani, Jason Ibbotson, Parsons, Nell. That's the top 6. That's all gold class. Vogt and Spooner together in the silver class. The Triber will take them down the straight, and then we'll take a quick shot left, or right I should rather say, depending on which tire you're standing. And we'll be ready to go for 8 racing laps, Frankie.
Yeah, so once again, just a quick apology for the camera feed. It's all new technology that we are trying and to make things better for you. So obviously it goes through the teething stages for the folks at home, but it will get better and better and better. Right, here we go. Under the Wingfield Motors and City of Cape Town Bridge, the Pirelli V8 Masters. The lights on pit lane are off, and away we go. They drop the hammers as they send it down into turn number 1. Sean Moore is the man. There's a big lock up there by Marcel Angel. 1 or 2 of them locking up there. But it's all, there's a spinner. That is Menno Parsons that spins the car. And there's a car off the circuit as well. There's a lot. It's a pile up. It's a roadblock there in turn number 1. Mark Vogt is part of that lot. And Alistair Brown as well. Alistair Brown's car's all over the place. Dane Angel was caught up in that one. So yeah, it's chaos there, Byron, at the exit of turn 1.
Let's see if that will clear now, Frankie. Yes, it will. And it looks like we are still green flag again from that point. Remember, they've got a whole lap to come along before they get to that part of the circuit. And it's the number 21 of Vogt, who was on pole position. He was involved, and he's the last out of that section. Down the back straight we then run now, as it is going to be the Ziegler machine of Moore that leads the way from Marcel Angel, locking up for the 2nd time today. And of course, race 2, just like race 1, but didn't lose as many positions this time. There's a gap between himself. Ibbotson up into 3rd position now. And then we will see right behind him. Then it's Fabio Tafani that will run in 4th position.
And right behind him is Michael Nell, as this group race down into turn number 1. It's about 5 of them racing down into turn number 1, working their way out of turn number 1. It's all about Sean Moore. Moore sitting up there in P1 as they work their way up towards turn number 2. Moore sitting up there in P1. Marcel Angel is there in that 2nd position. That's at 14 car. Then it is Fabio Tafani, Jason Ibbotson, Michael Nell, and then Stuart Spooner. That's a group of cars that's racing down towards turn 3, Interceptor Corner.
Interceptor Corner they come into now. It is going to be a nice little gap between themselves and Ibbotson. Tafani a little bit further back than actually as they come around. That is Tafani, that's 3rd, and then Ibbotson has fallen into the clutches of Nell. So we have Spooner coming on next. He leads the silver class ahead of Dane Angel. That is 6th. Actually, he'll be 6th place in the gold class. Brown will keep it in 2nd or in 8th position overall. Unfortunately, Vogt has parked on the oval out of turn 2, so he is out of the race as they come towards the line now. And let's see the gap between the record. 7 tenths the last time out. It's now half a second.
Yeah, and the quickest man out there with a 1:16.775 is race leader. Is Marcel Angel that sits there in that 2nd position. So as they work their way now towards turn number 2, racing up the Jabez straight towards turn number 2. It is all about Sean Moore. Moore still got Marcel Angel riveted there to his back bumper. Not too far behind them, we have got Fabio Tafani in that 3rd place through the kink They work there now towards the interceptor corner, and the leaders are riveted to each other as they work their way towards turn 4. That is a saddle sweep. Through 4 they go. There is Tafani coming into view, and behind Tafani, we'll pick him up now as we see Dane Angel race down. We've got Michael Nell sitting in there behind Tafani as that whole group of cars work down the Killarney Straight towards turn 5, Pertamina Fastron.
Alistair Brown is parked in turn 2 on the oval as well, Frankie. So unfortunately another DNF there as we have Fabio Tafani on screen at this time ahead of Jason Iverson. They come towards the line, the leaders now. Sean Moore just doing the fast lap. Marcel Angel grabbed it right from him, a tenth of a second faster as they come out of turn 1 now. And we'll charge it on to turn 2. Look how close they are. 5/10 of a second between the two of them, Frankie. They'll run it now towards turn 2. Car fall off at turn 5.
The problem there in turn 5, we'll have a look, see. Oh, that's Michael now. There the cars beat. You just see it on the outside there of turn 5 for the viewers at home. Those of you sitting in turn 3, it is Michael Nell that is stuck there in turn 5. Right, so where are our front runners right now? They should be working their way. There they go through turn number 4. They are nose to tail into a saddle van der Merwe sweep. Down the back man they go. And Marcel Angel is riveted there to that back wing of Sean Moore. Down the back main they go as they race down towards 5.
Frankie, he's going to have to watch out there as Marcel Angel. There were yellow flags waving in that section.
Correct. So no overtaking in that sector.
Not at all. And yeah, they come out of the turn 5 Pertamina Fastron, and in the slipstream it will be Marcel Angel on Sean Moore. Will he be close enough to make a move into turn 1? I don't think so.
So here comes Tafani towards us. Behind them is this man crossing the line now, and that's Jason Iverson racing down towards turn number 1. And then making a comeback there is a Dane Angel on a Stuart Spooner as they work their way towards the city of Cape Town Bridge. But look in turn 2. In turn 2, Marcel Angel showed his nose there on the outside of Sean Moore. Wherever Sean Moore looks, he sees an Ottawa's Angel car, but he racing now towards interceptor corner, turn 3. He does seem, Bowden, just to pull 2-3 car lengths there on a Marcel Angel between 2 and 3 as they now work their way up towards turn 4 saddle sweep.
And what is going to happen, Frankie, there's still yellow flags waving in turn 5 Pertamina Fastron, so that cancels out for the second lap in a row that section for a passing opportunity. Down the back straight, they'll then run 4/10 of a second it was between them when they crossed the line the last time out. When they cross the line this time out, it will be 3 laps left to go in this race. They go through turn 5. Now they're going to be gunning it towards turn 1. They are nose to tail, if you can see on the screen.
Well, as we watch them, that car of Michael Nell is going to stay there for the entire race, which means if Marcel Angel wants to make a move, he's going to have to make it somewhere around the track and not into turn number 5. And he's right on the cut. As a matter of fact, Fabio Tafani is getting a lot closer to the two of them as well as they race up towards turn 2. It's going to be a 3-way fight for the lead pretty soon. Tafani just there in the background, closing up in turn 2 on Sean Moore and Marcel Angel.
Well, Sean Moore comes out of turn 2 through towards turn 3. And he gets just that little bit of daylight between himself and Marcel Angel. Marcel Angel will be very red-faced when he comes to the end of the back main, because he's going to see once again they're going to keep the yellow flags out as long as Nell is parked there. That's what's going to happen. Fabio Tafani hanging in there in 3rd position, 3 seconds off, as Jason Iverson will be about a further 5.7 back. Dane Angel having come up into 5th position. Stuart Spooner still leads the class as far as silver is concerned, ahead of Menno Parsons. Brandon Dean 2nd in the silver class.
So coming out of turn 5 now towards the city of Cape Town Bridge are your 3 front runners. 2 more laps to go for them as they race down into turn number 1. And a 1:16.372 by Marcel Angel. He's the quickest man out there, and he sits in that 2nd position. But Moore tends to pull a couple of car lengths on him as they work their way towards turn number 2. Into Quarry Corner they go now, and that advance of Fabio Tafani. Still in third, but he's not getting any closer to Angel as the three of them exit Quarry Corner, turn 2.
There's considerable gaps between all of them as here goes Sean Moore. Once again, there was last time out 1.8 seconds between himself and Marcel Angel when they crossed the line onto the Tigerberg straight. They run, and yet again there will be yellow flags still in the turn 5 Pertamina Fastron section because of the Nell car that has beached. Meanwhile, Fabio Tafani was about 3 seconds off of the lead. He's now 2.6 seconds off of second, 4 off of the lead. Iverson has not been able to make any inroads as far as that in 4th place is concerned, but Dane Angel is now 19.5 seconds off of Jason Iverson. They'll come to the line, Frankie, and start the last lap.
Yeah, they're going to start the last lap, but we'll watch all the other guys go through as well into turn number 1. We cannot just focus on these three. As your 3 leaders heading to turn number 1, here comes Jason Iverson towards us. He'll start another lap. Then there is a massive gap before you will see the 9 car of Dane Angel working its way out of turn number 5, out of Fastron corner. Dane Angel coming out of Fastron. A lot of other cars heading towards Fastron corner. Here comes Dane Angel around to start his last lap. As he works his way into turn number 1, and then it's a huge gap before we see Stuart Spooner coming into view, and then right behind Spooner is Menno Parsons. Right, so the leaders, going to pick up the leaders soon. Down the back main, down the back straight goes your race leader, the number 1 car once again in P1, racing down to turn 5. And that is Sean Moore working his way towards Fastron corner with Marcel Angel behind him, followed there by Fabio Tafani.
Out of turn 5 for the last time in the V8 Pirelli V8 Masters race for today. Here comes Sean Moore to the line to take victory number 2 ahead of Marcel Angel. And that's by almost 2 seconds, 1.9 seconds. Tafani will finish third. 3.7 seconds further back, Iverson across the line in 4th position. Dane Angel will be the next one, coming down the back straight into turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. You will still see Nell's red and yellow APV stranded on the outside of turn 5, but Dane Angel will take 5th position here, Frankie.
And then right behind Dane Angel, working their way out of turn 5, there's a lovely fight up there between Stuart Spooner and Menno Parsons as they work their way towards the line. Spooner ahead of Parsons will put his car in the middle of the track, and Stuart Spooner will get to the flag just ahead there of Menno Parsons.
Down the back straight into turn 5 will be Brandon Dean, finishing it off in 8th position. The likes of Michael Nell, Alistair Brown, Mark Vergette, and Gary Thompson. Well, Gary Thompson didn't even start this particular race. The Alistair Brown, Mark Vergette, and Michael Nell all DNFs, sadly. And then Brandon Dean comes across the line to take 8th position in the Pirelli V8 Masters.
Well, that was the second race of the Pirelli V8 Masters. The drivers out there in the APV Ford Mustangs.
Well, we're just going to take a look here at that replay. Earlier on, the whole multi-car pile-up, you could say, and that involved a number of cars. Mark Vergette in that orange APV. Luckily, the majority of them got out, and that was that as far as Vergette, I should rather say. Alistair Brown not finishing. Cole Nell likewise, so unfortunate over there for them. They'll be back in full force surely next time when we have ourselves a V8 Masters race sponsored by Pirelli.
Right, to the people at home, once again, the technology has moved on, and we do have a problem in turn number 1 with that camera there. IMUSAT's people will sort it out. They are busy working on it. So we do apologize for the folks that are watching the live production at home.
Frankie, there is some good news.
There's been a whole turnaround of the way things are happening, so obviously to make it better for you people at home. So yeah, please bear with us. If not before the end of this event, the next one we will be okay.
Frankie, that's the negative side of it. The positive side is everybody's got a perfect opportunity to see the rest of Killarney with the cameras pointing at everything except for the motor cars. Yeah, unfortunately with the rains as well has also made a bit of a difference. And I must say, Stephen and the crew having put in days and weeks of work to be able to try and redo the system for us. And, well, yeah, it's one of those things that happens. It is upper crust technology and not stuff that we understand. We've got to leave it to those that understand and know. But we make the best of what we got today, and I'm pretty sure that Stephen and the guys will get it sorted out for the next event. And then we'll be able to link up the commentary a whole heap better with the camera work. And we can link the camera work a whole heap better to where the commentators are seeing the action as well. So, yeah, all things being equal, it should be good. You want to find out more about motorsport in South Africa? Monday night from 6 to 8 on Yo Stacy. We'll be going live over there with the latest on international and national motorsport. Tuesday night we'll be on the Second Year Talk Show at 8 o'clock on Facebook with lots of information, national, regional and international as well. And then on Wednesday night you can join us on Second Year on iRacing South Africa, on West Province Sports and GT, and then on YouTube on Second Year Productions and iRacing South Africa for the next round of IRSA for 2023.
We are the professionals. Pop in at Wingfield Motors Goodwood, Gales River, Belleville, Northgate, Friedenberg, private finance and best price from our car for world-class service and satisfaction. Also visit our website. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
We've got Cameron turn 1 that's been infested by aliens. I think it's doing its own thing as the Clubmans cars, the thermofires, Clubmans saloon cars roll out onto the track for their second race of the day. And let's have a look, see who's who in the zoo. Want to say big thanks to Cody Alberts and all of them, Michelle, Anthony, Jess, Carol, everybody that was down there by the Cody Alberts pit. Lovely lunch. And there was a gender, what's the right word? Reveal. That's it. Cody's missus. We all knew she's pregnant. We didn't know what it is. It's now been revealed that it is a little boy. So
I almost thought you said we don't know why it is. We don't know. We know why it is.
Well, we know why it is. Yeah. So congratulations to Cody and the missus on the little boy that will be coming around soon. And Gary said he's glad it's a little boy because they make better race drivers than girls. Be careful, you've got to get out this place tonight, Fleming?
Yeah, but it is easier to teach a boy than a girl. But a girl would be quite fine, no doubt about it. So Cody Alberts, he knows he's going to be a father, not a mother.
Right. So the Clubman's cars roll down into turn number 5. Cody will be out there racing. I did see his car out there. Jess Huggett was out in the opening race. I'm sure Jesse will be there, that's for sure. As the Clubman's cars work their way towards the Wingfield Motors and the City of Cape Town Bridge. Marco Retta will lead the group towards grid proper. And then from there, they will line up in their grid positions. Right, so here comes the 5-0 car. He will not be in pole position. That is Marco Retta. Ewald Valent in the Alpha GTV6. He moves up there into P6. Ogan Gasper is out there as well. He's in P11. Here comes Jesse Huggett in that Jetta 2. Man, it was almost, or Huggett had the win in race number 1. And he will slot there in that second position, and Cody Alberts will put that car in P1. Cody Alberts rolling through, so Cody and Jesse Huggett in a pole position.
Yeah, the whole crew is sitting up on the main grandstand, so big welcome to all the people from Wild Buggers Beach Buggy Club, and I believe Corner and the guys are sitting on the outside of turn 4. And Michelle, Anthony, Anton, Mickey, all of them, Bella, they're all sitting up in the main grandstand, and they've got their hero and their young charge that's standing on the front row of the grid.
Well, they've got both of them on the front row of the grid. The young gun versus the old stalwart, or as I normally say, the old horse, and not because of age, but because of decades and decades and decades of experience. Jess Huggett. A living legend. Classify him in the same breath as Cyril van der Merwe, Willie Hepburn, and Larry Walford, and so many others out there. Yeah, just one of our legends.
Front in the Class B will be Ewald Valent, and then Mr. Scheer alongside him with Gutsia and Van Rooyen alongside one another. That's the row 3 and row 4. The front of Class C will be Chiara van Niekerk, Augen, Gasper, Hendricks, and then Smith alongside one another. So that's 2 groupings of 4 that's going to be so close to one another. Only the Class X of Modaks that comes between the Class A, Class B grouping. The front end being Alberts and Huggett with Retta and Smith in there besides one another on the second row.
So they work their way off the line behind the safety car as Gary Smith, he will be there with Gary Manwaring, Oliver Hintenhouse, Lee Fielding, Mia Bench out there as well, making her debut in Clubman's class. There is John De Silva in the X142 Golf heading down into turn number 1. So It's a star-studded field from pole position all the way down to the rear end of the field for Thermofire's Clubman's regional saloon cars.
It must be a magnificent feeling to be amongst so many quick car driver combinations out there. And no matter where you are in the pack, there's somebody that's close in front of you, there's somebody that's close behind you. It's never ending. And at the end of the day, it's a class where you're not that limited to what you can and can't do on the motor car. So you decide how much you want to spend, you decide how fast you want to go and can go. There's always just, it's a boy thing. It's a girl thing as well, because there's lady racers out there. In fact, not a single lady racer out there today. In this, yes, there is.
Kiara, of course, yes.
Kiara, and she is starting at the front of Class D.
Well, as a matter of fact, I was looking at that Chrysler that's working its way of Andre van der Merwe, and just behind it is that Golf 1. I think 3 of those Golf 1s will make one of those Chryslers. We'll pick it up as it goes into turn number 4. You'll see it there at the rear end. There it comes. Well, Gary just missed that one there. You get a better view of it from this angle, actually, as a matter of fact. It'll be right at the back. There it comes through turn number 4, and then the white Golf just in there behind it. And you can see the size of that Andre van der Merwe Chrysler compared to that Golf that's there behind it.
Uh-oh.
What's happened to the Golf? We just lost it. There, it slows down.
The 54.
It slows right down.
Oh dear. That was not so good.
I think it's a 540. Yes, it is Anton Jacobs that had problems out there in the opening race. He pulled that car off from the stock car oval, and recurring problems there for the 540 Mark 1 Golf of Anton Jacobs.
There you see on the screen Kiara van Niekerk in there behind Kutsia. As they come up towards the line, here we go. The voice of West Province Motorsport, Frankie Ernest, 20 years behind the microphone, but he still steps from one foot to the other as they come up towards the line with a Clubman's race. A big thanks to Thermofires for their sponsorship for the year.
The lights are on, the lights go off now, and they drop the hammers, and away we go as they run it down into turn number 1. All the Clubman's cars, various lines being chosen here by everybody. Into turn 1, you've got to keep it neat, you've got to keep it clean, you've got to keep it tidy. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. And working his way now is Cody Albert sitting out there in P1. Marco Retta is in second position. Jess Huggett is in third. He's been hassled there by Nias Modak as they work their way through turn number 2. JP Share goes high, JP Share goes wide. Daniel Kutsia has been released as well now. Daniel Kutsia getting his nose ahead there of JP Share as this group of cars race out of turn 3 interceptor corner.
Oh, Cody Albert's doing it all right. There's a yellow flag. It's waving as they come past the main grandstand. Cody Albert's
that's
from
for the
Marco
Jacobs car.
Retta. Then it's Jesse Huggett's the next one that comes through behind that. Then it is Smith. Out into the back main they go. It's now Hammer Down. There you see our main sponsor, Wingfield Motors. They got their hoarding up as they work their way down towards turn number 5.
Down towards turn 5. Fast on corner they go. Almost at the end of the opening lap as they work. Oh, but Marco Retta's gone. Marco Retta has spun that car there in Fastron corner. That red 50 BMW is in trouble out there. Here comes Cody Alberts. Jess Huggett gets moved up into that second position as they work their way down into turn number 1. And here comes Nias Modak. Modak sitting there and busy working his way through. We'll have a look and see who's out there just ahead there of Modak. Both Modak cars are out there. One is car 47, one car 17 sitting in P4 and 5.
Yep, P4 and 5, but it's Alberts that's broken away. It's Huggett that's broken away. Then it is Daniel Kutsia is the next one that comes through. It's a bit of a gap behind Daniel Kutsia. And then, well, I tell you what, the Modak, Share, Smith, Van Rooyen, they all in there, one behind the other. There's still a lot of small gaps between a whole heap of cars.
There's a lot of cars out there. Shane Smith has also been there. We missed him earlier on. We saw his dad, Gary. He's making his way into turn number 3 now. But the leaders are going down the back straight. Down the back main they go. Cody Alberts from Jess Huggett. Then it is Imad Modak that is there in that 47 car that sits in that third position as they race down towards turn number 5. Fast on corners, having a look up on the inside of Jess Huggett. Imad Modak on the inside of Jesse Huggett as they exit turn number 5. Huggett holds that line. Huggett says, you're not going to get away from me. And right behind him is Daniel Kutsia, followed there by, I think that is, yes it is, it's Nias Modak, as they head into turn 1.
Alberts from Huggett, Kutsia, and then Modak, Shea, Smith comes through as well. Down towards turn number 1 goes Cody Alberts. He's got a bit of a gap between himself and Huggett, but I do believe that Imad Modak is right now the fastest man out there.
Yeah, a 121.055 by Imad Modak. That's in that second position. The group of cars working its way out of turn number 2. There's a lovely dice coming out of turn number 1. There's about 7 cars coming out of turn 1. Make it 8. Alban Gaspar heading into turn number 2. And here comes Chiara van der Kerk. Van der Kerk going into turn number 2. There's a big lock up there by Joseph Hendricks as he works his way out of turn 2. He's ahead there of Gary Smith. Then it's a recovering Marco Retta that's in that fight as well, together with Elwold Weiland and then Oliver Hintenhaus. That's a huge fight of about 7-8 cars working its way now towards turn 4, Sarl Sweep.
Yep, past the front of the main grandstand. Leaders already on their way through turn number 5. Perdamina fast on Cape Town corner, coming up towards the bus stop. We'll pick them up as they come up towards the start-finish line. Here they come now. It's still led out by Cody Alberts, but here comes Modak. Modak is on the move, and I think Modak's going to go to the front.
Modak, yes, he takes a lead away. Cody Alberts out of turn number 1. Yes, Huggett sitting there in third, followed there by Daniel Kutsia, Nias Modak, and Shane Smith. JP Shares going into turn 1. He's been hassled there by that Mark 1 Golf of Graham Van Rooyen.
Leaders on their way out of turn number 2. It's Modak that is the quickest man out there. 1 minute 21.033. Works his way down towards Interceptor corner. I don't think Cody Alberts has got an answer for that. Neither does Jesse Huggett. The next one going to come through behind Jesse Huggett is in fact Kutsia, and then the second of the Modaks.
Into turn number 2, the man that's on the move here is Marco Retta. He runs around the outside of Hendricks, moves up another position, and then behind the two of them, working their way through the kink towards Interceptor corner, is Chiara van der Kerk. Right there with her is Gary Smith. Right on the case of Gary Smith is the Alpha GTV 6 of Elwold Weiland, and then that 76 BMW of Oliver Hintenhaus. They work their way towards turn 4. That's a group of cars working their way out of Sarl Sweep.
Through Sarl Sweep they go there where the Master Drive premises are. Down the back main they go. There's nothing much between them. Ewald Weiland's got that 6-cylinder Alpha. Flat foot as he works his way down into Cape Town corner.
Right, we're going to keep with this group down into Cape Town corner because Van der Kerk is being attacked there by Gary Smith. Yeah, he's up on the inside in turn 5. Gary Smith on the inside of Chiara van der Kerk. And he takes that position away. As a matter of fact, here comes Ewald Weiland as well. As a race under the city of Cape Town Bridge, Weiland gets past her. And now he's going to fancy his chances, and he does into turn number 1. He will dive up there and take that position away from Smith, as Smith locks up there in turn 1 in the holes.
Well, very close between that whole group, and I don't believe anybody's going to really pull the wool over anybody else's eyes. If you look at their lap times within 0.2 of a second, our leader Imad Modak just done a 121.017 on the last lap, and that's
sorry,
very quick.
trouble in turn 2, Ewald Weiland has turned the Alpha around, and he does recover the circuit as well, just ahead there of the office block, the Chrysler of Andre van der Merwe.
Wow, when last did you see something like that? Ewald Weiland turning it around while he got going before the commercial business center, rocked up from behind, and he works his way now down through turn number 3. Well, let's see if we can pick up our... Oh, there's a bumper that's come off somebody's car going down the back main, down towards turn number 5. There's a bumper. You can see it on your screen, but luckily on the edge of the circuit. No wave yellows there by the marshal yet.
So there is a body debris lying there, as Gary is saying, on the track. As heading into turn number 1, Graham Van Rooyen, and behind him is JP Shea, and Lucas catching them. Marco Retta is making a major comeback after having trouble down in turn 5, Foster early on. He's launching a severe comeback as this group races towards turn 2. Graham van Rooyen, JP Shea, and now right on the heels is Margareta. So the leaders are heading down into 5, and it is Imad Modak that is leading out of Fostron corner. Coming down towards us, we'll have a look-see. Here comes Evert de Toy, that is at the back. And here comes your leader, under the set of Cape Town Bridge. Imad Modak setting out there in P1 to start his penultimate lap, followed there by Cody Alberts and by Jesse Huggett.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cody Alberts no answer there for Imad Modak. It's turbo versus normally aspirated. It's a bit unfortunate there. Jesse going into turn number 1. Will be followed there by the other Modak. It's Jans Modak. Then we got Daniel Coetzee in there. Then Smith and Van Rooyen in there, together with JP Shea, Margareta down in 9 off and a spin down in turn 5. Yeah, you see them going up, coming down in towards the kink. There's Modak coming through that very quick turbocharged 3 to 5 machine. And I tell you what, it's once those things have got turbo-driven cars, they are extremely quick as BMWs. There you see your second place man there, Cody Alberts, and then Jess Huggett, the master at work.
We've got a car that's on fire. Well picked up there. That is Shane Smith. That is Shane Smith's car that's on fire on the exit, the outside of turn 2. There's a lot of flames as the marshals bomb it with that fire extinguisher.
Right, the fire bucket is just across the road. They'll get it sorted. Those marshals are quickly at work. Good to see them. The boys know what to do. Fire bucket is now cleared to go as it will chase over right there. And the checkered flag will come out. Checkered flag, no, still 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go. Then Jess Huggett crosses the line. He's lying P3 at the moment, doing a sterling job. Red flag for the race. So we'll go back a lap and that'll be the finishing order.
Well, you've got a safety vehicle on the track right in front of that Chrysler. He managed to avoid contact. There's lots of safety vehicles out on the circuit in between the race cars, and that's why the red flag was called for to stop this one. So with 1 more lap to go, if race control decides to go back 1 lap, then this one will be called a race. Right, so Nias Modak would have won, Imad Modak would have won Class X.
And that's 2 starts and 2 finishes.
No. Nias did both of them. I didn't see the 47 car out there in race number 1. He might have been. He wasn't out there in race 1, correct. That means Class A is won by Cody Alberts from Jesse Huggett, and Class B is won there by Daniel Coetzee. Class C will be won there by Joseph Hendricks from Augen Gasper, from Gary Smith, and then Kiara van Niekerk. Class E will be won by Oliver Hintenhuis. And then Van der Merwe, Andre van der Merwe in the Chrysler, will be the winner of Class F. Well, some drama out here in the Clubmans, the Thermofires Clubmans on the last lap. Trouble out there for Shane Smith with that BMW of his catching fire there in turn 2 in Quarry Corner. But I must say, well done, heads up to our WPMC Killarney marshals. On the spot immediately, driver was just out the car and they set those extinguishers off to do what it needed to do. So well done, the big thumbs up there to our Killarney marshals. Right, so the folks at home, you first saw Margaretta spin the BMW there in turn 5 in Fastron, and there you see Shane Smith in turn 2 quarry pull the BM off. He jumps out the car, and there is some serious flames coming out underneath that BMW's bonnet RVs. But look how quick the marshals were there. They just waited for him to get out the way, and then they bombed that car with the fire extinguishers. Another replay here at Margaretta. Sorry for the folks around the track, but this is for the people watching the production at home as the car loses the circuit there, splashing its way through the water and then regaining the track again. That looks like Gary Manwaring. And is it once again poor Margaretta? Once again poor Marco. He had a horrible time out there in the second one. He gets back onto the track again, and yes, the other BMW is the 14 BMW of Gary Manwaring. So, a big thanks to Smile 90.4 FM, the official media partner of the Western Province Motor Club.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, next up, Spitfire Furniture, Sports and GT. Out there, Craig Jarvis, Steve Humble, Dick Adcock, Davy Bear, Francis Carruthers, Divan Lismore, Martin Pugh, Clinton Thorne, Emil Buerter, Paul Beachy Head, Connor Kilbride, Ray Farnham, Simeon Penev, and Philip Boyson. I don't know if Philip will join this. That Exige giving some trouble. Craig Jarvis in that very quick Janetta GS7. I think it's got a Judd motor in it, if I'm not mistaken. Steve Humble out in the pull beam. I'm not quite sure what the powertrain is in the pull beam. But to give you a little bit of an update on the new Nova MPG2, it's got a V8 Mustang motor in it and been driven by some Ford electronics. So they haven't had a chance to sort of put it through its paces and test everything. So it is going through a bit of a building phase, so don't expect wonderful things out of it, but if it's up to Nick Adcock, you will have wonderful things happening. Davy Hubert is out there in that Porsche 911, a very quick cup car that he has there under him. Francis Carruthers in the other pull beam. Divan Lismore in that 350Z Nissan that he is tweaked to perfection. Martin Pugh, he's in the Shelby Can-Am. He's been campaigning that car for a very long time. Clinton Thorne in the Toyota Lotus 7. And then Emil Buerter in one of the other 350Zs. Paul Beachy Head, he's down there in the Audi R8. Connor Kilbride, he's also in a 350Z. We've got Ray Farnham in the Opel Birkin 7 2-litre. It's got an Opel motor. Then Simeon Penev also in a 350Z. And Philip Boyson, who should be out there, but I don't think he's out there in a Lotus Exige. So that is pretty much the field that's going to be running. We see the cars coming on your screen out of turn number 5 up to the start-finish line to take their respective positions. And then they will go out behind the pace cars, their warm-up lap. The pace car will take them around. They have a rolling start for these sports and GTs.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was Philip Boyson was running this morning in the qualifying session, but not in race 1, not in race 2, and they'll do their second warm-up lap as the Nova goes through turn 1. 2 pull beams out there for a change. Steve Humble, the number 91 pull beam, the LMP 2, the MP 91. Then we talked about the Nova MP02, that's Nick Adcock. So, yeah, Francis Carruthers in the MP84 pull beam. They'll be doing 10 racing laps. And we'll start, of course, behind the safety car. They are following the safety car right now, the Renault Triber. And the Janetta in pole position. Big challenges from Steve Humble in race 1. Oh, let's see what happens for the second race of the day, the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT cars. Yeah, Lismore, one of a quartet of 350Zs. Connor Kilbride, Emil Buerter as well in there. As far as things are concerned, Simeon Penev, more towards the tail end of the field there. And yeah, they come, a pair of 350Zs I can see at the tail end, but they won't be staying there for very long. Class D runners along with Ray Farnham. Well, down the back straight behind the Triber on the right hand side will be Craig Jarvis. On the left hand side, Steve Humble. They are coming towards you, but the pole position gets the inside. Starting on the racing line will be the pull beam. Now time to pull it right for Phil Herald in the safety car. Watch the lights. So it's ever so patiently regulating the pace for Craig Jarvis, and the lights we take this first corner as the Janetta goes in a lock up there from oh, and it's runoff as well from the Steve Humble. So just outbraking himself quite a bit there. And the Nova in second position with Francis Carruthers in third. So it's Nick Adcock in second. There is the Porsche of Davy Joubert, the Wild Rose Gin Porsche. And then a battle between Divan Lismore and the Martin Pugh, Shelby Can-Am into turn 3, Interceptor corner, nose to tail between the two of them, and it looks like that pull beam is going to be continuing in this race. And Marshall is pushing it back in turn 1 onto the circuit.
Well, at the moment, going down the back straight there, it's Craig Jarvis in the Janetta. He rolls down there. Up behind him, it's Nick Adcock in the Nova. Sits there in second place. The Nova rolling there into turn number 5. Francis Carruthers has right up there behind him Davy Hubert in the Wild Rose Gin Porsche 911 Cup car. Sits there with him. They cross the line. Martin Pugh going up on the inside of Divan Lismore's 350Z. They come up under the bridge now towards the start finish. And up there behind Lismore there, it's going to be Buta who rides over. Mil Buta also in a 350Z. Coming on there into turn 2 now into Quarry Corner. It's Craig Jarvis. Up behind him, Nick Adcock in a beautiful livery Nova. And then it's Francis Carruthers sitting there with Davy Hubert, up behind him Martin Pugh, and then Divan Lismore all make their way now into Quarry Corner.
Just behind them, I see that Audi R8 of Paul Beachy Head is currently fending off in turn 2 and soon to go into turn 3 through the kink as they will be going right about now. And I'll just have to check who's with him at the
Simeon
moment.
Penev, sitting up behind him.
There we go,
Right.
Simeon Penev.
So now coming out of turn 4, some of the leading cars. We see there the 350Z there of Buta or Kilbride going through. Then it's there's Kilbride making his way down the back straight. There is Paul Beachy Head there with Simeon Penev right up there behind him, making his way down towards turn number 5. Into turn number 1, it's the Carruthers car. No, it's that's not Carruthers. Sorry, that's
it's Humble.
Yeah, that's Steve Humble. And then you got Nick Adcock going in there, and up behind Adcock now, it looks like it's Davy Hubert there, and Davy Hubert now ahead of Francis Carruthers. So Hubert up to 3rd. You'll be pretty happy with that, and be able to start pedaling that Porsche a bit.
Well, 8 laps left to go. Craig Jarvis has put a 1:11.653 in as the fastest lap of the race so far. Watching Davy Hubert and Francis Carruthers battle it out. They come towards turn 3. The Porsche is ahead of the Carruthers Pearl Beam. That is 3rd and 4th respectively. Nick Adcock dives into the double apex right-hander at Sarl Sweep turn 4. Down the back straight towards turn 5 per Tamina Fastron. It is going to be Craig Jarvis, 5.5 seconds between himself and Nick Adcock the last time out. And a 1:11.653. I bet you everything that's going to be extended by quite as Craig Jarvis crosses the line, and 7 laps to go now.
Right, coming out of turn number 5, Davy Hubert in the Wild Rose, putting away now from Carruthers in the pull beam. And just behind Carruthers is Steve Humble, but he's a whole lap down on the rest, so it's a bit unfortunate for him now as they cross the line. Drivers going down there into turn number 1. On screen you see there Davy Hubert ahead of Francis Carruthers. So that's pretty much it. Watch there in turn 2. There's Nick Adcock. Oh, that car is just so pretty. It's just not funny. And he works his way out through the king down towards Interceptor corner. And you get a good vision of him now diving down into Interceptor. That car just on rails. It's so well prepared. It is a proper purpose-built racing machine. It's got a V8 Mustang motor sitting mid-mounted, and work their way down the back straight now. It's Craig Jarvis making his way down there into theirs. Jarvis going down into turn number 5, Perdamina Fostron, and he'll be followed there by Adcock. So Jarvis laying down a 1:11.8, but we spoke about earlier on about Byron Mitchell in the Libra doing a 1:09. So there we go. The Libras showing that they're a bit quicker than the Sports and GT. So someone might get a word down to Craig Jarvis and say, turn up the week, Craig. We just want to see some action.
10 cars left in the race. Sadly, Steve Humble has pulled into pit lane and is out of the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT Car Race 2. Jarvis leads not only overall but Class S as well by 8.3 seconds over Adcock. And then the 3rd place man, Joubert, will lead Class A from Francis Carruthers by 5.6 seconds into the turn 1 section, and the pull beam that he is currently in. Martin Pugh will be on his own in Class B, but Divan Lasmore will be the man that will be leading Class C at this time, ahead then of Emil Botha, who is also in a 350Z. Meanwhile, carving through the traffic there, Francois, and a 1:10.936, the fastest lap for Craig Jarvis.
I told you someone's get the word to him. Maybe someone sent him a WhatsApp on his phone to get a bit quicker. So he works his way down to 5. Here comes Nick Adcock in the Nova. He's in second place. They dive down into turn 5. Pertamina Foster on Davy Hubert rolling that Porsche 911, giving it a good stonk down towards turn 5. And he's a considerable way ahead there of Francis Carruthers.
Carruthers down the straight in that fourth position, 9.8 seconds ahead of Martin Pugh, who in turn is 7.9 seconds ahead of Divan Lasmore. There is Martin Pugh down the straight. And he goes into turn 5. Pertamina Fastron ahead of Divan Lasmore, who we see coming down the back straight right about now. So Jarvis will still lead the way. There are 5 laps left to go, and I see Steve Humble is rejoining the race and will charge down into turn 1.
Yeah, a little bit of, if I was off, I'd stay off. You come back on, you're about 3 laps down. You'd have got not much to achieve other than just complete the race. There, the small goes up over the line, and we work turn 5. There's your leader, Jarvis, in the Janetta. And just a little way back there is Nick Adcock, and Adcock has almost closed the gap. He's had a very quick first and second sectors there. So Adcock starting to find his feet there. That Janetta still also coming up towards the line now to complete a lap, and it goes over that 4 laps left to go. He's got lights ablaze there, and some of the slow cars going down into turn 5.
4 laps left to go, including the one now currently on the Nova of Nick Adcock, comes across the line and goes into turn 1. Meanwhile, on the back straight, we're still watching as into turn 2 comes Emil Botha, then the leader. And you can see how mixed it is now, because Craig Jarvis is carving through the field. He's gotten himself past the Audi R8 of Paul Beachy Head. Paul Beachy Head finds himself at this time 3.6 seconds off of the 350Z of Emil Botha in 7th position at the present moment. Here they go into turn 4 once again. Saddle sweep and onto the back straight. Quite a gap now. Nick Adcock is 8.4 seconds behind Jarvis, but Jarvis is now putting in some more modest lap times, Francois. A 1:11.192.
Yeah, Craig's not a show-off. He does one quick lap and then he lays back a bit. So Nick Adcock giving that Nova a good little bit of punt.
Lasmore comes into the pits, Frankie, on the main straight. There was a big puff of smoke. I don't know if he came too quickly into the pits there. There was a big lockup, or something has happened with the motor of their car, but slowly but surely coming in, and I can see now there are fire extinguishers in that section. They're taking a look at the brakes of their car.
Right, so on screen, Craig Jarvis makes his way up into Quarry Corner. He's got that car properly sorted, and then coming up to your bare straight now is Nick Adcock in that Nova. And if you watch now when it turns on your screen, those beautiful colours on that car, absolutely lovely livery that's been applied to that car. He's way ahead of some of the slow markers, Beachhead coming through, and well, they work their way now into there's the Nova going into turn 3, Deceptor Corner, making its way up the Tigerberg Straight. He's lying in second place, but it's just so nice to watch these cars in the Sports and GT. Your leader, Craig Jarvis, working his way down into turn number 5 at the moment. He's leading out. He's got 2 and a bit laps to go. Jarvis taking it easy. That car, that Janetta, is just stupendously powerful. There's about a 7.5 litre V8 that sits inside that car. So yeah, we'll have to wait to see how the Nova gets developed over the next couple of months. Maybe it'll be able to catch up to the likes of Jarvis. I don't know. I don't know what the power differential is between the 2 cars, but hopefully we'll see something like that coming to the fore. If I know Nick Adcock, he'll want it to be competitive.
2 laps left to go. Craig Jarvis still leads the way, a 1:11.095. There was a 1:12 the last time around, so he's up to just slightly again. 10.6 seconds between himself and Nick Adcock, both Class S runners. There is, through turn 3, the Craig Jarvis Janetta. And like we said, 10.6 seconds between himself and Nick Adcock. Nick Adcock puts a 25.6, the fastest first sector in overall. that shines in purple for us, as Davy Hubert 25.6 seconds back. We'll see if we can wait for him, but yes, down the straight there goes the leader into turn 5 and will start his final lap of the race.
Craig Jarvis just is about to start his final lap now. He'll go up towards the line and cross the line. Nick Adcock goes down into turn number 5. Perdamina Foster in that 8 Cool 24/7 car. And that Nova, that V8 powered Nova, looking super sweet. And I must admit, doing fantastically well prepared there by the likes of Rico Barlow and crew. It's great to have them on board as normal. And what a lot of people don't know, it's good to see the car and the driver out there, but the team behind it is actually what makes it. So, yeah, let's not forget about the unsung heroes down in the pits.
So, on the final lap, we then ran across the line. There goes the Porsche of Davy Hubert. A lap down is Emil Buerta, but onto the Tygerberg straight. And coming up there to Simon Penev. Who takes the field in the 350Z and making easy work to get past is Craig Jarvis, who will sail it down the back straight. A 1:10.879 the last time around, his fastest lap of the race. The checkered flag is waiting, and out of turn 5 he will run towards the line. The likes of Simon Penev, he has been lapped. He will finish in the 9th position, but the winner is Craig Jarvis, and we wait for Nick Adcock to come through the kink past the old bus stop chicane for the bikes and takes the Nova into second. Davy Hubert will be the 3rd place man and also the winner in Class A in the Porsche 911.
Davy Hubert exiting turn 5, going through the kink up towards the bridge. Wild Rose Gin, Porsche 911 doing fantastically well, taking Class A across the line now in P3 overall, and 19 seconds behind the leader. We wait for the next car to come up, which should be Carruthers. He comes out of turn 5 now towards the line. He's in the pull beam. Francis will be happy with this outcome. He's second in Class A, and then well, a couple of lap cars coming through here. Paul Beach ahead in the Audi R8. He's managed to finish a race, which is a good thing. And then we've got Buerta coming through. Buerta ahead of Pugh in the RDSA Nissan. And then Martin Pugh crossing the line. Martin Pugh is first there in Class B. So, yeah. So Class X is Jarvis and Adcock. Class A is Hubert, Carruthers and Thorne. Class B is Pugh, and he's the only one in Class B. And in Class C was Buerta, Kilbride and Penev, the 350Zs.
Yeah, Lasmore did not finish the race. He came with a big lockup into the pits. They were looking at the left front of that car, so possibly some braking issues with that car coming into the pits. Then I saw some fire extinguishers were ready, but luckily did not need to be used in that situation. 9 of them finished in all. Simeon Penev in the 350Z finishing it off in 9th position. That's the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT cars for their 2nd and last race for the day.
Right, folks, the next race up will be the Killarney Formula Supercars and the BJ Trustees Fine Cars. That is up next. But next coming Saturday at Killarney International Raceway, there's a very big event. It is the Rotax Max SA National Karting Championships at Killarney next weekend. And that's going to be a very, very, very big one. Trust me, it's going to be a massive, massive one out here at Killarney next Saturday. And I'm sure Gary and Francois will cover that one on the Second Gear Productions. And that's going to be an awesome, awesome one that is going to happen next Saturday. For that one, Gary can get hold of Mickey Bennett and get some contact numbers of the competitors. And then we'll market that one because that is the big one in Cape Town. The South African National Rotax Max SA Karting Championships. Right, the fine cars and the supercars are rolling out onto the circuit for their second and final race of the day. Supercars sponsored by Killarney and the fine cars sponsored by BJ Trustees.
Yeah, so it's a combined field, Frankie, of 12 entered. We didn't have Roger Lewis go out there in the MGA, and we also had one of the supercars, Yassine Darman, that did not finish race one, so there were only 10 of them classifying in the end. But yeah, it would be nice to actually get some more cars out there onto the grid for these two classes. At one stage we had quite a number. Remember, we had supercars all the way down to bronze class, bronze and silver classes and fine cars. We had quite a good field of cars. But hey, look, I know sometimes times get a bit lean, and we just hope for the best and that we can get a few more entries, maybe towards the latter part of the year or in the early part of the new year.
Well, talking about the gold, silver and bronze classes of the supercars, I remember back in the day, I think it was around about 1997, when they started up and they were sponsored by Gearmax back in the day. And they grew from about 8-9 cars to about 24 cars when they were in their heyday, the supercars. And I know that the committee in the background is working feverishly to try and get the supercars back up to where they were again. Talking about Yassine Darman, he wasn't out there for race one, he is out there for race number 2, but I don't see Karel van der Merwe's car out there. So the 74 car is not out on track. I haven't seen it gone out onto the circuit. It shows on the monitor, yes, but that car is not out there on the track at all.
Well, the red MGA of Roger Lewis is out there this time, and that is the number one, the champion of last year, and he'll be joining Dave Alexander. Usually we got to know Dave Alexander in a Mini. This time he is in a British Racing Green Morgan, along with Di Dugmore in the Austin Healey Sprite, also commonly known as the Frog-Eyed Sprite.
Yep.
And then the MGA Twin Cam of Chris Champion. So some real vintage, legendary classic cars in this group of finds.
Right, so the Caltron Formula Supercars lineup with Andrew Moffat and in pole position, and on his outside it's Glenn Phillips. Then behind them it's Carl Halleck, followed there by Craig Hume, and then the 10 car of Yassine Daman. So once again 5 of the 6 supercars out on track. Daman wasn't out there for race number 1, he is now for race number 2, and Van der Merwe was out for race 1 and he's not out there for race 2. And then behind them we've got about 6 of the BJ Trustee sponsored fine cars with Günther Appelgrein and Jaco Oosthuizen blocking out the front row of the grid.
Well, we're ready to go. Frankie, you take the Caltron Formula Supercars off of the grid.
Yeah, I think you're going to be in for a lovely fight in that fine cars that you had earlier on. As the red flag gets removed from the grid, the safety car moves off the line. That's the Renault Triber. And then the supercars move off the line into turn number 1, trying to weave around to get some heat in the tires. I must say outside temperature isn't very hot at all, so I don't think trackside temperature is going to be that high. It'll be higher than outside, but I don't think it's going to be that hot to get heat in those slick tires that the Formula Supercars are running on, as the Renault Triber leads them towards turn 2, towards Quarry Corner.
Considerable amount of cloud cover has come over the circuit, Frankie. A pickup in the wind speed as well. It hasn't been the windiest day today, but remember, sometimes our summer times, that's when we get our lovely southeasters coming towards us, and that's why we used to have the Cape Southeaster meeting in February as well.
Well, the wind is currently blowing in that direction, but it's not a strong southeaster. It's blowing offshore there in the Blouberg Melkbos area. So it is currently from that side offshore wind, so there'll be no rain today, that's for sure, as the safety car leads the field up the Tygerberg Straight towards the double right-hander turn 4. That is Sarel Sweep. The safety cars leading them through Sarel Sweep right now. Those supercars are weaving from side to side as the safety car will come into view shortly. Behind these big oak trees, safety car comes into view. There are the fine cars. They are being led there by Günther Appelgrein and by Jaco Oosthuizen through turn 4, Sarel Sweep.
I was standing there earlier on, Frankie, before the racing started today, and to see that image of Sarel van der Merwe. Let me tell you one thing, I'm coming around that double apex right-hander and seeing that man over there, I get so much inspiration, I'll tell you that much, coming through there, and I'm sure he went full tilt there through that corner how many times in his career.
I think that's the reason why his face is there, to give any racing driver 100% plus inspiration. Perfect inspiration. If that doesn't inspire you as a race driver, then nothing will, that's for sure.
Well, Frankie, the Renault Triber comes around towards the pits now and pulls off to the right, and the supercars are ready, racked and stacked.
Right, safety car pulls off into pit lane. The lights in pit road is on, and it's now in the hands of Andrew Moffat. Safety car is in. The supercars are lovely bunched as the lights will go off. Now wait for the revs to pick up, and off they go down into turn number 1. That's side by side. It's Phillips that sits there on the outside of Moffat. Will he drive around him on the outside? Yes, he does. He's got the line on the outside as Glenn Phillips. If he holds that line, which he does, he will have the line for turn number 2, Byron, as the fine cars head now into turn 1.
Fine cars towards turn 1 on the brakes. And it's Günther Appelgrein that will take the whole shot. No, it won't. It will actually be Oosthuizen that jumps him from the outside and will solidify first position, charging up to turn 2 now. Look at the gap already that they have between each other. You'll see behind, it looks like it's going to be the Morgan of Dave Alexander that will get into the third position ahead of Chris Champion, who's now in fourth position.
So the fine cars doing their thing as the supercars make their way down the back straight, working their way out of turn 4, down the back main they go, and that was a pleasant, unpleasant surprise here for Moffat. He's side by side now with Phillips, heading towards turn 5, heading towards Fostron, and Phillips has got the outside line, and Andrew Moffat takes it inside line and puts that car back there into the lead as they work their way out of turn number 5. Out of Fostron corner. They're sitting first and second. Carl Halleck sits there in third. Yasin Darman is there in that fourth position, and in P5 it's Craig Hume as the supercars work their way towards turn 1, but Byron, the fine cars are heading towards turn 5 Fostron.
Change of lead, it's going to be into turn 5. Gunther Appelgren in the E36 BMW ahead now of Oosthuizen in the Conquest. Yeah, they charge down towards the line and a gap is already going to be formed. Going a bit behind them, it's the Morgan of Dave Alexander that will get third, and then the fourth place man, Chris Champion, but behind them, that's the one to watch with the fine cars.
But I'll tell you what, Yasin Darman sitting there in P4 as the supercars work their way through the kink and into turn 3, interceptor corner. Yasin Darman wants that third position, and he wants to get that third place there from Carl Halleck. Halleck sits there in P3, and he wants that position from Halleck as they work their way into turn number 4. Through saddle sweep, there the two cars go through your screen. That's the two leaders working their way down the back straight. That is a Moffat in P1, Phillips in P2, Halleck in P3, Darman in P4. And there's nothing between them as they race down towards turn 5 Fostron.
Let's go to turn 2 as the Sprite of Di Dugmore is being challenged by Roger Lewis. Roger Lewis will be on the inside, but on the outside, the Frog-Eyed Sprite will just keep it ahead for now. Watch them on the exit of that turn. It's going to be Dugmore that will hold it. Chris Champion at the moment goes through into turn 3, but that is the big battle to watch at this time.
Supercars heading down into turn number 1, into Holzhoek. The four of them are nose to tail. Oh, squirming around there was Glenn Phillips in that second position as the four of them work their way out of turn number 1, heading towards turn 2. Darman still sitting there in that fourth position. He wants to have a go, and he goes at Halleck. He sits on his outside. They are side by side. He does not have the line for turn 2, the right-hander, and Halleck will hold on to that third position as the four fine cars head towards turn 3, interceptor corner.
Well, going to be turn 1 then, Frankie, for the Gunther Appelgren coming through, and then right behind him, or not right behind him, but a few meters behind him will be Oosthuizen, 4.4 seconds to be exact, running towards turn 2. Alexander will still hold that third place in class 8 overall, and that's in the Morgan. Chris Champion will find himself in 4th, but that's a little bit further back there. They're going down the back straight now, Frankie, is the supercars.
Yeah, the supercars. I said fine cars going into 3 early on. It was actually the supercars. Now they're working their way out of Fostron corner, out of turn number 5, and these four are right there with each other. There's nothing between Moffat, Phillips, Halleck and Darman as the four of them work their way under the City Cape Town Bridge. Not too far behind them in P5 is Craig Hume. But these four supercars are racing down towards turn 1. Now Halleck drives around the outside of Phillips in turn 1, but Phillips will have the line for that left-hander. Wow, Darman is on the case of Halleck. Halleck decided he's going to try and attack Phillips, and now Darman once again is having a go at Halleck. They are side by side heading towards turn number 2, but once again Yasin Darman does not have the racing line for the right-hander.
Well, through turn 3, Frankie, coming up to lap them, the supercars will be shortly. Actually out of turn 3 onto the Tygerberg Straight. Frankie, I see here the leaders coming through turn 3 now. Andrew Moffat still leading the way in the supercar section, and it's still nose to tail between the top, or the second 3 as far as things are concerned into turn 4.
Yeah, through turn 4, saddle sweep. This is where the supercars are now, and they're going to pick up those fine cars heading into 5. Into Fostron corner. They get the blue flags. They just hold their line as Moffat goes through. But have a look at this. Heading into turn number 5. Those supercars were almost 3 abreast. And Halleck is hanging on there for dear life. As a matter of fact, he's gone up to second. He's gone to second. Dahmen's gone to third. Phillips has gone from P2 to P4. So that one has changed around completely in the supercars as they race down under the City of Cape Town Bridge towards turn 1 holes.
That's 4 laps left to go, Frankie, in this 8-lap race. There goes Andrew Moffat. He still holds the fastest lap of 1:28.126. 4.7 seconds between himself and the likes of Kyle Halleck, Yassine Dahmen and Glenn Phillips. They are all putting laps now on Di Dugmore and Roger Lewis, heading now into that turn 2 section, and their next target will be Chris Champion, and then after that 26.6 seconds up the road, Dave Alexander, who's now, yes, Chris Champion into that turn 3 at this time, and Andrew Moffat still holding that fastest lap record for this race. He still holds himself in there.
Yeah, they're working now through turn number 3. It's this group of supercars as the leader will be making his way down the back lane. There's Halleck, there's Dahmen, and then Phillips. There goes the leader down the back straight, racing down towards a turn number 5, towards a Fostron corner, and Halleck sits in second. Dahmen is there in that 3rd place. He wants that position from him. He's not going to be able to get it. He's got the slower car in front of him, and Halleck covers that line, heading there into turn 5, into Fostron corner, and they are now getting away from Glenn Phillips. That's there in P4.
I should rather say Chris Champion having to dive out of the way. There's Andrew Moffat crossing the line, ahead then of what is Kyle Halleck and Yassine Dahmen, Glenn Phillips, and then we wait still. Craig Hume is going to be in 5th position, but the top 4 very close together, except Andrew Moffat. He's 4.6 seconds up the road from them, going into turn 2. Right about now, 3 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on.
Yeah, watch out for those supercars out of turn 2. They go now. Yassine Dahmen wants to go up into that 2nd place. That thing walks around underneath him. Dahmen climbs on the gas. So does Halleck, and so does Phillips. And now Phillips in a turn 3 Interceptor, who is the last car in that train, is getting a lot closer now to Halleck and to Dahmen. He's got to drive. He's got a better drive out of turn 3. Glenn Phillips, and he's now going to have a look up on the inside. They've got to be so careful in that right-hander in a sidle sweep, and he gets through. He gets through there on Dahmen, does Halleck down the back way, but is Dahmen slowing down, or has Phillips, not Halleck, sorry, or has Phillips just found some more power to go after Halleck?
Well, just to steal away, they'll be going into turn 2 now. It is Dave Alexander ahead of Jaco Oosthuizen. That's how it's changed in the fine car section. They're not very close at the moment, but Gunther Appelgren still leads. But the one to watch at the moment is the supercar battle going into turn 1. It is still Andrew Moffat. Carl Halleck is going to be 4.8 seconds back. This is the one to watch, but I think behind him, the 3rd and 4th place battle. Glenn Phillips ahead now of Yassine Dahmen.
Yeah, out of 1 they come, and I don't think that Dahmen is going to be able to get a lot closer to him now, as he is now defending that 3rd position. That means as they work their way towards turn number 2, that Kyle Halleck will pull the pin and get away. Running wide out of 2 there is the 10 car of Yassine Dahmen as they work their way through the kink towards turn 3. Interceptor corner, and the leader all on his own working towards turn 4 saddle sweep.
And the bodywork looks very different on that leading car, Frankie. So just to keep your eyes peeled when Moffat comes by. The looks like the fender is actually come semi-detached, and he's flying around like a wing, and that's not going to help the airflow around the side of the car. Coming down the straight they do. He's still doing a magnificent job, Frankie. 4.8 seconds between himself and Kyle Halleck, but now only a lap and a bit to go.
Yeah, with a lap to go, I don't think that's going to give him too much trouble, as I see Jaco Oosthuizen work his way into turn number 1, but here come the supercars to start their final lap. Andrew Moffat with that body parts flapping the front left-hand side fender of that supercar. That whole body askew on that supercar as they work their way into turn number 1. So problems out there, but this is his final lap. And the quickest man out there with a 126.486 is now car number 10, and that's Yasin Daman.
Well, that car's undressing itself. The more we see it coming into the turn 2 section, Frankie, he will just make it. I won't bet against Andrew Moffat. He's an experienced head, but there must be a certain situation where rivets are just coming loose on that bodywork. And, well, look behind them, Frankie. That is where the action is happening now. Carl Halleck, Glenn Phillips, Yasin Daman, fastest lap, as you pointed out.
Yeah, but they are getting closer. They are getting closer. He's ending, he's a final sector, or a second last sector to start his last sector. Down the back main he goes. He starts his final sector now, and he has done enough. He has done more than enough to win this one. I don't think those fine cars ahead of him is going to cause any problems. As a matter of fact, if he clears them, they might cause problems for the others. But he's done enough with a car that's busy falling apart on him, or as you say, undressing itself. I like that one. He heads towards the checkered flag. Those fine cars hold station. The checkered flag is out, and victory will go to Andrew Moffat. And the second across the line will be Carl Halleck, followed there by Yasin Daman, and he will finish just ahead there of Halleck. So it's Moffat, Phillips, Daman, Halleck, and Craig Hume.
Yeah, here comes Craig Hume now, Frankie. He is a distant 5th position, and we'll run it to the line. As far as the fine cars are concerned, Jaco Oosthuizen, 3rd place. He's finished already. He's a lap down. So has Roger Lewis in that 11th spot. But we still wait for the likes of Gunther Appelgren as the class leader, who has not been lapped. First we're going to have, they're all out of a different order because many of them have been lapped. Dave Alexander, the Morgan, will come through in 2nd, but it's Chris Champion in 9th position, and 4th in class that will come through in the MGA. To the line, down the back straight is now the Gunther Appelgren BMW, followed by the Morgan. The Morgan, let me tell you one thing, is actually chewed away at the advantage, so that's been a mighty drive from Dave Alexander in that 7th position overall, out of turn 5, or through turn 5 first and foremost. And Gunther Appelgren will get win 2 out of 2 here today, but of course he's a good buddy Robert Toscano not here to keep him company today, but he'll help him in the championship as far as points are concerned. Dave Alexander will finish just 0.8 of a second off of him in the Morgan, and here comes Froggy, here comes the Sprite, and that is Di Dugmore. That will be in 10th position. And I think that is the race. That is the slowing down lap now for the supercars. So a bit of interesting racing, Frankie, I have to say, in the supercar section. Only need more sign-ups. That's what we need.
They did very, very well out there, as a matter of fact. Yeah, they did very well, as a matter of fact. That second race was a lot closer, and there was a huge, huge fight out there for that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th positions.
Right, so next up, Bridgestone Super Twin Cup and Supersport 300s. And, well, if the first race is a need to go by, I reckon we're in for a crackerjack second heat. It's getting a little bit later. It's a little bit darker. Odd light on here and there, but still lots of visibility around. And I see Lance Jonas is still there, keeping the pole positions. And, well, Jamie Hall down in 9th, won race number 1. And joining me, Byron Knight. Byron, that first heat was very exciting, let's face it. I mean, we had a change up of the lead 3 times. Well, 3 different riders in the lead, to put it that way. It changed up probably about 8 times in the race. But Jamie Hall coming out on top. Now, Jamie's in 9th. I don't know if he's going to have the start that he had in the first race, but he has the tools to get to the front. I know that. So, but keep an eye on a guy like Lance Jonas. He had a bit of a bad start. He also had a jump start. So he had a 30-second penalty. Raymond Alexander in the 300, unfortunately, him and Nicholas have got the tools, but they don't have the power that the 650s have, so they tend to drag them a bit. Abigail Boston also did good. Braden, Mitch, Adrian. But Ryan Coetzee is down there with Jamie. Now, Ryan Coetzee and Jamie were in the front, so they got past all the little 300s and then caught up with the likes of the others. So, yeah, we're going to have to see how the second race pans out. Now, Nicholas Hutchins he's on that ER6, which we know is actually a Versus. But I think we're in for another good race. So let's see how this one pans out. Hopefully no false starts out of Lance Jonas.
Well, we'll see how things go. Wayne Orange gives a good thumbs up to the camera. And old gaggle of them, Garrett Goss alongside him, that 65. The man we've been talking about, Jamie Hall, on that black Quacker. That watch out for him. There's Peter Hill in that section as well on bike number 6. And, well, we're ready to go racing here, Francois.
Yeah, let's watch the powers that be there. Green is on the front there. 5-second board is up. We're waiting for lights. The lights go on. They go off and we go racing. And Raymond Alexander is a great start. They're going to watch them all go down there. Nicholas Hutchins is off like a bat out of hell down into turn number 1. Hutchins leads out. Lance Jonas lies there in second place, and he works his way around as they come out of turn number 1, make their way up the Uber straight up towards Quarry Corner. Jonas tracking Hutchins, and he closes up on him going into Quarry. So they roll around, a couple of bikes trying to work their way through. Is that Jamie Hall in third? Already there's a black biker that I think as Jamie Hall's got a crackerjack start to find himself up into third already.
Yeah, he's ahead of Coetzee there, looks like it, Francois.
Yeah.
Going into turn 3 interceptor. Look at the gap they got from the rest of the field there.
Unbelievable stuff coming out of Jamie Hall, and Ryan Coetzee up in second. Nicholas Hutchins leads up, but I think Lance Jonas is going to turn the tap open a bit down the back straight as they all roll into turn number 4. There they go down the back straight now. And Hutchins is still going well in the ER6. And having a look at Jonas, but Hall and Coetzee are absolutely pedaling down there in third and fourth respectively, and making their way down into turn number 5. Going in there, Nicholas Hutchins, there's Lance Jonas, Jamie Hall and Ryan Coetzee all over the back of him like a cheap suit now as they work their way out of turn 5. It's a little bit cooler now, maybe more performance, but be careful, it could be a little bit uneasy underfoot. But still Hutchins reads out on the Hutchins service center machine. Lance Jonas is right up there behind him. There they go up against the wall. You get a good draft as you hug the wall there. Down into turn number 1. Then you have the likes there of Alexander, Posson, Hutchins and Smart. They're all coming through down, and that whole gaggle of 300s coming there. And looks like Mitch Robertson leads that pack out as they work their way through. So great stuff coming out of the 300s. But the leaders now there going into turn 2, Quarry Corner, still being led out by Nicholas Hutchins, Lance Jonas, Jamie Hall and Ryan Coetzee.
Yeah, it's Adrian Solomon that leads the 300s from Raymond Alexander, and third in class is Braden Hutchins back down in 10th position. They all come out of turn 2 through the kink, and then now onto the Tygerberg straight. We then run. Nicholas Hutchins leads away on that familiar HSC bike, and now down the back straight he will then run from the likes of Lance Jonas, Jamie Hall, and a little bit further down, I think that's the 300s class that we're actually watching coming through turn 4. Adrian Solomon, Matthew van Niekerk is ahead of them, on his own, the fifth position bike, and Adrian Solomon on the Kawasaki Ninja coming up still ahead of Raymond Alexander.
Raymond Alexander, Nassif Sparks in there, also on 650. Then Braden Hutchins, Abigail Bosson, Mitch Robinson, and then Smith comes through, Goss, Stavro Michelle, Billy Hill, and Quinton Weening at the back of the pack there on a little 300. But Nicholas Hutchins posting his quickest time of a 1:21.115. And
he'll be coming now onto the Joubert straight, Francois, and then into turn 2. Who's got a nice gap between himself and Lance Jonas, but Lance Jonas has all the pressure on him at the moment because Jamie Hall is hanging in there.
Jamie Hall lying right behind them. Ryan Kutsia along for the ride. He sits down in P4. They make their way down towards Interceptor Corner. Hutchings leading out Jonas, and Jamie Hall is getting closer to Lance Jonas. They come out of turn number 3 up the Tigerberg straight towards Sarel van der Merwe sweep. Hutchings pitches it in. Jonas follows suit with Hall right there behind him, and then it's going to be Ryan Kutsia. Going down into Interceptor Corner, there goes Bones, and that's Adrian Solomon ahead of Raymond Alexander, followed by Trevor Smith, Braden Hutchins, Abigail Boss, and Mitch Robinson in that gaggle. They work their way now all up in towards the Sarel van der Merwe sweep down towards the end of the back straight.
Yeah, ahead of Mitch Robinson, Goss, Stavro Michelle, Peter Hill, and Quinton Weening, all rounding everything off as far as things are concerned. 6 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on at this time, as it's going to be Nicholas Hutchings comes across the line, third position. Watch out now towards turn 1. It's going to be Jamie Hall that goes around on the inside of the third place bike, but he goes right off
and
the right.
Jonas runs wide. Jonas runs wide. Jonas overcooked it and went wide. So Nicholas Hutchings leads out Jamie Hall. Ryan could see 9th, 3rd, and Jonas making a silly mistake now. They work their way into Quarry Corner. Hutchings leading out Jamie Hall, and Ryan could see a couple of the 300s coming down into turn 4. Adrian Solomon leading that crowd out there with Smith, then Alexander, then Stavro Michelle, Goss, Braden Hutchins, Abigail Bosson, and Mitch Robinson.
Well, Ryan Kutsia, 1:23.075 is the new third place man because of Lance Jonas going on in turn 1. And will be pressuring the Jamie Hall machine. There's all Kawasaki's at the front at the moment. Nicholas Hutchings still holds it as they are now down towards turn 5. Still behind him. Then it's going to be Jamie Hall and Ryan Kutsia. Last time around 0.3 of a second between the two of them. Could it be much closer this time? They gun it to the line. It'll be 4 laps left to go.
To tell you something, Jamie Hall's doing a sterling job trying to reel in Nicholas Hutchings, who's not hanging back whatsoever. And Ryan Kutsia is sticking Jamie Hall along for the ride. So Jamie is pulling him in, waiting for the 4th place bike to come through. That looks like
Matthew van
Niekerk. Yeah, I just couldn't see the number in the 92. And Matty van Niekerk doing a sterling job as he comes through there. Jonas came back to the party. Hutchings, there's Hall, and Ryan Kutsia going through Quarry Corner. And well, I'll tell you something, Nicholas Hutchings sounds like working away. He wants to work, and Jamie Hall doing as well as he can. There goes that's working out. There comes looks like Adrian Solomon there with just having a look, see who's working through.
Those are 3 leaders at the moment. They were going onto the back straight, and Nicholas Hutchings will be coming around to complete the lap and have 3 laps left to go. Down the back straight towards turn 5. It looks like that Jamie Hall might have just slightly released the pressure. It was 0.3 of a second. It now extended his lead or his second place advantage over Kutsia to 0.6 of a second. So he's keeping him in check at the moment. Matthew van Niekerk further behind. Here come the rest of the field. I think Lance Jonas is still in 5th position.
There's Jonas, Smart, and Orense that make their way down there. There's Jonas, there's Nassif Smart, and Wayne Orense. You can see Wayne Orense's green leathers that he has on Nassif Smart. And Nassif Smart, a big boy, a strong lad, having a lot of fun out there. So here comes Jonas, up behind Jonas, Nassif Smart, and Wayne Orense. That's a lovely little squabble that's taking place there now as they make their way into turn number 1.
And just behind that, then it's Adrian Solomon. They'll be coming onto the main straight now towards turn 1. it will be the leader of the 300, the Supersport 300 class. And then right through that section, and the gap between himself is 1.4 seconds between himself and Trevor Smith. Not in the same class. Stavro Michel's come up. Raymond Alexander in 11th position is the second place runner, and third for Abigail Bosson.
Well, having a look there now on the time screen, the quickest man on the circuit is Ryan Coetzee. He's done a 1:23.023, so that's not too shabby coming out of Ryan Coetzee. They're still chasing. There's Lance Jonas going through on turn 5 with Dusty Smart and Wayne Arendse. Jonas getting that Suzuki going. Dusty Smart's got that Quacker right up there behind him. They're having an absolute ding-dong tussle. The leaders are now making their way under the bridge down towards, and it looks like off screen as your leader is now going to be Jamie Hall, who's gone ahead of Nicholas Hutchings, and Ryan Coetzee goes up to second place as they work their way now out of turn 1. Yeah, they come up towards up the base straight towards turn number 2. And Jamie Hall has done a sterling job to get past Hutchings, and Ryan Coetzee is now in second place. And Coetzee looks like he would like to challenge for the lead. He did in the first heat. So now we've got a real crackerjack competition on the go here for the lead as Jamie Hall leads out, and Ryan Coetzee and Nicholas Hutchings are right there ready to pounce as they make their way now up the Tigerbrook straight towards the Sorrel Sweep. This is absolutely exciting. It's emanated in the first race, it's now emanated in the second race, and it's too close to call at this moment in time, Byron.
Well, still the fastest man on the circuit as far as times are concerned is the 1:22.650 of Ryan Coetzee. And down the straight they will then run. Coetzee holds the lead, but on the inside it will be Jamie Hall. No, Jamie Hall will hold second. On the outside of Jamie Hall will be, going wide there, just getting out is Jamie Hall.
Jamie Hall got lent on there by Nicholas Hutchings. Caught a bit of a spook now, but Ryan Coetzee leads out, and we've got a lap and a bit to go. It's their last lap that they're on, and this is going to be a real crackerjack. Now, have a look where Jamie Hall is. He sits back on them, but trust me, he's going to close up as soon as he can. Ryan Coetzee leading out over Nicholas Hutchings as they exit turn number 1 and make their way up the bare straight towards Quarry Corner. And I have a look at Hutchings now. Can he do something? He tries. No, Ryan Coetzee keeps the door closed. Jamie Hall closing. Door's closing, but Ryan Coetzee riding the wheels. Ryan needs a maiden win. That's what he's after. Ryan Coetzee has been riding now for a good couple of years now under the Project 60 garage, and he's giving it his all. Nicholas Hutchings is right there with him. Jamie Hall not too far back now as they make their way up the Tigerbrook straight up towards turn number 4. The Sorrel from him have a sweep. Hutchings is going to draft Coetzee. What are they going to do down the back straight? That's too close to call. Hutchings sits there alongside him, and Jamie Hall's with for the ride. They make their way down. They've got a slow bike in their way. Coetzee still leads out as they make their way down towards Pertamina Foster corner. Ryan Coetzee, Nicholas Hutchings. Jamie Hall just dives in there in front of Hutchings, and he goes up into second place.
Quinton Meaning.
Quinton Meaning's in the way. What's going to happen? This is going to be absolutely brilliant stuff, and Ryan Coetzee is holding out. They make their way up towards the line. It's going to be a crackerjack race, and Nicholas Hutchings goes up into second place. And Ryan Coetzee is going to get his way. Coetzee crosses the line. First, a great ride from Ryan Coetzee. He loves it. He absolutely loves it. And Nicholas Hutchings and Jamie Hall come over the line. Ryan Coetzee must be absolutely ecstatic.
It's 84 thousandths of a second between Hutchings and Hall as Matthew van Niekerk gets 4th position in the 650s and overall. Nashif Smart will be coming around to collect 5th position ahead of Wayne Arendse. Now it is going to be Adrian Solomon that should be coming in the turn 5 section Pertamina Fastron. And Solomon on the Ninja 400, fending off from Stavro Michel and Trevor Smith. Doesn't matter if they get past him, because it's the class win will still be his. Down towards the line they then run. Waves. Stavro Michel will get ahead of Solomon, but Solomon will take the 300 class honours. Here comes a drop to the line now. It's going to be Abigail Bosson that takes the second place in the 300 class, just ahead of Raymond Alexander by 87 thousandths of a second.
Abigail Boston showing a medal there over Raymond Alexander. Great stuff there. Beach Robertson, fourth in class. Then Brandon Hutchins, Gareth Cross, Peter Quinta winning, and Lance Jonas not finishing.
And that's the sum total of all of them. Unfortunately, yes, you've pointed out, Francois, Lance Jonas not having the best of days. Maybe want to forget, but remember, we all know that Lance Jonas will always be back. And he's a tough character. And things didn't go his way today, but he will come back. But Ryan Coetzee, well-deserved win for him. First win, a maiden win in the 650s class, the Super Twin Cup. And he can enjoy his evening definitely tonight in the top 3 of the overall day standings.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think that's his personal best time too, a 1:23.656. Which was almost the quickest time. Jamie Hall posted the quickest of 1:22.949. But Ryan Coetzee will be absolutely elated that his PB and his first maiden win in the 650 class, in the Bridgestone Super Twin Cup class. So brilliant stuff there from Ryan Coetzee, and we wish him everything of the best.
Well, it's the South Super, well, not the super bikes, but the motorcycles, Clubmans Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles. No super bikes today, unfortunately, but we've had no shortage of action in the motorcycle classes. This is the second and final race of the day as far as the bikes are concerned, and Samkelo Luani on the R6 Yamaha will be on pole position alongside Ferdy Schmidt and Mario Ferreira. That is the Yamaha R6 and the first of the Beamers, the 1100 Boxer Beamers, and William Morris will also join the front section on the second row with Wayne Gress on the classic Yamaha R1 and Laverne Zabotka on the 750 Suzuki. And well, you'll see 18 of them are scheduled to be out on the circuit for an 8-lap race, because they do 2 warm-up laps because of the cooler conditions.
Right there at the back, Michael Ryforth in the 75 machine, and alongside him the 8 of Philip Rimmer. I like the suits some of these guys are donning. There's some very picturesque and colourful leather suits that they got on. Nice to see. So that's the Breakfast Club sitting at the back, and Samkelo Luani with Schmidt sitting there alongside him, and Mario Ferreira, William Morris on the second row there, up alongside him, Wayne Gress and Laverne Zabotka. 5-second board up, wait for the lights. The lights come on, the lights go off, and away they go.
And Mario Ferreira once again takes what will look like the whole shot into turn 1, like he did in race 1. And then I think that is Wayne Gress that is behind him. I speak under correction there.
That's Wayne Gress in the red suit.
Yeah.
Yep, that's him.
All right, so a good clean
and
start
Jason
from everyone.
Balterman going a little bit loud there and leaning it in, and you gotta be kidding me. Unbelievable. Jason Balterman just rolls around everybody and takes the lead. Boom, just like that. My word, what he had for lunch, I want, that's for sure.
Oh, he bolted his way through, I'll tell you that much.
Wow.
And out of turn 3 now. There they go all the way through and onto the Tigerberg Straight for the first time in this 8-lapper. 3 classes in all between the Clubmans, Classics and Breakfast Run bikes.
Is anybody going to catch Jason Balterman? He said to me at lunchtime, Uncle, I'm riding to my limit. He was way over the limit on that one. Man, he just banged around the outside and he makes his way down towards turn number 5. And look at the lead that Jason Balterman is here, eking out here. Brilliant stuff. Man, oh man, for a man that was, well, dead twice on the table, and I say this now with tongue in cheek, and he's there. He's doing fantastically well. Great racing up there behind him, and you can see Laverne Zabotka in there as well as they work their way through. Up over the line goes Balterman, and into third position. Derek Hendricks, Samkelo Luani still in second. Laverne Zabotka in 5. Wayne Gress, then Piers Canute, Willem Lowe, Mario Ferreira, and JP Shemmers. And there's Willem Lowe on screen. He's up there behind Piers Canute. So Piers Canute's also looking pretty good there. You still see your leader going in. Up behind him there is Samkelo Luani and Gerard Frey. Frey will want to go quick. We know Frey is quick. He did well in the first heat. But Jason Balterman, like a cat out of hell, just boom, out into turn 2 and said, this is my opportunity, and took him both ends.
Well, he crossed the line 2 seconds ahead of Luani, and all from a standing start, remember. So Balterman will hold it for now. And then Luani and Frey coming up into that third position ahead of Derek Hendricks. The top 5 all Clubman's bikes. Wayne Gress on the R1 Yamaha, the top classic bike at this moment in time. Down the back straight they then run, and that is the R1 that's got a whole angry group behind him, including the likes of Piers Canute and Willem Lowe.
Lovely, you see the bikes going. There's Willem Lowe going down towards turn number 5. All the bikes follow suit. So up ahead of him there will be Wayne Gress and Piers Canute. There's Canute, you see him there second in that picture as they work their way out and give it a good clunk up towards the line, making their way down towards turn number 1. The old coming down into turn 1. And Jason Balterman, Gerard Frey in second now has put the quickest time on the circuit at 1:21.2. Baltimore did a 1:23.6, so keep an eye on Frey. He's probably going to want to get to the lead, but I can tell you something, Jason Baltimore is having an absolute ball out there.
It took a mighty amount of time out to Baltimore as well. 0.3 of a second when they crossed the line. 23.6 compared to the 21.2. This shows you that's night and day as far as times are concerned. Into turn 3 now. Baltimore holding it from Frey. So Samkelo Liwani still hanging in there on the Yamaha. Then the Suzuki of Laverne Sabotka. He gets ahead there of Canute and Willem Lowe Schirmers. As the 5th position is Canute. Then it's Willem Lowe. Schirmers coming through that section. Derek Hendricks in the 8th position ahead of Wayne Gress. Now finding himself in 9th position down the back straight as they go.
Going down into turn number 5 now. It is still Baltimore, but he's got Frey all over the back of him like a bad rash. He's trying to keep Frey at bay there. And we've still got 6 laps in this one. It's only 2 laps down. They're going to have 3 laps down when they cross the line. But I'm afraid to say to Jason Baltimore that Frey is going to take him going down into turn number 1. Jason Baltimore is taken there by Gerard Frey. Frey has been quick all day, but Baltimore still holds on to second. There are some Keller Lawani. Lawani's a bit slow in the corners where Baltimore tries to get away from him. But Jason Baltimore, 800 cheers, he's just not letting up. He's just holding on and giving it a good clout.
Oh, somebody going off the runoff in turn 1. And we'll just have to pick up who that was. If it was not the R1 of Philip Rimmer that possibly went there, I speak under correction. But it is 5 laps left to go, including the one we are currently on. Here come our leaders, Gerard Frey into turn 3 ahead of Jason Baltimore. 0.6 of a second between them when they cross the line. Liwani hanging in there still. Canute in 4th position with Laverne Sabotka. That's the 5th place man coming out of turn 3. And the 6th place man coming behind them as well. That's Willem Lowe and JP Schirmers. As we watch for 8th position is Derek Hendricks, Chad Thompson, and Wayne Gress still in that gaggle of riders.
Well, going down into turn number 5 is your leaders. They're coming out of 5 at the moment, and that is definitely Gerard Frey. Jason Baltimore hanging in there. Frey now pulling away from Baltimore, and Baltimore's under attack here from some Keller Lawani. Lawani just cracks over the 1,000 and blows past Jason Baltimore, but he'll have a problem in the corners because Baltimore just reels him in the corners. And there you see Lawani ahead there, and Baltimore will close up on him in the corners. Jason Baltimore, oh, is the tyres getting up? He had a little bit of a sit up there. So looks like maybe the tyres are letting go of Jason Baltimore. But watch as they go now into Quarry Corner. Baltimore just reels around. And then up behind him now it's Canute, Sabotka, Lowe. There's Willem Lowe. Up behind him, Schirmers. And then up behind Schirmers will be Chad Thompson.
It was Derek Hendricks, by the way, that went off at turn 1. The number 57 Yamaha that had it. But just going a little bit further up the field, Chad Thompson, I didn't mention him earlier on. That is the leader of the breakfast run class, ahead of Dylan Anderson at the moment, the 600 Suzuki, ahead of that R6. Looking at our screens at the moment, remember we have our leaders coming through onto the back straight now. A 1:26.39, the fastest lap of the race, and a 2.3 second advantage Gerard Frey has over Liwani. Baltimore now in 3rd position on the F800 Beamer.
But Baltimore stupendously quick through the corners. He's got great corner speed as he exits turn number 5 now, chasing Samkelo Lawani. Gerard Frey leading out. He's done the quickest time of a 1:20.639. That is exceptionally fast. The rest of the riders leaving out. There's now Frey going into 1, followed by Lawani. Baltimore in 3rd. I think Baltimore's tyres have probably gone a little bit because he was doing stupendous stuff in the beginning. But Gerard Frey, Samkelo Lawani looks like he wants to reel Frey in because they're pulling away from Baltimore as hard as he tries. So maybe Lawani's got other ideas. Lawani's got a ZX10. So that means that he might be able to use the muscle of that now as the riders coming to Quarry Corner there with Willem Lowe, followed there by Schirmers. So they work their way now. The leaders making their way up towards turn number 4. Now going down towards the back straight. So there's Frey and Lawani right up behind him as they pitch over out of turn 4. Baltimore follows suit. Baltimore's followed there by Canute and Sabotka. Up behind Sabotka's Lowe, and then Schirmers and Thompson. So they are the leaders down towards turn number 5. And I can tell you something, that Frey got the message and pulled away from Lawani as they pitch it over into turn number 5.
there you see the gap between the two of them, and well, they crossed the line, left 2 more laps.
Well, Luani was a second quicker on the last lap on Frey. Let's see them as they come now towards the line and start as a 1:21.489 compared to a 1:21.708. He's 3/10 of a second faster now, and then extends his advantage from 1.3 seconds to 1.6 seconds with the 2 laps left to go.
That man in picture, Piers Canute, has suddenly found something. He's closing up on the back of Jason Bolterman. And Jason would like to be on the podium. We have got still a lap and a half to go. Can Bolterman hold on to Piers Canute? There's Bolterman in picture. Not too far behind him. There's Piers Canute. So Canute can possibly close down on the back of Bolterman. And Canute's not exactly on a scooter. He's riding an R6. So he can definitely make it work. And well, can Jason do it? And hold on, folks. Samkela Lawani is closing down on Gerard Frey. Have we got something in the offing towards the closing stages of this race?
3/10 of a second faster the last time, Francois. Looks like a bit of a bad lap now for Gerard Frey, as he maybe been a bit too hard on the tyres at times. Let's see as they go towards the turn 5 section, and it was a 1.6 second gap between them. There'll be 1 more lap left to go when they cross the line, and they started to leave Jason Bolterman behind. Piers Canute is a further 2.4 seconds back. Now towards the line we go. Gerard Frey across the line. It's now 1.1 seconds.
There's Jason Bolterman starting his last lap. He's got Piers Canute behind him on the R6. Can Piers catch him? Up behind Sabotka, then Low, then Sherman's up. Sherman's giving Low a little bit of a challenge down towards turn number 1, with the leaders now going up into turn number 2. And there you see on screen is that man Gerard Frey ahead of Samkela Lawani on their final lap. And Piers Canute has got ahead of Bolterman, and coming through is Sabotka on Bolterman up on the side. Jason has cooked those tyres. He doesn't have any more grip. So he's going to have to nurse that one home, and hopefully nobody else takes him now, because Sabotka's gone past him as well.
Down the back straight, they will then run for the last time as far as the bikes are concerned for today. 1.1 seconds the last time around the top 3. Well, they spaced out to a degree. Piers Canute is in 3rd position, but it's all about the top 2. Flag lap it is, down towards the turn 5 Pertamina Fastron. Is it going to be close enough for Samkela Liwani, or will Gerard Frey just have a little bit more still left in him? They go past, a back marker there.
Oh, and Liwani comes right up there behind Frey. Sorry there, Byron. They are side by side. They're going towards the line. It's going to be a drag race. Has Gerard Frey got what it takes? It looks like he might just have the upper hand on Samkela. Oh, he just crosses the line, beats Liwani. And well, I think Piers Canute will bring it home in 3rd. Yes, Piers Canute comes home in P3. Then it's going to be Sabotka, and then it'll be Bolterman. Well, Bolterman is there of Willem Low, and then the rest of the there's Thompson coming out of 5, making his way up towards the line.
Well, then it is Chad Thompson who will take victory in the breakfast run class. He comes across the line on bike number 40, the 600 Suzuki. Wayne Gress will come in the classics. He'll be winner of the classics in 9th position. Actually, Dylan Anderson will just come ahead of him, but that's second in class. Wayne Gress will still be the classic bike winner. And then it is Philip Rimmer that comes through 11th. 12th, it is Shandon Thompson. 30 Schmidt on the Yamaha will come through in 13th. Mario Ferreira on the BMW in 14th. Derek Hendricks and William Morris on the Yamaha and BMWs respectively, and then Michael Reifarth rounding everything off, the 17 finishers, and a DNS unfortunately for Andre Symes.
Right, here we go with the Alert Engine Parts VW GTI Challenge, their second race of the day as the cars roll out onto the track. This is going to be some good stuff. Remember that the first 6 positions will be inverted, which means that Skull Keldernace and Clinton Besaidnout will be on the front row of the grid. Then Dylan Jabir, Kai van Sail, Nathan Victor, Yuri Swart, and only then in P7, Ian Cup. Those are your Class A cars. So Ian will stay in P7, but from P1 to 6 will invert for the second one in GTI Challenge. Right, the same for Class B. Mark Thompson, Brett van der Schuyf will be on the front row of the grid. Then Mario Roux and Zaki Hendricks. Oh, Class C is also inverted. Daniel Munna and Faisal Jacobs will be on the front row for Class C. Then Mohamed Kalfi, the Class B cars down in P14. And then we've got all the other Class C cars behind him. Nur Abbas, Mark Fontini, Matthew Rowe, Dylan van Eden. Oh word, it's going to be hectic stuff out there. Boltman will be in there as well. That is Ramiz Boltman. And then Razi Harris, and if he is there, Suleiman Effendi. It's going to be some hair-raising stuff out here in the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge. Race 2, brought to you by Alert Engine Parts and powered by Smile 90.4 FM. Big thanks to Johnny van der Kerk of Wingfield Motors, City of Cape Town, Pertamina Fastron, the Porsche Club, King Tony Tools, Interceptor Shoewear, and all our other class sponsors here today, and the City of Cape Town. So here we go with the second last race of the event, and it is the final race for the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge as the cars roll up to the grid. Clinton Besaidnout, Progress Precision Engineering on the side of that car is there on the front row of the grid. He sits there on the outside of the G&A Motorsport car. Well, that is in that Sculp. I was going to say, why Sculp then P3? It's supposed to be in P1. Then powder coating Walden Euroblitz in P3. That's Dylan Jabir. And then the new color scheme and sponsor Oregon Oil for the 34 car of Kai van Sail. And then the 2 big guns, Summit Racing's Nathan Victor and Bullion IT Yuri Umpi Swart, and then behind them is Ian Cup. Then we've got the inversion of Class B. That's Mark Thompson, Brett van der Schuyf, and Mario Roux. Here comes that 33. That is Daniel Munna. Remember, he was a pit lane starter in the opening race. Then behind him is the Class B car of Mohamed Kalfi. And then there is Faisal Jacobs in the 4-0 car. Rolling in behind him is Nur Abbas. And somewhere behind that lot, you'll have people like Mark Fontini and Matthew Rowe and Van Eden. They'll all be in there. Zaki Hendricks trying to find a way through those Class C Mark 1 Golfs. And he should be in there just behind Brett van der Schuyf. This is going to be something different. The second last race of the day in the Alert Engine Parts VW GTI Challenge. So remember, there's no Class A, then Class B, then Class C. When the lights go off, it's a whole damn lot of them that's going to be barreling down into turn number 1, and keeping in mind that all 3 classes have got inverted grids. This is not going to be easy. That is for sure. This will not be for the faint-hearted. So wherever you find yourself around the track or at home, hold on, because we're about to take you on a roller coaster ride. Gary, take them off the line.
Class A, Class B, Class C on the inverted grid. Who's going to get the also? Oh, look at that already. Zaki Hendricks dives across towards the inside line. Who's going to get the whole shot? Clinton Besaidnout, if he's going to get a race victory, over Umpiswat. This is the one that he's got to do it. Right in there is Geldenhuys as well. Geldenhuys getting quicker and quicker. I believe he's doing a lot of practicing with that motor car. Up towards the Joubert straight there go. Kunibazaiden's got it all right so far. Kai van Zyl right in there. Keep an eye on Umpiswat. That Class B battle, Frankie, is going to be right in there behind that. Thompson, Hendricks, Van der Schyff and Kalfey.
Ahead of all of them is Zaki Hendricks. Yes, he sits there just behind Ian Cup. Kalfey is in there as well. Then we've got those Class C cars. There's about 210,000 of them that are sitting first, second and third at this point in time as they work their way through Interceptor Corner. Out of turn 3 they come. It's one long high-speed express train that's working its way out of Saddle Sweep, the double right-hander. Working its way down the back, man. What do? You just hold on for dear life and enjoy the ride. Down the back, man, they go. Racing down towards turn 5. Fastron corner. Those 5 Class A cars are riveted to the back of each other as they work their way out of Fastron.
Dylan Joubert trying to have a look up on that inside line, and I think he might have actually made that one stick. It looks pretty good. Look at that. Geldenhuys is right in there. Kai van Zyl's right in there. Dylan Joubert is right in there. Umpiswat is coming. Umpiswat is coming as they work their way up past the start-finish line down towards turn number 1.
Well, Poseidon has got the lead. This is a lead that is wanted. And Umpi sits there in that good place. He sits there behind Skalky Geldenhuys as they exit turn number 1. Dylan Joubert sits there in P4, says, come on guys, go. Let's do the Summit Racing's Nathan Victor. He's that 5th car in that train, and then right behind them is Kai van Zyl, followed there by Ian Cup, as that Class A brigade works its way through the kink towards turn 3 Interceptor.
Zaki Hendricks leads out. You see him on screen behind that Roo and then Thompson. Class A guys going out towards turn number 4. The beginning of Saddle Sweep, and oh, look at that, diving towards the inside line, trying to go up on the inside of Geldenhuys is Umpiswat. Umpiswat's up on the inside line. Can he make it stick? Here comes Dylan Joubert. Dylan Joubert up on the inside as well, and Joubert brings Nathan Victor with him.
Well, they are doing truck and trailer down that back straight there to try and draft up to the back end there into turn 5 of Umpiswat. They're locking up. Brakes as they work their way out of turn number 5, and somebody's gone.
Geldenhuys.
Somebody's gone. Skalky, yes, I'm seeing it on there as they make their way out of turn 5.
Out into the front main they go, and Poseidon, as we said, he was going to win a race. It's going to be now. And he's done the break. This time he's done the break that he can get away before the rest of the pack comes through. We'll pick them up as they come into the Joubert straight. The camera on the end of turn number 1 not doing what it's supposed to do for us. So it's Poseidon note. It's Umpiswat. Joubert's having one of his best runs to date, but Nathan Victor's coming up on his outside as well. Nathan Victor climbs right in there with the Summit Racing car, and in behind that, Cup's having one of his best for a long time.
Well, Gazza heading now towards turn number 2. There are your 2 Class C runners just behind Mark Thompson, and that is Faisal Jacobs and Mark Fontini. Then behind them, they've got Mohammed Kalfey, then Muna Roo van Eden, and Abbas is right in there. And right on his case is Van Niekerk. And those Class C cars are side by side. They are side by side through Interceptor Corner. And I think it might just be Mark Fontini that's taken that lead away as they work their way now into 4. It is hectic stuff out there.
Down the back straight they go, and it's just one big gaggle of cars as Poseidon locks it up. It's Umpiswat, Dylan Joubert, Nathan Victor is the next one that comes through behind that. Kai van Zyl's having a pretty good run as well. Out into the front main they go. Nathan Victor's on the move. Nathan Victor's on the move. He's decided he's got to go with Umpiswat. Umpiswat's trying to close down with Poseidon as they go down towards turn number 1.
Well, look at that mess coming out of turn number 5. My word, there are cars all over the place coming out of turn 5, out of Fastron Corner. Those Class C cars are in there. It is indeed Fontini that comes towards us. Then we've got Huna, and then coming through now is Matthew Rowe as that group works down into turn number 1, and right behind Rowe we have got Van Eden, Abbas and Jacobs that was leading that one, has gone down into that 15th position overall.
Fontini leading out his class from Muna, Rowe, Van Eden and Abbas. But it's starting to open up now. Kai van Zyl in Class A has done the fastest lap of 125.748.
Well, the leaders are going down the back straight, and here they come. They are chasing down beside a note, and they're catching him. They're catching Clinton hand over fist. These guys are working together, and that lead that Clint had has gone goodbye out the window, because here come that Brat Pack working their way through. Clinton beside note. He's a 2022 Polo Cup champion, and he's been hunted down here as they work their way towards the set of Cape Town Bridge. He'll have 4 more laps to go when he crosses the line. Umpi sits in second position. Right behind him is Dylan Jabir. Then we've got Kai van Zyl there on the outside of Nathan Victor as they race down into turn number 1, followed by Ian Cup.
Unfortunately missing out on the action there with a camera that's not doing what it's supposed to do. Bezuidenhout, Swart, Jubé, Victor, Van Zyl and Cup. Nothing much in it, but we've got to pick up the Zaki Hendricks battle somewhere along the line as well. We can't miss out on that one. Zaki Hendricks leading out from Rue, Thompson and Kalfay.
Yeah, that is a lovely fight in Class C that's working its way through turn number 1 right now as well. As the leaders are, well, that's Class B we see on the screen going through there, and out of turn number 2, and that is Zaki Hendricks that is just ahead there of Mario Rue. But that Class C battle, while the leaders way down the road going through the kink there in Class C, that's Mark Fontini, but there are 5 other cars out there fighting for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. And right now it's Rowe, Muna, Van Heerden, Abyss and Faisal Jacobs.
Going back to Cape Town corner, look at this one. Bezuidenhout's been caught. Oh, Dylan Jabir's having a look again. Nathan Victor got it all sideways last time there. He doesn't. Oh, they take him off the road. Nathan Victor off onto the outside. There was nowhere to go. And in fact, I think the second car that went off there was in fact IMUSAT. That also had nowhere to go. And that brings Van Zyl into play.
Well, Nathan Victor's still there, but he's lost ground to those 4 cars making its way out of turn number 1. Let's have a look at them as they work their way up Jabir straight towards turn number 2. And once again, with all that happening, with a bit more than 2.5 laps to go, it has given Bezuidenhout a chance to escape, but here they come, and look, is sitting in P2. Dylan Jabir through the kink is there in that second position, and right in there behind him is Yuri Umpi-Swart and Kai van Zyl, and they've been chased down there by Nathan Victor and Ian Cup.
I'll tell you what, Kai van Zyl probably having one of his best races to date. He's done a brilliant job. In fact, he's up on the inside of Umpi-Swart. He's on the inside of Umpi. Umpi went all the way from 6th up to 2nd, now back down to 4th position. Nathan Victor having a brilliant race. I think Dylan Jabir is the man to watch in this class right now. He's all onto the back of Bezuidenhout.
So I'm going to watch out for that Class B dice. That should be coming into view now as we see those Class A cars work their way out of turn number 5. Down the back main goes 1st and 2nd in Class B. Zaki Hendricks and Mario Rue, they're racing down towards turn number 5, towards Fastron. And right behind them is the gaggle of other cars chasing them down into turn number 5. But right now, it is about Hendricks, Rue, then it's Kalfie and Mark Thompson.
Zaki Hendricks trying to stretch out that 20-point lead that he had going into this one. It's Kalfay and Thompson, the next 2 that come through behind that. But we've got to go back to that Class A battle as they, oh, look at that. It's going to be tighter and tighter and tighter towards the end. Something's got to go. Bezuidenhout still leading out, but how long can he hold out? They're going to start picking up some back markers. Down towards Interceptor they go.
Well, that Class C battle is busy working its way into turn number 1. Oh, what a right world war that is. It's been led there by Mark Fontini. Fontini is way out the way. We have to look at that fight coming out at turn number 1, because that is where this fight for 2nd and 3rd in that class is. Rowe, Van Heerden, Muna, Jacobs and Abbas, they're in that group. That's about 5 of them that's racing down now towards turn 2.
Going back down towards turn 5 is that Class A battle. Has Dylan Jabir ever led a Class A race? I don't think so. I don't think so, but he has, and he locks it up. He locks it up and he runs it wide. Dylan Jabir loses out, and it's Kai van Zyl that's in there with Bezuidenhout as well. Oompie Swartz only in that 4th position.
Well, as Dylan going to hold on to that 3rd place, he's going to do, he's having a look. He's having a squeeze up there on the inside of Bezuidenhout. And my word, Kai van Zyl is right in that fight as well. Has a race down towards turn 1. Dylan Jabir, what the hell did they feed you for lunch, buddy? Because whatever it is, it's definitely working, that's for sure. He's not, imagine if this man can win this race today with, this is the last lap, this is the flag lap, and Dylan Jabir wants it. He wants through as they work their way out of turn number 2, and he knows behind him is Van Zyl, Swart, and Nathan Victor has caught them as well, Gaza, as they race down with a half a lap to go into turn 3 interceptor.
Nathan Victor's got to fancy his chances with this one. I don't think he's going to end up in that 5th position. Here they come now. It doesn't get any closer. Smile 90.4 FM. You guys have picked the right place, the right time to be, because look at this. It's Class A GTI Challenge. Wingfield Motors, the main sponsor for 2023. Here comes Class A down the back, mate. It's all systems go. Frankie Yennis take them down into the last corner. Who's going to be the last of the late breakers? Will they all make it in, and will they all make it out?
Well, Dylan Jabir has lost that 2nd place. He sits now in P3 as they work their way through, but he's going to fight back. He's going to fight right back to his head. Oh, he has a look up on the inside there, Van Zyl, and here comes Victor. Nathan Victor wants to have a look as well. I've got to look out the window for this one, because it's going to be very tight. It's going to be Bezuidenhout across the line. Van Zyl that finishes there in 2nd. Herd ahead, listen to me, Herd. Ahead of Victor Jabir, and then Oompie Swart will finish there in that 5th position. Can you believe it?
Here comes the Class B battle. It's Mohamed Kalfay once again all over the back of Zaki Hendricks at the end of a race. Zaki Hendricks leading the class coming into today. He will win it today for race number 2 as well, ahead of Mohamed Kalfay. Thompson coming through behind that.
Right, Class B will be won by, here he comes to the line now, and that's a 31 car, Mark Fontini. He wins Class B by the proverbial country mile, and then it's going to be Matthew Rowe that crosses the line, followed there by Jacobs Abbas, and then I think it's Van Eerden, yes it is, followed by Daniel Muna across the line. I need to lie down in a dark room right now. That was over the edge stuff.
I tell you what, lay down, yes, dark room, definitely. That was something else. We've got about 10 cameras around the circuit. I wish we had 25. I wish we had 4 screens. I wish we had big screens that you guys could have seen more of this, that you don't miss out on anything. Well done, Bezuidenhout from Van Zyl and Nathan Victor. Zaki Hendricks from Mohamed Kalfay from Thompson. Fontini ends up even on the invert, winning both races for the day against the highly acclaimed Rowe from Jacobs, Abbas, Van Eerden, Muna, and then Van die Kerk.
Wow, the maiden victory came for Clinton Bezuidenhout here in this class at Killarney, and Yuri Oompie Swart, the dominant factor, was literally, and I say this with utmost respect, he was just beaten to a pulp out there. The guys were determined to beat him, and you know what, I think Tiny will agree with me. After all this time, Dylan Jabir has arrived. He's here, man. He's in the house now. And I tell you what.
Oh, there you can see that incident. Dylan Jabir just nibbling on the back bumper of Oompie. Oompie on top of the curbstone, and that's what took Nathan Victor off. But yeah, there you can see he got pushed from behind. But he also does, we've had confirmation, left rear shock on his car has broken. So that is probably part of the reason why he only ended up 4th in that one. Lovely replays there. Well done to the production crew that have done some brilliant editing for us today.
Well, well, well. What a race. Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge, the race of the day. As a matter of fact, I tell you what, between GTI Challenge, I was listening to Byron and Francois on the bikes. I tell you what, there was some awesome, awesome close stuff out there as well. So Gaza, we hand over to the 2 gents I just mentioned now for the final race of the day, the Formula Libra single-seaters.
our website. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP. Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety. Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Well, Formula Libras will end today off with their second race, and well, the man who won in race 1, the number 21 Byron Mitchell in the Reynard VW, starts once again on pole position. Alongside him, also in a VW Reynard, will be DJ Boyson, and then alongside, well, on just behind them, Darren Liebenberg and Andre Lariche on row 2. Row 3, Hayden Elwood. Had a quick chat to him earlier on, asked why he's actually running the Formula Swift without the engine cover. He said he's got a new exhaust system on that car and he needs a fabricator to assist him with modifying his current engine cover. So if anybody is out there and can help him, search for Hayden Elwood. He's in the new pit complex, the Joubert pit complex. So fiberglass fabrication. He said he's got somebody in mind, but anybody who can come and assist him, he is looking for someone. So yes, that's the new exhaust system that he's got on that Formula Swift, Formula Ford. Kelly Fletcher's out there sharing that third row with him. Reino Pence and Ricky Anderson. Nick van der Westhuizen didn't finish the last race, spun off into the greenery at turn 2. But looks like he's back. There's that white Formula V Lantis and Donovan Ramsey. And Wynand de Ridder will round everything off in the Formula V Sting and the V Lantis, the bright green Lantis with new rear shocks for the race day. And that helped him a lot after running the old shocks yesterday in the practice sessions. So slowly but surely getting into position now as the cloud cover has come over and blocked out the sunshine. The wind has picked up. This is the final race of the day, just before 5 p.m. in the afternoon. Byron Mitchell will take his rightful position on pole position there. Alongside in the Dyco Racing machine run by Stephen Reed, who's walking off the circuit now. And then the Dolphin Engineering car of Byron Mitchell. You can hear the wind howling a little bit now as Darren Liebenberg in his position in that Formula M Andre Lariche, who spun in race 1, and the reason why Hayden Elwood spun as well was to take avoiding actions, but they got back out there and they finished. That was the main thing. As we're all ready and waiting for the 5-second board to be shown. They pick the revs up, and the 5-second board is out of the way. Lights are on, and away we go. Byron Mitchell leads them off, and well, challenge a little bit from DJ Boyson. Not going to happen there, looks like it. Into turn 1 they'll run. Darren Liebenberg will be in 3rd position, and they'll all run around as the Formula Swift of Hayden Elwood looks to still now be up to 4th position. And then behind Andre Lariche in the clutches there of Reino Pence. And they're going to turn 2 for the first time in this last race. 10-lapper in all.
Right, so going down into the Scepter corner now. It's Byron Mitchell leading out over DJ Boyson, Formula VW and a Formula VW Reynard. And, well, they're sort of working their way out there. And Darren Liebenberg there in that Formula M lies in 3rd place, been followed there by Hayden Elwood. Then Andre Lariche, up behind him is Pence, and then Kelly Fletcher. Up behind Fletcher is Anderson. They make their way down towards Perdamina Fostron corner, turn number 5. And there you see going into turn number 5, Byron Mitchell, followed there by DJ Boyson as they exit 5, make their way up towards the main straight.
He's still weaving as well, trying to get heat into those tyres.
He's trying to get heat in the tyres. He's not getting the bite he wants in it because the track is now dying in temperature. Byron weaving over the circuit. He's got to be careful. He might get a penalty for more than 2 moves in a straight. So, yeah, it's a bit of a needle one there. But you see, there comes Elwood up over the line. Up behind him, Andre Lariche. Following him is Kelly Fletcher. Behind Pence. They work there. You see the leaders going into quarry. It's Byron Mitchell, DJ Boyson, and now Mitchell starting to up the ante ever so much.
Personally, I don't think DJ Boyson will complain too much. It keeps him in range for now of Byron Mitchell, and as Francois pointed out, the temperature has dropped considerably. Meanwhile, there comes the Darren Liebenberg out of turn 2, followed by Hayden Elwood. The leaders ahead of them by a little bit. It's actually 1.3 seconds between Mitchell and Boyson. There's Andre Lariche is trailing Reino Pence at the moment, but they are nose to tail coming through turn 3, and now the big one behind them. When we take a look at Kelly Fletcher, Nick van der Westhuizen and Donovan Ramsey in that Formula V battle.
Yeah, they're having a good right royal scrap as they enter Sarel van der Merwe sweep there. It's Kelly Fletcher and Andre Lariche. Lariche is ahead now, Fletcher. Then it's going to be Van der Westhuizen, Donovan Ramsey, Ricky Anderson and Van Underrid a little bit further back now as you see the drivers making their way down towards Perdamina Fostron corner.
1:13.580, the fastest lap of the race in slightly different conditions earlier on. Oh, it is a spin.
Reino Pence gets it all wrong. Sorry, coming out of 5. I picked it up early and has gone squirming over the circuit to the other side. I don't know if he'll get that going again.
I don't think so. Hopefully he is okay and will disembark from that machine of his. And I think he is out of the car. The marshals are running to that car. And I think he's flicked the rain light over there, because what happens is the light is shining and all the marshals are around the car. Could we have ourselves a red flag? It's yellow flags waving down into turn 5, and the marshals are currently busy with that car of Reino Pence.
Yeah, so Reino Pence he lost the back end. It flicked around quite viciously and then dragged him across the circuit. So if he wasn't hanging on the steering wheel and has damaged his arm or something, that's very possible. But he's not getting out of the car, so I'm not sure exactly what's happening. Here's your second place man, DJ Boyson, going up over the line. A little bit back behind him will be Darren Liebenberg. He'll be 3rd place. He's in that Formula M, the Suzuki powered Formula M. There's Darren Liebenberg. He has a lot of fun. A little bit close up behind him, Hayden Elwood giving that Formula Swift a good Atlantis, giving a good pedal. There he goes in the green car. There comes Andre Lariche,
Yeah, Lariche on his own now.
Yeah, he's pulled away from Fletcher and them. Well, Kelly Fletcher looks like she's gone down 2 positions to Donovan Ramsey and Van der Westhuizen. She's not having a nice outing at the moment, and well, maybe it's because of the tyre issue.
Donovan Ramsey down the back straight. He will then run from Nick Van der Westhuizen. That is a 0.3 of a second between the two of them. Going down the back straight, there's Dwayne de Ridder. Here comes Byron Mitchell into turn 5 through that yellow flag zone as the marshals are still congregated around that Renault Pence VW Omega. And the driver is getting out. We have heard from Emil. So Tiny has given us the information that the driver is thankfully out of that Omega. As Byron Mitchell comes across the line, of course he's reduced speed because he's going through the yellow flag section. A 1:15.394, a 1:16.766 for DJ Boyson as we have 6 laps left to go.
Right, so DJ Boyson just up on the inside of Alwood's already lapped him now. We've still got 6 laps. We're not even at the halfway stage, and already the front runners are carving their way into the field. They must be careful that they don't lap themselves. That's how quick they are at the moment. And we keep an eye on DJ Boyson exiting Quarry Corner, making his way down towards the kink. And Albert a little bit slower up behind him. I think that the surface is a bit cold and these boys aren't getting the purchase that they are requiring at the moment.
Turn 5 is the one to watch at the moment, if you ask me. It's a Formula V battle at this time. And going into turn 5 is that Kelly Fletcher, Donovan Ramsey. Kelly Fletcher is actually at the tail end of that section. It is Donovan Ramsey that is ahead of Nick Van der Westhuizen. Down the straight they go, all in each other's slipstream here, and then is Kelly Fletcher going to make a move on 2 cars into turn 1, and will take that section right back, and that should be the second place in the Libra class as Andre Lariche has made it ahead.
Well, coming through there is Byron Mitchell. He's going to upset the Apple car as he works his way through the slower cars. And, oh, he's got to break up because the boys are taking their lines, but they stay out the way. Byron Mitchell's going to go past Kelly and say, come sweetheart, out the way, I'm coming through. And Kelly Fletcher just holds the line, and Byron's able to squeeze through there. There you see Byron Mitchell in picture, head there of his girlfriend Kelly Fletcher, who lies second in that class there behind Andre Lariche, who's a little way up the road at the moment.
Yeah, an accomplished horse rider as well is Kelly Fletcher. Of course, involved in equestrian. So that is second place at this time in the Formula V section. Andre Lariche will still head that section. But look behind, the battle for third place in class between Donovan Ramsey and Nick Van der Westhuizen is being hotly contested, and Ricky Anderson finds himself in that section as well. Ricky Anderson is actually on the inside. They go into turn 5. And I think Anderson might just poke the nose ahead up into third position. Yes, he has. And that will be ahead of Ramsey, and then ahead of the Nick Van der Westhuizen, the white Formula Forza.
Keeping an eye there on Kelly Fletcher. She just dropped the hammer. She just got out of there as quick as she can. And, well, Ricky Anderson reckons, well, if you can do it, I can do it too. So he's up for a fight there. And he's got Donovan Ramsey and Nick Van der Westhuizen up behind him. And, well, nice to see our young Ricky back at it again. A great little driver. And they make their way up the Uber Straits, up towards Quarry Corner. There you see Kelly Fletcher leading out. And there comes Ricky Anderson with Donovan Ramsey, or Nick Van der Westhuizen, Donovan Ramsey. And then, well, the rather quick DJ Boyson car trying to work his way through.
Oh, there he is. I was actually looking for him, and meanwhile he's basically the cat amongst the pigeons, carving through those back markers. They'll be a little bit red-faced here because their battle is being interrupted, and I'll say thanks a lot for that. But the blue flags are being waved by the marshals, and DJ Boyson will make his way through. 17.5 seconds back off of Byron Mitchell on the straight. They then run. Darren Liebenberg is our Class C leader at the moment. I just want to take a look at where actually Darren is, but down the back straight come our Formula Vs, as Ricky Anderson is now the man in third place in class.
Yeah, Kelly is staying a little bit ahead there of Ricky Anderson, but Ricky pulling away there from Ramsey, and he looks like he wants to go and contest with Kelly Fletcher. So, well, we'll have to see what happens there. We've got our eyes now at the moment on DJ Boyson working his way through past some of the slow riders. That's Elwood that he's getting past. So DJ up on the inside of Hayden Elwood up towards Sarl Sweep, works his way through, makes his way down the back straight.
Once again, as we watch Byron Mitchell leading this race by 24.2 seconds. Down the back straight, he will then run. And Boyson does go into 3 at this time. The Dyko Racing Reynard will drive right out of that section. And then we have the likes of Kelly Fletcher, Ricky Anderson coming onto the straight, the Tygerberg straight, with only a lap and a bit left to go.
Well, good stuff going here now. Byron Mitchell's done the job properly. Kelly Fletcher still staying ahead there now on screen, ahead of Ricky Anderson. Oh, and someone's gone off.
No, that's smoke. That's the engine that's failed over there. It's Van der Westhuizen in the Lantis, the V-Lantis, unfortunately.
Van der Westhuizen off there.
Parked on the outside of turn 4.
The leaders, I think, cross the line and start their final lap. DJ Boyson up over the line as well.
Yeah, DJ Boyson comes out onto the Joubert straight now. It is Wynand de Ridder that rounds everything off in the Formula V Lantis, the bright green one. Cricket coach by profession. He's enjoying his racing, I'll tell you that much. And into turn 5, it is our leader, our winner for the second time today. Is there another lap? Oh yes, there is another lap, excuse me. I'm counting quickly, yeah.
You can count Byron, that's stop.
Across the line we go then.
Byron Mitchell down into turn number 1. That Formula VW working very well. I mean, he's cruising around in a time of 1:11. Now folks, about 10 years ago 1:11 was sort of unheard of. Now it's sort of the norm. Just shows you how technology has grown. Byron Mitchell taking full advantage of that technology. He's actually had this car down in the 109s. A very, very quick old Formula VW, and in the day Formula VWs was one of the best classes ever to watch around Killarney. Open wheelers. At one stage I think there were about 18 of them on the circuit at one stage, and there was top draw. So the engine Formula VWs. But here we go. Byron Mitchell bringing it home today, the last race, last lap, and he's going to make it 2 out of 2 as he works his way down the back straight down towards Perdamina, Fostron Corner. A big thanks to Smile 90.4 and Wingfield Motors and all the associate sponsors for bringing today to us as Byron Mitchell rolls out of Perdamina, Fostron Corner, turn number 5, gets on the gas, works his way up towards the line, and he'll make it 2 out of 2 in the Formula Libra class, the open category. Crosses the line, checkered flag waves, as you see on the board, 0 laps left, that is it. And we wait for second place man DJ Boyson, who is some way down the road.
110.1 for him as well in that last lap.
That is just stupendous times.
He reserved his best for last. And here comes Darren Liebenberg. He'll be a lap down in 3rd position, but also the winner of Class C. There he comes across the line. And then it's Hayden Elwood. The man who is actually even joking that he didn't know if he was even going to take part in this particular race. Well, couldn't hold him back. He's going to take 4th, and that's overall, and 2nd in Class E. 3 Class E cars. Brandon Pence not going to be finishing, unfortunately. DJ Boyson comes across the line in 2nd position, 41.4 seconds off of Byron Mitchell.
Well, the next man up should be Andre Lariche. I think he's coming out of turn 5 now up towards the line. There's Andre Lariche. He's had a sterling job and a great little karter as well for someone from the karting fraternity. Just goes to show they go into all spheres of motorsport to these karters. They are the guys to watch. Next Saturday, Rotax IMUSAT National Karting, Hayden Elwood's up over the line. Next over the line is going to be Kelly Fletcher. Fletcher there comes over, should be 2nd in class, followed there by Ricky Anderson. Then it'll be Donovan Ramsey, and then I don't think we'll see Wynand de Ridder because he was left.
That's the last one coming through. Wynand de Ridder would have been the last one to come through, yes, and will classify in 9th position of the 11 that started this race.
Well, Byron, some exciting racing today here at Killarney. I think everyone enjoyed themselves. Unfortunate about Gary Fleming fighting with technology here. The camera is doing just what they want to do today.
Hawkeye Fleming.
Yeah, Hawkeye Fleming, yeah. And but I think
besides all that, we watched some fantastic racing, and then we saw Pence just get chucked over, but he hit the water and lights came on and boom into the. But I think it wasn't that. I think he maybe twisted his wrist or something, because the whole car sort of locked in on him. And you watch there now, and suddenly doof, it breaches.
Some dirt.
Yeah, it hits dirt and it breaches. And when you hit that water, that shudder on the steering wheel, that's got to hurt. I'm sure that must have hurt slightly.
Yeah,
but nonetheless, very attractive racing. Some great racing coming out of the motorcycles. The V8 Masters had some good racing. Sports and GT had good racing. Clubmans had good racing. GTI Challenge had good. I don't think we had a bad race here today.
No, we didn't have a bad race, Francois. And I thought I was going to say no red flags today. Only one, but only one small little one.
But I think that red flag was more out of a purpose of safety, because the car was burning and you don't want a car to explode and all. And I actually want to say something. Now, a lot of the crowds have gone home, and I think a lot of people agree with me. We've said it about motorsport all over the world. When there's a car on fire, everyone runs to look. Run away. Don't run to it. For heaven's sake. Can you believe it? I mean, that you know what I do. And you remember not too long ago, the truck that went under the bridge that exploded up in Boksburg?
Yes.
Everyone ran to go and take photos.
Yes.
It's the worst thing you can do. Run away. Get out of there. Jeez. I mean, really.
Human beings, Francois, we are a strange bunch.
Nuskierige aggies. But anyhow, guys, thank you very much to Frank Yennis, well done. To Gary Fleming for the cameras, well done. To Tiny for keeping us posted all times. I think it's been a brilliant job from his side.
Making us sound smart there, I can tell you that.
I'm telling you something. Yeah, I'll try. Byron Heights here alongside me. He's done a sterling job. I just wish you'd drop the word now. Well, it's finished now.
I always go based on the Queen song. You know, I want it all. I want it all. I want it now.
Yes,
you know, that's what I'm going on. Freddie Mercury said it best.
You're commentating, you're not singing. And from our side, Francois Butler, a big shout out to all the marshals, the medics, the powers that be, the stewards, everyone else, to the riders, the drivers, the mechanics, their support team, moms and dads. Thanks for the great entertainment. And from our side, Francois Butler, I'm signing off, and we'll see you at Killarney in the not too distant future.
And for myself, Byron Height, ditto. Cheers, everybody. Travel safe.
Goodbye.
Although today was action-packed, thankfully not as many incidents as the last time. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, go watch the live stream replay. We saw the Titans clashing in the sports and GT category, and of course we saw the lunchtime show too, with the Master Drive car going around. Some new drivers in their various Class X's making their first appearances today. Makes for a day that won't be forgotten by many. My name is Ernest Page, and this is the Power Series, and we'll see you guys at the next round.